Chapter 1035, Jonas's Choice. Chapter 1035, Jonas's Choice. In Berlin, the headquarters of the Kingdom of God was in a state of chaos. Many of the soldiers had already lost their will to fight. The news of the frontline defeat had already spread throughout the rest of the forces. No matter how elite the soldiers were, they were still humans who knew fear and valued their lives. Once the number of deaths reached a certain number, they would also start to panic. It's over. The front lines were defeated. The damn government, they've grown fat living off us and now they've fled. The sounds of despair and fear rang out as the soldiers quickly became savages, indulging in their darkest desires, as they raped, killed, set fire and caused Berlin to be plunged into further chaos and panic. Go to hell. Go to hell. Everyone can go to hell. Especially the families of those damned old men. You can all go to hell. Ha ha. Ha ha. Trash. Aren't you guys usually high and mighty? Must have been fun stepping on us, right? Go to hell. Ha. With one hand wielding a heavy machine gun, one burly soldier roared out in deranged anger, as he laughed out maniacally, firing out at family members of the elders. Children and women were among the victims, as they were punched full of holes under the relentless gunfire. One exceptionally beautiful woman pleaded in fear, "Don't kill me! Please! I'm willing to do anything! Please don't kill me!" The soldier shot the woman a vicious look as he fired off, "Go to hell, bitch!" The bullets punched into the woman's body, as holes appeared and blood flowed profusely. The face of the elite soldier was twisted and contorted as he laughed out loud, "Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha ha!" Right behind, a huge blade came slashing down, chopping the head off the soldier, as blood splattered out from the neck. One tiger-head beastman looked at the fleeing humans with a cold look. "Monster! The monsters are here!" Screams rang throughout Berlin, as the Beastmen warriors charged through the final defense, breaching into Berlin. The Beastmen warriors were truly ferocious, killing anyone they saw. In barely minutes, a large number of survivors had died at their hands. "No! Don't kill my daughter, please! Please! Kill me! Let my daughter go!" At a corner of Berlin, one beautiful housewife grabbed hold of her adorable daughter, as she pleaded with a horseface beastman. A vicious look flashed past the horseface beastman, and he did not seem to care about the pleas. He laughed out cruelly, raising the blade in his hands, slashing down in front of the despairing of the housewife. In the sky, a sudden beam of light shot down, striking the beastman, directly vaporizing his head. "This is God finally helping us? We're saved! We're saved!" Seeing the horse-face beastman's death, the housewife cried tears of joy, as she lifted her head and saw a huge battleship of over 10,000 m in length. It seemed to cover the entire city, and more beams shot out continuously. As the beams fired down, the Beastmen warriors invading Berlin were instantly taken out. Even those soldiers that had gone insane were also punished by the beams. "We're saved! It's God! God has sent people to save us! We're saved! Glorious God, I will serve you with all my heart and soul!" The numerous survivors got down on their knees, crying out with tears of joy. They lifted their heads at the battleship that was obviously not manufactured of human hands or on Earth, and were filled with excitement. Many of them had started to treat the person from the battleship as an envoy and their hope. The Protector battleship flew slowly over Berlin, as it continued to fire out its beams as though raining judgment, wiping out the Beastmen warriors. Inside the command center of the Kingdom of God, Jonas caught sight of the Protector battleship, and his eyes were filled with a complicated gaze. They're finally here. Jonas and the rest of the ordinary survivors were different. He had guessed who the owner of the battleship was. He had hoped and yet not hoped for Yuzhong to come. He looked to the Protector battleship and frowned, How come we don't have information on this helicarrier? It seems that our intelligence network is truly too lacking. The Kingdom of God had spies in China, but under Floxinia's ability to read minds, they had all been uncovered and executed. Under her Floxinia's efforts, all the higher-ranking officials who were spies were all cleansed, leaving behind a few empty positions. No spy had managed to escape her detection. Taylor stared in horror at the approaching battleship, watching it slaughter his subordinates, and his face fell as he grabbed a communicator device and yelled, "What the hell is that? Evacuate! Evacuate now!" Upon receiving that order, all the Beastmen warriors inside Berlin quickly turned tail and poured out of the city. One green-winged hawkman flew up to Taylor and said, "Your Majesty, let our Green Hawk tribe handle this. We will destroy that battleship." Taylor's face changed as his eyes turned bloodshot like an enraged animal. He kept his gaze fixed on the battleship while breathing raggedly. "No! That machine is too strong. Even if you Green Hawk tribe were to go up, there's no guarantee of destroying it. Evacuate! Now!" The Green Hawk tribe was one of the final trump cards in Taylor's hands, his strongest air force. If they were to be wiped out as well, then his entire military might would suffer. He had seen the terrifying capabilities of the Protector battleship, and he was not willing to send them to needless death. With a ferocious look, he thought, "This time I've been too arrogant. I had thought that Earth had backward technology. Other than the nuclear weapons, no weapon could pose a threat to us. It's my fault. However, I will not make this mistake again. Next time, I swear to wipe out you damned humans, and turn Europe into the Beastmen's land." In truth, his thinking was not wrong. Other than the nuclear missiles, the technology of the Kingdom of God was under their control. Had Yu Zhong not appeared, the millions of survivors in Berlin would have fallen to the Beastmen. Only a few could possibly survive. On board the Protector battleship, Yu Zhong watched the retreating Beastmen and frowned. Are they retreating? Their reaction is truly fast, and they cannot be underestimated. After this loss, they will definitely become harder to deal with. Such enemies that knew how to retreat when they were at a disadvantage, coupled with their strength, was even more of a threat compared to the zombies. Their numbers might be lesser than the zombies, but they were capable of much more destruction and damage. The first time the Kingdom of God utilized the nuclear missiles to wipe out more than 100,000 Beastmen warriors was the only time it had been effective. The subsequent ones barely took out a few dozen thousands. While the nuclear weapons were devastating, they had their weaknesses. It was that they could be destroyed. Once a Type 6 expert were to stand far enough and fire a powerful shot, they could detonate the missile before it even posed a threat. If it were to detonate over a dozen kilometers away, its might would at most injure some Type 6 experts, but not enough to kill them. All of a sudden, Yu Zhong's image appeared on the display inside the Kingdom of God's control room. Yu Zhong swept them a glance, announcing indifferently, "I'm Yu Zhong." This faction had pressured Yu Zhong so much at the initial period of the apocalypse, as compared to now, where he could meet them straight on. The millions of lives in Berlin were in his hands. As long as he left, they would be killed by the Beastmen. Because of the death of the first apostle Edward, there were no more experts to protect them. Jonas looked to Yu Zhong and thanked him sincerely. "I'm great Elder Jonas of the Kingdom of God, thank you for coming to aid us." Chapter 1036. The Beastmen battles the zombies. Chapter 1036. The Beastmen battles the zombies. Yu Zhong looked at Jonas. "Great Elder Jonas, Berlin is no longer inhabitable. I cannot stay here for long. What are your plans?" One of the elders immediately shouted in despair. "No! Yu Zhong, you can't leave. Once you leave, the millions of survivors will be killed by those damned Beastmen. You can't leave us like this. Please, stay. Power and women will be yours as you wish." They had just felt the true threat of death and were shaken. They did not want to be forced to hide and live underground for the rest of their lives. Yu Zhong eyed the elder coldly, without saying anything, then turned to Jonas. Jonas could feel Yu Zhong's gaze as he sighed in his heart. Yu Zhong was China's leader, after all, and could not stay here for long. The elder had been frightened out of his wits, that was why he had spoken out of line. He sighed in his heart, "Edward, how did you die? If only you had not perished." Edward, Leo, Yu Zhong, they were all peak experts on Earth and were the core figures of the three large factions. With Edward's death, the morale of the kingdom of God had fallen drastically, and the 12 apostles were fractured. 8 of them had fallen, while 3 ran, with no news. Jonas maintained silent for a short while before speaking slowly. "Yu Zhong, we hope to migrate our people to China, and hope that you can accept us." "What? No! Jonas, are you insane? We are the great Aryans. How can we move to China?" The moment Jonas spoke, all the elders went into an uproar, vehemently objecting. Most of them were supremacists and believed the Aryans to be the superior race, while all other races were lesser. Especially the Asians, they were treated as the most barbaric and backward. They truly looked down on the Asians. Within the troops, even the Asian soldiers were not treated equally as their European and African counterparts. There were few Asian commanders. Now that Jonas was saying to move the people over to China, they could not accept it. If it became reality, their citizens would definitely be under China's rule. They would not allow that to happen. One elder, Barbet, stared at Jonas. "Jonas, you're getting muddle-headed. The kingdom of God does not need someone like you anymore, you should stand down." With a sweep, all the elite soldiers within the command center gathered beside Barbet. These were peak Type 3 experts, fully armed and equipped. There were even 2 Type 4 elites that stared coldly at Jonas. The rest of the officials stared in shock. Jonas was one of the 3 figureheads of the kingdom of God. His position and authority were high. In normal times, no one dared to question his words. However, the decision to migrate the survivors to China went against all their beliefs and infringed on their benefit. Barbet thus stood up and gained supporters. Yu Zhong swept the traitors a glance and laughed lightly. "Jonas, do you need my help to cleanse these pieces of trash?" Having lost Edward, the guards of the kingdom of God were less powerful, and while they might have a few experts, Yu Zhong just had to send some Type 5 experts and they would be dealt with. Jonas shook his head. "Leader Yu Zhong, it's not necessary. I can deal with them myself. AG, take them out." At this time, there was one official who looked lost, with a scholarly appearance, suddenly showed a vicious look. He exploded out like an unsheathed sword, and with a single wave, a number of transparent silk shot towards Barbet and the rest. With a number of bright flashes, Barbet and the rest were instantly sliced up in a shower of blood. In an instant, all those involved in the uprising were sliced into many pieces. Seeing how they were dealt with, the rest of the officials turned pale and quickly closed their mouths, afraid that they might puke. Jonas looked on with a hint of sorrow. While they had been supremacists, each and every one of them had been talents, and they had prestige in the kingdom of God. Now that so many had been killed by Jonas, their authority would take a huge hit. However, if he did not do so, then Yu Zhong would leave, abandoning the millions of survivors. "Very good, Jonas, organize your people and head to this region." Yu Zhong chuckled, and the images shifted suddenly to the outside of Berlin. A huge floating fortress appeared in front of the city, and it was the Storm battleship. It was the largest battleship that Yu Zhong had, and it could accommodate over a few 100,000 people. Yu Zhong had obtained 3 Type 7 nuclei from the Saint Lands, and just a single one could power the Storm battleship. With that, the Storm battleship could make trips freely, as long as it was not forced to use the Raytheon cannon. It would not face a power shortage issue. Jonas eyed the Storm battleship with a complicated gaze. What a huge battleship! China's capital is truly vast and shocking. How the hell did this Yuzhong get all these treasures? If only he was Aryan. Jonas was decisive and quickly passed down orders, getting the survivors in Berlin to board the Storm battleship. The bulk of the Kojis might have been destroyed by about 90%, however, their government was still intact. Thus, they quickly organized the survivors to embark on the battleship. Yuzhong observed from afar, noting that those survivors grabbed their belongings and boarded in an orderly fashion. He felt a little sour. These guys are truly orderly, compared to our Chinese people. If it were in China, if there were nobody holding a gun or whip, the survivors would definitely fight to be first, squeezing all the way to the front, causing a disorderly mess. There was a huge gap. Yuzhong thought silently, however, in my generation, as long as I enforce things, our Chinese people will definitely improve. As the Berlin survivors were organizing an evacuation, the Beastmen were also escaping from Berlin, heading towards France. After witnessing the might of those humans, Taylor knew that there was no way of wiping them out in the short term, and he chose a tactical retreat, turning France into their Beastmen base. All around the Gate of Hell in France, there were still the 50,000 forces left behind by Taylor to guard the gate. He thought viciously, damn humans. They actually had such a powerful trump card. However, this is just a small portion of our actual might. Once the main force invades, Earth will be ours. The Beastmen Kingdom was also a powerful faction, ruling over a planet of their own. Taylor and his 550,000 soldiers were just the vanguards for the actual kingdom. The Type 6 expert of the Green Hawk tribe suddenly swooped down, reporting, "It's bad, Your Majesty, we're surrounded." "What? We're surrounded?" Taylor frowned and soared into the air, looking out towards the distance, and his face changed. They discovered a whole sea of zombies making their way towards them, without end in sight. There were easily more than 15 million zombies, and they had surrounded Taylor and his forces entirely. The zombies were everywhere, and if it wasn't for the expert of the Green Hawk tribe scouting, the Beastmen forces might have not even discovered that they were surrounded. A cold glint flashed in Taylor's eyes as he ordered, "Break out! We have to kill our way out as quickly as possible." Under his orders, the Beastmen's soldiers quickly shot towards one particular direction. The combat ability of the Beastmen was terrifying. Within a few breaths, they had torn a path through the zombies, killing any that got in their way. Countless zombies were swiftly ripped apart by the Beastmen warriors, their blood flowing everywhere. Soon, a bloody path was carved out of the zombies, as the Beastmen warriors continued to slice them as easily as cakes. In front of the Type 3 Beastmen warriors, these ordinary zombies were incapable of doing anything. Chapter 1037 Sneak Attack on Taylor. Chapter 1037 Sneak Attack on Taylor. As the zombies were being killed in large numbers, the horde suddenly split in the middle. Many hunters and devourers appeared, charging towards those Beastmen warriors. A tiger-head Beastman waved his blade around, sending out beams that sliced through numerous zombies. All of a sudden, a tongue shot out explosively, like a powerful cannon as it struck the head of the tiger-head Beastman, directly blasting it apart. A bullhead Beastman was waving his bone mace as it directly crushed a dozen zombies into meat paste. The horde then suddenly parted, and a devourer pounced out, lunging for the bullhead Beastman, biting off his head in one snapping motion. Within the horde, the tank-like L5s charged through the ranks, waving their massive fists as they pummeled Beastmen into meat paste as well. As the elite zombies continued to charge forward in a frenzy, more Beastmen were directly wiped out, preventing them from even reacting or fleeing. At the same time, the zombies on either side of them continued to converge in on the center. In the skies, multitudes of aerial zombies pounced downwards at the Beastmen warrior within the hordes. Taylor roared out with bloodshot eyes, "Attack!" The aerial Beastmen soared towards the skies, clashing with those winged zombies. Many of the zombies were torn apart by the stronger beastmen, and their body parts falling to the ground. In the skies, the winged zombies were too many, and they made use of their numbers to devour quite a number of aerial beastmen, tearing them to bits and pieces. On the ground, a number of Type 6 experts around Taylor also joined in the battle. The moment they entered the fray, they were like meat grinders that tore through the evolved zombies. Under their joint attacks, numerous evolved zombies were taken out, increasing the momentum of the beastmen. Both sides got into a cruel slaughter, with the death toll climbing every second. In fact, the number of deaths was in the dozens of thousands every passing minute. In the clouds, Yu Zhong stood quietly, staring fixedly at the beastmen. Prince Taylor, good, fight it out among themselves. I can find a chance to wipe out that fellow. While Jonas was organizing the people of Berlin up into the Storm battleship, Yu Zhong left his protector battleship over Berlin, while he himself flew over to the intense battle between the beastmen and zombies. The moment those two armies clashed, Yu Zhong had obtained the information through the satellite. Furthermore, he had gained an important information, which was that Prince Taylor had the God and Devil imprint. With the second-order God-Devil body, Yu Zhong could see far, noticing Taylor even when he was over a dozen kilometers away. Once the top experts guarding Taylor left his side, the beastmen seemed to have found their morale and momentum, tearing through the horde. Regardless of whichever evolved zombie that appeared, they would be killed by the Type 6 experts instantaneously. In order to prevent the beastmen from advancing, the hundreds of massive L5s appeared suddenly. You can all fucking die. One Type 6 elephant beastman of over 8 m in height, wielding a 10 m bone, leaped up into the sky. He reappeared in front of one L5 and swung his massive bone, directly crushing the L5. After the Type 6 elephant beastman killed the L5 in a single hit, he turned around and dashed through the crowd in a series of shadows, slamming the heads of the various L5s viciously. In a matter of minutes, 20 L5s were already destroyed by the elephant beastman. The rest of the Type 6 experts also charged out at the other L5s, that were considered invincible enemies to most humans, and tore through their heads like it was nothing. In a few breaths, all the L5s had been wiped out by the group of Type 6 experts, with no one able to stop them. King Limo, who was hidden deep within the horde, watched on in shock. His face fell as he thought, fuck. These damn beastmen are truly strong. I just lack time. If only I had enough time, my zombies will evolve and become even more perfect and stronger. Now, even if I use numbers, it's hard to hold them back. The trump card of the hundreds of L5s had been dealt with by those Type 6 beastmen warriors. King Limo did not dare send them out recklessly. Although the L5s were nothing much to those Type 6 beastmen, they were truly one of the core trump cards of the zombie army and were extremely useful in many situations. Led by the Type 6 experts, the beastmen army continued to carve a bloody path through the zombie horde, making their way forward. Finally! Within the beastmen forces, Prince Taylor saw that the distance out of the horde was barely about a dozen meters and felt relieved. They would be able to extract themselves from this siege in just a few moments and could escape. The zombies were after all in the tens of millions. While Prince Taylor was confident of his strength, he dared not be arrogant to think that his forces of 200,000 could wipe out an enemy more than 70 times their number. While the Type 6 beastmen were strong, they had their limits as well and were made of flesh and blood. They could feel exhaustion as well, and once they were trapped within the horde, they would still fall. Are they almost out? Very good, time for me to send you to hell. In the air, the Scarlet Reaper, inserted with the Heart of Hope, had already transformed into the Raytheon cannon form under Yu Zhong's control. Countless light sparks converged at the mouth of the cannon, and in a flash, a huge beam of over 1 kilometer in width shot down from the skies, blasting towards Taylor's location. At the split second before it fired, Taylor had felt a powerful sense of doom. He channeled the atmospheric energy and waved his hands, causing a round, jade-like plate to appear. A bright scarlet radiance then enveloped him, covering him entirely. Also, he tapped his foot, transforming into a blur as he tried to flee towards the distance. He was unsure of the danger, but leaving his original location was the best way to avoid death. The moment he moved, the powerful beam struck the center of the Beastmen forces. The dozens of Type 6 Beastmen experts were instantly vaporized into dust, their life force flowing into Yuzhong. At the same time, over 2,000 Beastmen had been turned into dust, leaving behind a massive crater in the ground. However, after that strike, the Type 6 nucleus inside the Scarlet Reaper cracked. He did not die. Yuzhong's eyes narrowed as he stared past the dust and into the crater. Within the crater, Taylor's state was disheveled, his clothes tattered and his armor broken, while the round jade-like plate in his hand was broken. However, he did not die. Instead, he was still standing strong. "I need to take him out." With a thought, Yuzhong controlled the Scarlet Reaper to shoot forwards at a speed of Mach 7, appearing right in front of Taylor as he sent out a vicious punch. Scram! Taylor roared out in rage within the crater. The runes on his back glowed brightly, allowing strength to flow into his body. He became 10 m tall, and his visage was that of a WRM head while exuding a dark energy. Taylor was at the initial Type 7 realm. After transforming into that huge WRM head creature, his strength rose to the mid-Type 7 realm. He sent out a powerful fist at the Scarlet Reaper. When both fists met, a powerful blast occurred, as the resulting shock wave shot outwards in all directions. Taylor was sent flying over a dozen meters by the recoil, spitting out a mouthful of blood. As for the Scarlet Reaper, it did not even budge, obviously stronger. While Taylor was knocked back, 16 blood radiances lunged at him from behind, coiling around him, and a huge suction exerted on him, absorbing his blood and life force. Taylor was shocked and fearful, immediately channeling his inner strength to force the turbulent blood. Strong! What kind of monster is this? I need to escape. Otherwise I'd be killed. Having made that decision, Taylor turned and shot towards the skies, intending to flee. The 16 blood radiances tightened and coiled once more around him. Break! He roared out in frustration, pushing with all his might, as he caused a powerful air blade to slice through the blanket of blood. Unfortunately, the blood radiance rejoined almost instantly, wrapping Taylor within, and began to absorb his blood essence at a rapid speed. Within a breath's time, his blood essence was almost absorbed cleanly by the terrifying blood radiance. Chapter 1038, Killing Taylor. Chapter 1038, Killing Taylor. Taylor's face fell, as he channeled his energy frantically, causing a surge of the dark energy to envelop him, blocking the invasive blood radiance. Shit! What the hell is this? How come it's so insidious? With a thought, Yuzhong stepped out of the Scarlet Reaper, his eyes flashing coldly. He then shot into the blood radiance, his fist blasting out at the head of the monstrous Taylor, using his second-order god-devil body's strength. Since Taylor was in his transformed state, he could sense the thick killing intent the moment Yuzhong got within range of himself. He was currently being immobilized by the blood radiance, and could only send his own fist towards Yuzhong's. The seemingly small human fist came in contact with that large WYRM head beastman. A powerful force exploded outward upon impact, and the transformed body of Taylor began to crack and break apart, revealing his true form. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood due to the recoil. There was a sense of shock and fear in his eyes. Impossible? How did he break my WRM transformation? When Yuzhong had controlled the Scarlet Reaper, it was at most a match for Taylor. He did not expect Yuzhong's true body to be so much more powerful. Since Yu Zhong possessed the second-order god-devil body, in terms of hardiness, he was definitely stronger than the Scarlet Reaper. He was evolving towards a perfect state after all. Taylor's body could not withstand the aftermath of the blow, and his blood essence continued to flow out of him without his control. It was then absorbed by the blood radiance. "No! Don't kill me! No!" He screamed out with fear in his eyes, as his body quickly became a shriveled corpse. With his death, Yu Zhong waved his hand and grabbed Taylor's right hand that had the god and devil imprint. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" When they witnessed Taylor's death, the Type 6 experts of the Green Hawk tribe and Dragon Hawk tribe roared out with grief and fury, charging madly over. In an instant, they had reached Yu Zhong and slashed out at him. "Two fools!" Yu Zhong eyed the two Type 6 experts, his eyes flashing coldly, as he reached out with his hands and slapped out with lightning speed. The two experts felt as though Mount Tai had struck them in the back. Both of them spat out a mouthful of blood, as they shot down from mid-air, slamming into the ground. In front of Yu Zhong, these Type 6 experts were easy target. Unless over 20 half-step Type 7 experts appeared, none of these foreign species were Yu Zhong's match right now. "I'm in need of 2 slaves right now, the 2 of you can become my slaves." With a cold glint in his eyes, Yu Zhong slapped out at them once more, suppressing them and knocking them out. He then sent out 2 Type 6 puppet runes into their head. When they awoke, they quickly got to their knees and declared with respect, "Green Hawk Li and Dragon Hawk Feng greet Master." Yu Zhong eyed the 2 tribes that were engaged with the winged zombies and pointed while asking, "Are you able to control your subordinates?" Every one of them was a strong warrior, capable of tearing a fighter jet apart. If they could all come under Yu Zhong, his might would increase on a terrifying level. Green Hawk Li replied, "Master, we can. However, once the experts of the kingdom descend upon this world, experts more powerful than us would appear. They will betray us and stab us in the back. Furthermore, they will not listen to you, but our command." Yu Zhong frowned and asked, "Kingdom? Before those experts arrive, are you able to get your soldiers to coexist with the humans in the meantime?" Green Hawk Li replied, "Can." Yu Zhong ordered, "In that case, lead them away from the battlefield." "Yes." Both of them immediately soared into the sky, and arrived near their subordinates, letting out a sharp howl. The warriors of both tribes quickly gathered towards the 2 of them, and carved out a path of slaughter through the zombies, arriving beside Yu Zhong. Those winged zombies were apparently weaker than the Beastmen tribes, and were unable to stop them from leaving. When the members of the 2 tribes landed near Yu Zhong, they all shot him gazes filled with animosity but did not make any moves. The Beastmen were a disciplined race, and proud of their elite warrior status. As long as the order was given, even if the lower-ranking warriors knew that it was a suicide charge, they would obey. If the order was to stand down, even if their hated enemy was right in front of them, they could suppress their enmity. While most of them did not know how Green Hawk Li and Dragon Hawk Feng had been subdued by Yu Zhong, they stood by obediently waiting for orders. Yu Zhong looked at them and ignored their apparent animosity. He took 1 step into the air and shot towards the zombie horde. In a few breaths, he had arrived above them. Yu Zhong spoke in a resounding voice, "Zombie King hiding within your horde, I am China's leader, Yu Zhong. I know you can hear me. I want to speak with you." King Limo's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he could clearly see Yu Zhong in the sky through the zombies he controlled. He ordered viciously, "Talk? I, the great zombie King Limo, will never negotiate with anyone. Go to hell." The countless winged zombies that were engaged in slaughter with the rest of the Beastmen warriors quickly soared into the sky, forming a huge cloud as they attacked Yu Zhong. "Fool! You're seeking death. Die." Yu Zhong eyed the incoming thousands of winged zombies and he frowned, pointing at the zombies. The 16 blood radiants revolving around him immediately shot forward, turning into a huge blood mist that enveloped the winged zombies. The moment the blood radiance transformed, its surface area became incomparably large, but its defense and offense were multiple times weaker. Against those zombies, however, it was more than enough. The blanket of blood swept over all the zombies, and immediately, the winged zombies fell like rain. Every single drop of blood within them had been absorbed cleanly, and they were all emaciated and killed within seconds. After all, even if they had turned into zombies, there were still areas where there was fluid within them. Most of it was in their brains, and the moment they were sucked out of them, these zombies would also perish. That's insane. Is he still human? How come he has such a perverted and overpowered ability? When King Limo saw how Yu Zhong wiped out over thousands of his winged subordinates in a breath, he could not help but recoil in horror. With a thought, the remaining winged zombies quickly separated and spread out. If Yu Zhong continued like this, then all of King Limo's aerial forces would be wiped out within seconds. Yu Zhong watched the thousands of corpses drop out of the sky, his face pleased, strong. This blood manipulation ability is truly strong. It is one of the strongest methods to deal with crowds right now. With this, a small horde is no longer an issue to me. One of the strongest points of this secret technique was that it consumed very little energy. Compared to the God-Devil Flame, which could also wipe out thousands of zombies in a second, or even hundreds of thousands, it would take him almost 1/3 of his energy, sometimes even half. As for the blood manipulation ability, there was practically no consumption on his end. Instead, the more the blood radiance absorbed, the stronger it grew. Having gotten a clearer grasp of his blood manipulation ability, Yu Zhong stared down with a fierce gaze. Shall I wipe them all out? In the end, he retracted his killing intent. He knew that with his ability, it was possible to wipe out over 1 million, but to deal with all 15 million would be tough, especially since they can escape. Furthermore, if they were to scatter, then the effectiveness of the blood radiance would diminish. At the end of the day, Yu Zhong was hoping to utilize them to wear down on the Beastmen warriors' strength. Yu Zhong knew that on Earth, the human factions were the weakest right now, at the bottom of the food chain. Without utilizing all they had, it was hard to survive once the gates of hell were to open fully. Even with his 12 protector battleships, if he were to face the incoming Beastmen kingdom, there was no guarantee of defeating the enemy all by himself, not to mention the addition of the Dino race, the aliens, and the various other foreign species. Chapter 1039. Negotiations with King Limo. Chapter 1039. Negotiations with King Limo. Having experienced Yu Zhong's combat power, there was some movement in the horde, as a number of big-headed zombies with large eyes the size of fists came up to Yu Zhong, speaking in a raspy voice. I'm Zombie King Limo, despicable human. What do you intend to say to the great King Limo? Yu Zhong immediately recognized that this zombie was most likely a puppet used to project King Limo's voice. What an arrogant zombie! Yu Zhong sneered in his heart, but extended a smile towards the zombie. Great King Limo, I hope to work together with you, and prevent the Beastmen kingdom from invading us. He continued, the gates of hell have appeared in France, and there would be even more Beastmen warriors descending upon Europe as time passes. In order to expand their territory, they would definitely attack you. I hope to cooperate with you and resist the invasion. King Limo sneered coldly, replying in a raspy voice, the Beastmen are our enemies, your human race is also our enemy. Since this is the case, how could we possibly cooperate? As an evolved zombie, King Limo was extremely clear that the zombies and humans were polar opposites, and there could only be one victor between them. Yu Zhong laughed lightly and immediately offered Europe. Of course it's possible. As long as King Limo is willing to work with me, I can transport all human survivors in Europe over to China, while recognizing Europe to be yours, esteemed King Limo. Yu Zhong's faction was based in China. Other than the region over there was no need to expand to Europe. In fact, he had already deemed Europe to be a lost cause, thus, he had no qualms using it as a bargaining chip. Oh! When King Limo heard that, he could not help but be moved slightly. The kingdom of God had been an eyesore to him. They had wiped out many of his zombies while resisting him from absorbing even more zombies into his power. If they were to be removed, then he could move freely and bring more zombies under his control. He then gazed at Yu Zhong coldly. What do you want then? Europe's equipment and resources, as well as the positions of the remaining humans. Yu Zhong directly stated his intentions. Europe has technology and resources that your zombie clan does not need, but to us humans, they are important and necessary. As long as you let us take those, we will leave Europe. King Limo pondered for a while before nodding. Okay, that's no problem. Resources, equipment, and technology were important to humans. To King Limo, however, it was just rubbish. While most of the zombies were already evolving some form of intelligence, they could at most utilize an ordinary rifle, or those machine guns on vehicles. It would be a stretch to get them to work on the resources and technology. Since King Limo agreed, Yu Zhong grinned and flipped his hand, revealing a Gauss rifle. Esteemed King Limo, I wonder if you're willing to engage in a trade with me? I'm willing to sell you Gauss rifles in bulk. Each one just requires a Type 3 mutant beast nucleus. King Limo swept the Gauss rifle a glance and asked coldly, How powerful is this thing? Yu Zhong readied it and fired at the beastmen warriors below. With a bright flash of light, there were multiple holes in the numerous beastmen warriors. In that single shot, over 30 of them had been killed. King Limo showed a hint of satisfaction, but continued coldly, It's not too bad, but it isn't worth a Type 3 nucleus. Yu Zhong frowned slightly and understood. To humans, while these weapons were powerful and could deal with foreign species, useful to even ordinary soldiers, they were useless to the zombies that made use of their own bodies. Unless there was a large supply of them, it would not change much to the battle tactics and combat style of the zombies. Yu Zhong chuckled, and retrieved a glass vial of a Type 6 mutant beast's blood essence. In that case, how about the blood essence of a Type 6 mutant beast? Type 6 mutant beast blood essence? Hearing that, King Limo's eyes widened with greed and haste, quickly replying, I'm interested. Of course, I'm interested. What do you want in exchange? Zombies required swallowing blood essences to evolve. Yin Shuang's evolution path was of a higher level, requiring her to consume mutant beast nuclei. To King Limo, the Type 6 mutant beast blood essence was enough to bolster its personal strength. On Earth, there were currently already some mutant beasts that had evolved to the Type 6 realm. However, King Limo had not even killed a Type 5 mutant beast before, not to mention a Type 6 one. He was willing to pay any price for the blood essence in front of him. Yu Zhong chuckled at the look of anxiety. Esteemed King Limo, if you want this, you need to offer something that can move my heart. King Limo's eyes flashed with greed. I can give you 300,000 ordinary nuclei, 20,000 Type 2 nuclei, 3,000 Type 3 nuclei and 20 Type 4 nuclei in exchange for that. Since he controlled over 12 million zombies, all the mutant beasts within the zombies' territory had been torn apart and consumed. King Limo himself had slaughtered his fair share of them, obtaining many nuclei in the process. He was not like Yin Shuang that was able to consume nuclei to evolve. They were basically no different from rubble to him. However, he knew the value of it, thus he had collected all that he came across. Quite a number. Yu Zhong thought to himself, but he shook his head outwardly. Not enough. King Limo gritted his teeth. Twice the amount. Yu Zhong shook his head still. Not enough. The veins on the ordinary zombie were bulging by now, as King Limo roared out, thrice the amount. The current amount he had offered was all that King Limo had, and he could not help but feel some heartache. Although he had no use for the nuclei, he could guess that with further evolution, the nuclei might be of use in the future. Yu Zhong continued indifferently, "Not enough." King Limo's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Yu Zhong. If it was not for him being helpless against Yu Zhong, he would have wiped him out. "Yu Zhong, those are already all I have, what the hell do you want?" Currently, King Limo could not deal with Yu Zhong, nor could Yu Zhong do anything to him. Because of this strange equilibrium, both sides could negotiate. Yu Zhong chuckled, "I need some treasures from you. You have already traversed Europe for a long time, there should be some artifacts with you, right? They're useless to you but extremely important to me. If you let me take a look, and as long as there are some that I can utilize, I will hand the blood essence to you." Ever since the world changed, the various strange artifacts of the past had slowly begun to surface. Yu Zhong had obtained the pearl within an old territory of China. However, it had been consumed by Yin Shuang. He believed that it was the same in Europe. Since King Limo had been in control over wide areas of Europe, it was likely that he had obtained similar artifacts. King Limo frowned as he stared warily at Yu Zhong. He seemed to hesitate for a long while, before replying slowly, "Wait, I'll go get them." Yu Zhong turned around to watch the struggling beastmen warriors. After losing the lead of the Type 6 experts, the rest of the warriors were struggling to survive. There was no way of breaking out of the horde, and while they killed over thousands of zombies every passing moment, there were casualties on their end as well. The horde was getting denser and denser, threatening to consume them. Inside such an endless horde, even a Type 6 expert would perish. The 200,000 beastmen were destined to perish. Seeing this, Yu Zhong sighed. The combat style of the zombies is truly frightening. Without any large area of effect weapons or the advantage of territory, they could be considered truly invincible. Everything in the universe had their bane. While the beastmen warriors were strong and had slaughtered the kingdom of God, in comparison, the kingdom of God had been able to make use of fortifications and firepower to hold back the zombies. Of course, if it was not for Taylor being over-anxious to occupy Berlin, he would not have suffered so greatly. Had he utilized the 200,000 beastmen properly, together with their Type 6 experts, with time, it was definitely possible to eliminate all 15 million zombies. On the flip side, the beastmen warriors were more threatening to the humans. Soon after, a huge L4 walked out of the horde, carrying a large chest. It poured the contents out on the ground as treasures spilled out in front of Yu Zhong. Chapter 1040 Heaven-Piercing Bow. Chapter 1040 Heaven-Piercing Bow. Yu Zhong narrowed his eyes and saw that within the pile of treasures, there were swords, shields, bows, and all sorts of items that were clearly not of Earth's technology. King Limo threw out the items, fixing his gaze upon Yu Zhong and the glass vial in his right hand. "These are all I have. You can choose any 3 items, in exchange for the Type 6 blood essence." Yu Zhong swept a gaze on the items, not batting an eyelid. "Just give me everything. If you do so, I can lower the requested nuclei by half." King Limo rolled his eyes and shook his head. "No way. 4 items, plus half the earlier amount of nuclei. That's my bottom line. If you're not interested, forget it." King Limo knew that Yu Zhong was interested in these items, thus he wanted to raise the price. His original intentions were to throw them all to Yu Zhong anyway, he did not care. After all, it was more important to raise his strength. Yu Zhong lowered his head and nodded, "Fine." After that, he waved his hand and threw the Type 6 blood essence over to the zombie controlled by King Limo. The King Limo-controlled zombie was frightened and quickly went to hug the glass vial, eyeing it with obvious greed, passing it to an L5 beside him. The L5 quickly backed away upon retrieving the vial. Yu Zhong descended, looking at the pile of broken and ancient-looking weapons. Those ancient weapons all had strange runes engraved on them. With the passing of time, most of them had already rotten, their radiance largely dimmed, as though rust had claimed all of their previous glory. Many of them were also left with only the hilt or so. At a glance, they seemed more like trash rather than treasures. Zombie King Limo was not an idiot. He did, in fact, obtain many ancient items, but they were largely useless. If there were any real treasures, he would keep it for himself instead of bringing it out. He eyed Yu Zhong from afar and laughed coldly. What a fool! Those items were truly hard to obtain. However, that was when they had been created. Now they're just mostly a bunch of rusted waste. Yu Zhong came up to the pile of rubbish, waving his hand and keeping all the items into his storage ring. Zombie King Limo spoke out coldly. Yu Zhong, what are you doing? Didn't we agree on 4 items? In fact, he did not really care for those items. However, he was not willing to let Yu Zhong take all the items away. Yu Zhong waved his hands and took out 200 Gauss rifles and placed them on the ground. These 200 rifles for these items should be enough, no? A hint of pleasure flashed in King Limo's eyes, but he maintained his snideness. All right then. Since I, Zombie King Limo, am magnanimous, I'll forego it this time. After all, he had seen the lethality of the Gauss rifles himself. As long as he assigned 200 evolved zombies to use them, he would have a powerful elite squad. Yu Zhong laughed lightly. As for the rest of the mutant beast, I'll trouble you to send someone to deliver it to Berlin in 10 days. After that, we can make use of Berlin to be our future place for trades and negotiations. You can also send people to bring items to trade for the Gauss rifles and ammo. The Gauss rifles were no doubt powerful, but there was a limit to their ammunition. Within each magazine, there was at most 200 rounds. Once spent, they would have to purchase the ammunition from Yu Zhong. Therefore, even if Zombie King Limo had obtained them, to Yu Zhong, it was still not a cause for concern. Of course, it would not be the same in the future. To the human race, the most dangerous threat right now was the Beastmen Kingdom, aliens, as well as the Dino race. The Saint race was also powerful, but compared to the Beastmen, aliens, and Dino race, they were not comparable. If there was any advantage of the Saint race, it would be that their technology was more advanced. The other 3 races did not place so much emphasis on their tech. King Limo's gaze changed, as he shot Yu Zhong a cold glare. I got it. He was not stupid. He had already thought of the need for ammo and the significance of Berlin as a trading facility. However, it was not unbearable. He did not wish to fall out with Yu Zhong right now either. His current target was to conquer the whole of Europe. Yu Zhong chuckled, before stepping into the sky and leaving for the distance. Then I shall wish you all the best in unifying Europe. Goodbye. The controlled zombie stared at Yu Zhong, a strange glint in its eyes as a raspy voice sounded. Despicable human. Wait till the day comes when I conquer all of Earth. Your human race will die. After that, the zombie's eyes dimmed, as it retreated back into the zombie horde. As for Yu Zhong, he led the Green Hawk tribe and Dragon Hawk tribe towards Berlin. Inside Berlin, the survivors were still heading into the Storm battleship. A number of elite warriors were still patrolling the city warily. The Beastmen forces might have retreated under Taylor's orders, but there were still some leftover warriors within the city that had not received the orders and were unfortunate and abandoned. All around the Storm battleship, hundreds of the Kingdom of God elites were maintaining order. One of them gazed towards the sky out of boredom, when suddenly, his face fell as he shouted loudly, "Enemy! Enemy! The monsters are back!" When they heard those words, the humans began to panic once more. Everyone, settle down! Everyone, settle down! Those are the 2 Beastmen tribes that leader Yu Zhong had just subdued. Everyone, settle down! Maintain your order and board the battleship. Immediately, a mechanical voice rang throughout the Storm battleship. Hearing that, everyone began to calm down once more, eyeing the skies with uncertainty. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Yu Zhong walked through the air and descended upon the ground. With a swoosh, the Green Hawk tribe and Dragon Hawk tribe also followed after Yuzhong, kneeling behind him. Oh my God! Who is he? So strong. Is he God's envoy? Who is that man? Oh heavens! That was unbelievable! When the survivors of Berlin saw how Yuzhong walked through the air, as well as the Beastmen tribe kneeling behind him, they were filled with shock. In their eyes, only God was capable of something like that. Thus, many of them quickly got on their knees and kowtowed to Yuzhong, reciting verses from the Bible, as though Yuzhong was God's messenger. Since the earth had changed, almost everyone had heard of the initial declaration and knew that there was an existence far above them. Since then, humanity had nearly collapsed, while many came to possess faith. Since Yuzhong was practically performing miracles, they had come to view him as holy. In the distance, Jonas eyed Yuzhong as well as the foreign species behind him, his eyes containing complex emotions. So that's Yuzhong? He's truly extraordinary. Yuzhong had just landed when he was greeted by the mature and beautiful Zhuo Yitong, dressed in military wear. He instructed, "They are yours to handle for now. Let them board the storm battleship, and when they reach China, hand them to Qing Wu. They're to deal with the zombies there. Other than the two Type 6 leaders, it's fine if the rest die." The two tribes were Yuzhong's intended cannon fodder to deal with the zombies in China. Even if they all died, he would not bat an eyelid. As long as the two Type 6 experts were all right, he did not care about the rest. Zhuo Yitong smiled gently, understood. After settling those issues, Yuzhong entered the protector battleship, and with a wave of his hands, the ancient weapons in his storage ring all came out. Seeing those broken instruments, there was a hint of an excited gaze within Yuzhong's eyes. He grabbed one of the black balls within the pile of items. As he held the ball, he thought, "I can sense it, this item is calling out to me." The moment it came in contact with Yuzhong's hands, it lit up and started to absorb his strength. Although he was taken aback, he did not panic and allowed the ball to absorb. During the process, the black ball began to elongate, forming a black, powerful-looking bow that was engraved with mysterious runes and radiated with power. Heaven-piercing bow. When it formed fully, a notification appeared in his mind, allowing him to understand the name of this weapon. Chapter 1041. Yin-Yang Palm. Chapter 1041. Yin-Yang Palm. Yuzhong looked at the heaven-piercing bow in his hands with appreciation. "Good treasure. I've gained big this time." Initially, he had proposed the deal with Zombie King Limo in order to build some relations, where both sides stood to gain. He did not harbor much hope for the treasures, therefore, he was pleasantly surprised to gain such a powerful battle weapon. Holding the heaven-piercing bow, a sense of blood resonance transmitted from it, filling Yuzhong with joy and familiarity. Time to test it! Upon gaining the weapon, Yuzhong stepped out of the protector battleship and soared into the air. He then went to the outskirts of Berlin. Wielding the bow, his gaze narrowed, and with a thought, the heaven-piercing bow radiated with power as it absorbed a portion of his energy. After it swiftly gathered about 1/3 of Yuzhong's energy, a powerful red ball of energy appeared within the bow. At the same time, as long as Yuzhong willed it, the atmospheric energy within a 500 m radius would gather at the red ball of energy, empowering it. Yuzhong took aim at a particular mountain far away and drew the bow. A bright red arrow shot out, crossing the distance of a few hundred meters in a second and blasted into the mountain. Hong! With a loud, earth-shaking roar, the entire mountain crumbled into dust. Yuzhong watched the mountain crumble with a look of excitement, as he laughed out in an unbridled manner. "Ha ha! Awesome! I've finally reached such a stage. One more trump card now." With this heaven-piercing bow, Yuzhong's Type 7 strength could control the atmospheric energy to augment his attack. Even a peak Type 7 expert would be annihilated by this attack. Yuzhong thought with a little regret, What a pity that, with my current strength, I can only fire 3 such arrows. It's definitely a trump card, I can't use it often. He continued to ponder silently. Based on my current hidden aces, I have 2 little offensive ones. I need to learn some secret technique. The martial techniques of the Saint Lands were the heaven-defying arts developed by the talents and geniuses of planet Uros. Each one of them had their might and power. If trained to the peak, a person could fight enemies of higher levels. With Yu Zhong's past style, it had either been sneak attacks, assassinations, or a combination of all his arsenal and trump cards just to kill his enemies. In a frontal combat, he might have his moves, but it was difficult to cross ranks and face stronger enemies. At the Saint Lands, Yu Zhong had been able to kill those elites because his personal strength was high, not because they were weak. Since reaching the Type 7 realm, his body had also attained the second-order God-Devil body. With his strength, even if he was struck by a 155mm round, he would not even be the slightest bit injured. On Earth, the only weapon left that could possibly threaten Yu Zhong would be the nuclear weapons, or maybe the Raytheon cannon and prism laser cannon. As for the secret martial techniques, they could enable a person to execute about 10% of their own strength. Yu Zhong was able to exhibit about 20 to 30% of his strength currently. If he learned another technique, it could increase the power he could display. When he flew back to the Protector battleship, Yu Zhong swiftly pulled out the records of the Saint Land martial techniques with Bai Yi's help. Radiant Sun Art, Sky Wolf Skill, Sky Howl Divine Art, Ice Soul Divine Technique, all sorts of martial skills were displayed for him to see. None of the high-quality skills are useful to me. I only need to see from the top 10 martial techniques to boost my strength. There were all sorts of martial techniques in the Saint Lands, separated into low-tier, mid-tier, high-tier as well as peerless. The higher the grade, the tougher the cultivation. With regards to the peerless grade, even with the numerous elites, there were few that could actually train in them. He looked through the countless techniques and immediately dived into the top 10 of the Saint Lands, intending to find a strong offensive skill. With his God and Devil imprint, as long as he continued to kill his enemies, he could evolve crazily. He did not have to rely on any of the energy cultivation technique within the martial arts. Instead, he was focused on finding an offensive technique. While looking, he thought quietly, all these techniques are all deep and profound. If they had been introduced prior to the apocalypse, even if I had the chance to look at them, I would not be able to learn them. Now they're all so simple to understand. Which should I choose? Yu Zhong's gaze continued to roam, before finally landing on one particular skill. Those that are mainly cultivation can be excluded. My God-Devil body is already the strongest physique in the world. Those techniques that require too much time to train can also be excluded. I am lacking time. Those that cannot grow and follow my increase in strength and evolution should also be excluded. That leaves this one Yin-Yang Palm. The Yin-Yang Palm was one of the most shocking skills created by a human expert of the Saint Lands. He had been the most outstanding Saint Lord across the ages, and had used this skill to kill an initial Type 8 expert of a foreign species. It had been vital to the survival of the apocalypse in planet Uros then. There were a total of 9 levels to the skills. The first could allow 100% of a person's strength to be displayed. That meant all of the person's strength. The second level could double it, with each level increasing. By the 9th level, a person could exhibit 256 times his or her strength. It was because of this skill that the Saint Lord at that time had crossed ranks and levels to defeat a Type 8 expert. Of course, it was an incredibly hard skill to master. At that time, the Saint Lord had only practiced it to its 5th level, and he was already at a heaven-defying level. There had been no one else who had trained the technique to the 9th level. The peak of technological advancement in society would be a variety of machinery. The peak of cultivation would be the variety of technique. If this Inyang palm can be trained to the 9th level, it would truly be powerful and invincible. The moment Yu Zhong saw the description of this skill, his eyes lit up, and he started comprehending this technique. The skill required the utmost talent and resources to begin cultivation. With Yu Zhong's original potential, no matter how hard he worked, he would not have succeeded. However, since reaching the second-order God-devil body, he had already started breaking out of a mortal's shell, and his latent talent had undergone a huge change. Whatever he saw, he could learn. In fact, he started to rapidly progress through the first, second, third, and even fourth level, before his speed of comprehension began to slow after reaching the 5th level. A few days later, in front of the Gate of Hell in France, there was a huge sea of zombies with seemingly uncountable numbers heading towards the gate. The remaining 30,000 beastmen warriors had just constructed some simple defenses and were currently defending the location with all their might. In front of one particular wooden fort, where a dozen beastmen warriors were guarding, an L5 suddenly appeared. One of the commanders quickly roared out, "Fire the arrows! Fire the arrows!" A dozen beastmen warriors quickly drew their bows and released arrows that shot towards the L5 like meteors. The shower of arrows pierced the L5's skin but was unable to truly hurt or injure it. The L5 bore the brunt of the arrows, arriving in front of the beastmen fortress, and slapped out viciously, causing the beastmen warriors within to be flattened into meat paste. The warriors within the castle tried their best to dodge, but were quickly enveloped by the surrounding horde of zombies. With many more L5s as the core, the various forts of the beastmen started to be breached, and their mortality count rising. Zombie King Limo, who was hidden within the sea of corpses, observed from afar with a sunken expression, "Go to hell. This gate of hell must belong to me." This particular gate was the one used by the Beastmen Kingdom to invade. If Zombie King Limo obtained it, he just had to deploy troops here to overwhelm the enemies flooding in. If he allowed them to pour out in waves, even he cannot guarantee victory with numbers. The Beastmen elites had already been mostly taken out by Yu Zhong and King Limo. Although the remaining warriors at the gate were elites, there were no Type 6 experts to hold the fort. There was no way of defending against the overwhelming number of zombies. Many of them fell, while the defensive line was being reduced at a rapid pace. If they were humans, they would have long since collapsed. However, these beastmen were fundamentally different from the human race. They knew fear, but they prioritized orders and continued to fight bravely and resolutely to their last breath. It was truly admirable and frightening as well. Just as the sea of corpses was about a kilometer away from the gate, all of a sudden, a huge beast came out of the gate. It had a vicious-looking dragon head, its limbs thick and powerful, its entire body was covered in thick, gray scales, and it was about 3 m in height, 7 m in length. On top of it, there was a Peak Type 4 expert with a snake head wearing a silver armor, wielding an 8 m long dragon spear. He was exuding a terrifying aura. Chapter 1042 Beastmen vs. Zombies. Chapter 1042 Beastmen vs. Zombies. Dragon Riders. The mighty Dragon Riders are here. The Dragon Riders are here. Seeing the appearance of the Beastmen experts atop the dragons, the various Beastmen in combat became excited and let out cheers. The moment those Dragon Riders came out, they charged towards the zombie horde. One by one, they exited the Gate of Hell and immediately got into formation, charging at the zombie horde. At the vanguard position of the zombies, there were many L5s covered in black scales, impenetrable to guns and blades, blocking the Dragon Riders. The hundreds of Dragon Riders charged wildly, and the ground shook from the force. They charged into the L5s viciously, intending to pierce through the bodies of the L5s with their strength. Under the built-up force, the L5s were directly pierced through, crumpling to the ground. At the same time, some of the dragon riders were slapped by the L5s and sent flying. The moment those dragon riders fell among the zombies, the hidden evolved zombies would leap out and tear those unfortunate victims into pieces. Every one of these dragon riders was at the Type 4 realm, but against the devourers, hunters, S5s and other evolved zombies within the horde, they stood no chance. With the passage of time, zombies had not stopped evolving too, and compared to a year ago, they were much stronger. However, since the dragon riders were pushing out in hordes, the L5s were taken out quickly, before being trampled on by the dragon riders. The moment the zombies were impeded by the dragon riders that joined the fray, more beastmen warriors and dragon riders came out of the gate of hell, providing even more reinforcements. Soon, the total number of dragon riders that had appeared numbered over 5,000. The L5s had to make use of the other zombies to take out over 100 dragon riders before they were turned into meat paste under the charge of the reinforcements. After dealing with those L5s, the remaining 4,000-odd dragon riders cleaved through the horde like a knife through butter, slaughtering the zombies that got in their way. At every second, over thousands of zombies were being flattened. Zombie King Limo's gaze turned frosty as he prepared to use one of his trump cards, Go to Hell. Just as the dragon riders were about to charge through further, a small troop of 200 S5s flickered over. This entire squad was fitted with the Gauss rifles obtained from Yuzhong. The moment they appeared, they began firing wildly at the dragon riders. Bright flashes burst out, and suddenly, many of the dragon riders found that they had fist-sized wounds punched through their bodies, as they crumpled to the ground from the back of their dragons in disbelief. In an instant, over a dozen dragon riders had fallen. The rest of the dragon riders became enraged, as they urged their mounts to chase after the S5s. Unfortunately, the S5s were too fast, disappearing right before their eyes. The S5s made use of the horde as cover, appearing and disappearing like the wind, wiping out hundreds of the dragon riders each time, but not losing a single of their number. The S5s were speedy, and King Limo had passed the Gauss rifles for them to use. Such a speedy squad was even more terrifying than an elite human squad. King Limo saw how effective the S5 squad was, and his eyes flashed with a strange glint. These Gauss rifles are truly useful. If I had 20,000 of them, those damn beastmen would have already been wiped out. I need to purchase more from Yuzhong. Once our zombies are equipped, they will be stronger than the humans. It was precisely so. If the zombies could obtain weapons that the humans used, then, in the future, the humans would not stand a chance. Other than the dragon riders, more beastmen warriors were still pouring out of the gate. A large number of aerial beastmen warriors also flew out, soaring into the sky, engaging the winged zombies. Every second there were deaths on both sides. They were at a stalemate, but the beastmen's area was slowly expanding. In terms of numbers, it was naturally the zombies that had the advantage, but in terms of quality, the beastmen were stronger. Although the beastmen were strong, King Limo was all the more adamant on obtaining this gate of hell. He continued to throw all his subordinates into attacking. While many evolved zombies were dying every second, there were zombies who were constantly evolving from consuming the blood and flesh of the powerful beastmen as well, becoming even stronger. Newly evolved zombies were being produced. The entire region in front of the gate of hell had become a cruel meat grinder. In just a day, 1 million zombies had perished. At the same time, the death toll of the beastmen warriors was reaching 150,000, with the initial 5,000 dragon riders ultimately perishing after an entire day of fighting. However, they had brought down over 150,000 zombies of their own. Corpses were piled in heaps, with countless dismembered bodies all around. Zombie King Limo laughed coldly. 1 million zombies. Damned beastmen, they actually took out 1 million of my forces. But it's useless. My forces are becoming stronger. Ha ha. Those foreign species like the beastmen, aliens, and dino race were all resistant towards the infection, therefore, they could not become zombies, just like the mutant beasts. However, their blood and flesh were incredibly potent to the zombies. After killing 150,000 beastmen, there were an additional 10,000 Type 3 evolved zombies, 2,000 Type 4 evolved zombies, and 300 Type 5 evolved zombies. At the same time, devourers were sprouting out of nowhere, consuming the corpses on the battlefield. These devourers were natural-born killers on the battlefield, consuming corpses to evolve. Most of them had already become Type 5 creatures, posing an even more dangerous threat than before. The Type 5 devourers were more terrifying than the L5s and were one of King Limo's trump cards. As long as they continued battling, while the horde might be diminished, and ordinary evolved zombies would perish, in return, even more powerful evolved zombies would emerge, replacing the quantity with quality. It was because of this that Zombie King Limo was willing to deploy his forces to clash against the Beastmen. Suddenly, an expert with 70% resemblance to Taylor stepped out from the gate of hell. Right behind him, there were over 100 Type 6 experts following, exuding a terrifying aura. The expert that resembled Taylor looked at the horde of zombies coldly and spoke indifferently. To think that Taylor is dead. Seems like this Earth has some capable bumpkins. One 6M, tall tigerhead expert spoke with a fawning attitude. How could that fool Taylor compare to you, Your Majesty? As long as you order it, this subordinate will wipe out these low lives for you. This expert of the Beastmen Kingdom that resembled Taylor was another prince, Prince Teus. He had power, authority, and many tribes under his beck and call. He was also a powerful expert of the mid-Type 7 realm. Teus swept a glance across the seemingly endless horde and declared coolly, "Wipe out these trash." "Yes, Your Majesty." The hundreds of Type 6 experts behind him bowed and acknowledged, before leading their own tribes and slaughtered their way through the zombie horde. Once this army joined the fray, the tide of the battle was turned. Many powerful evolved zombies were quickly taken out by those Type 5 and Type 6 experts of the Beastmen Kingdom, while the ordinary zombies were left to the lower-leveled subordinate. Although the horde was trying to advance further, they were starting to suffer heavy losses. In fact, they were losing ground and forced backward, while more beastmen poured out of the gate of hell. The advantage of the zombie numbers had suddenly become a target for the enemies to slaughter. With King Limo's high intelligence, the moment he saw that things were going downhill, he quickly chose to retreat. Damn it. Seems like we can't claim that gate of hell anymore. It's time to retreat. Once my army has finished evolving, we will come and deal with these damned beastmen once more. Had King Limo thrown all his trump cards into the battle, and joined the fray himself, there might have been a chance to conquer the gate of hell. However, he valued his life and strength too much, choosing to take a minimal risk and retreated the moment things turned bad. One petite, beautiful beastmen expert that looked almost similar to a human female, with the exception of her cat ears and tail, came up to Teus and asked respectfully, "Your Majesty, the enemy has fled. Do we chase?" Within the Beastmen Kingdom, there were many races that looked similar to humans. However, they were termed as lower-class races and were not very welcome. The Catwomen race was one example. Chapter 1043. Sichuan's Base Request for Help. Chapter 1043. Sichuan's Base Request for Help. Teus swept a disgusted look at that Type 5 Catwoman, ordering coldly, "Convey my command, no one is to chase. Our priority is to establish a secure base right now." The Catwoman responded, "Yes, Your Majesty." As one of the princes of the Beastmen Kingdom, he was unlike Taylor in seeking merit, instead, choosing to lay foundations. With his orders, countless beastmen started to claim territories once more, as well as simple fortifications and structures. Meanwhile, more beastmen warriors were pouring out of the gate of hell. In time, the whole of France began to come under Taeus due to his slow but steady efforts. With his expansion efforts, although it prevented King Limo from acting against the beastmen warriors, it gave him time to gather and regroup all the zombies within France. Both sides continued to engage in small skirmishes here and there while trying to expand their own forces. Like this, the Beastmen Kingdom had somehow established their own base on Earth. As for Yu Zhong, he was currently transporting the Berlin's survivors towards China. Within Sichuan, in a secluded mountain gorge, a gate of hell stood on some flat ground, surrounded by mucus. A Type 3 mutant leopard came prowling over, eyeing the mucus curiously as it edged closer. Just as it was near the blanket of mucus, suddenly, an oval-shaped object shot out a meat hook, piercing the Type 3 mutant leopard and tugged it forcefully into the mucus. The unfortunate beast struggled within the mucus for a few seconds, before all movements ceased. Soon after, another oval-shaped pod broke open, as a human-shaped alien emerged from within, possessing a pair of sharp claws, tail and a savage visage. A number of strange alien spawn crawled all around it, before burrowing into its chest. The human-shaped alien eyed its surroundings warily before it dashed off into the distance. The alien was a species that could extinguish all life of any planet, and they had come to Earth through the Gate of Hell. Of the 300 gates of hell littered all over Earth, every world could make use of the gates to enter. Protecting just one door could only prevent access from that particular door. Yu Zhong knew this, but with his current strength, he could at most stand guard over a few places. As for the rest, even if he knew about them, there was nothing he could do. The more he spread out his forces, the more risk he was putting them through. He had obtained many different technologies through the different worlds, and they were being researched and produced, but to equip his forces on a mass scale, he needed more time. Within a secret room inside China's capital, Yu Zhong opened his eyes slowly, his gaze sharp and radiant. He was filled with joy as he thought, "I've finally achieved level 5 of the Yin-Yang Palm. This martial technique is truly profound. It took me an entire month to reach this stage. Now I've gained an additional card. It might not have much use in war, but against any Type 8 experts, I have a chance now." Since he obtained the second-order God-Devil body, his talent and potential were heaven-defying. He possessed superhuman memory and could recognize any language of any country. With just a single hour, he could speak more fluently than a native speaker. With such potential, it had been a breeze to learn the first 4 levels of the Yin-Yang Palm, but it actually took an entire month for him to reach the 5th level. As he walked out of the room, Chen Yao came up to him urgently. "Yu Zhong, the base in Sichuan had just sent a request for help. They're being surrounded by zombies and have requested aid. They're willing to join us after." Yu Zhong frowned and replied, "Sichuan? Fine, I'll make a trip myself." Currently, China was undergoing some huge changes, pumping resources and efforts into a huge survivor base. At the same time, Ji Qingwu and the other generals were leading their subordinates to clear the zombies all around China. With Ji Qingwu, Bai Shaoxing, Zheng Minghe, Zhui Yitong, Chen Xingang, Li Guang, Chen Yao, Hua Ran and the rest handling the zombies, as well as the structural works being handled by the numerous subordinates, Yu Zhong only had to concern himself with the big picture. Since he had been holed up in the capital in closed-door cultivation, he was truly getting restless. As for the forces and troops, they were focused on defending, and not deployed lightly. Only Yu Zhong had the authority to. In any case, he alone could wipe out 1,000,000 zombies with no problems. Chen Yao chuckled. "Are you bringing Yin Shuang?" Yin Shuang stuck to Yu Zhong like glue. This was a fact everyone knew. Yu Zhong shook his head. "No. She is too important, she has to stay here to guard the capital. It'll be better that way." She had already reached the Type 7 realm and was the only other expert of China comparable to Yu Zhong. With her holding the fort, she could at least deal with any short-term dangers that cropped up. Having made the decision, Yu Zhong boarded one of the protector battleship and brought along the storm battleship as he headed towards Sichuan. Outside the city of Sichuan, there was another city that had been built not too long ago, surrounded by massive wooden walls. At a valley connecting to the city, hundreds of soldiers were currently taking out a number of evolved zombies. Sichuan was mountainous and had many valleys. The new city had been constructed right behind one of such a valley, allowing only 2 cars' width of an entrance. Relying on the natural terrain advantage, the hundreds of soldiers were able to defend against the numerous zombies. At the peak of the small hill, some commanders were looking out at the distance. One of them complained, "Commander, the brothers do not understand why you must contact that Yu Zhong. He's obviously a tyrant that had been lucky enough to conquer the capital. And that damn faction actually established what bullshit government? We're able to sustain ourselves and live by our own rules, why must we request for his aid?" When that squad captain spoke, many of the other officers nodded in agreement. Yu Zhong had been an ordinary man before the apocalypse. After he established the new government, the old guards in Sichuan were not receptive. Some had joined him, while others viewed him as a rebel and traitor, while some sat on the fence, without any indication of their opinions. As for this particular base, the military was the law. They held the authority over the survivors, and such a feeling had already started to corrode some of their hearts. The leader, a man with good-looking features and a muscular physique, spoke slowly, "Wang Dapao, we are all military men. The military exists to protect the country. Since Yu Zhong has the capability to protect our country, we should submit to him and work for him. We need to protect our people, this is what we should do." This commander was called Yu Hai-min, a regiment commander prior to the apocalypse. When the world changed, he had led his surviving subordinates to take out the nearby zombies, regrouping with other troops, as they rescued a large number of survivors from Sichuan and settled within this mountain gorge. With the help of the terrain, they had defended themselves over this entire period. Wang Dapao had a reluctant gleam in his gaze, but he still voiced his respect. "Yes, Commander." Yu Hai-min had plenty of support within the troop. Although Wang Dapao had his supporters too, it was not enough to go against him. Yu Hai-min looked at the seemingly endless horde and had a look of worry. "Furthermore, the zombies are evolving stronger, our ammunition is running out as well." The evolution of the zombies was terrifying, producing even more variants as well. If it was not for the terrain, this base would have long since been wiped out. Wang Dapao seemed like he did not think so. "While those zombies are evolving, our brothers have become stronger too. Look, they aren't a match for our brothers." At the entrance of the valley, over 20 soldiers were using system equipment to slaughter the evolved zombies. Behind those soldiers, there were over 100 others waiting to switch out. With the help of the terrain as well as numerous enhancers, Wang Dapao felt that their base was practically heaven. There was no need for anyone to help them. "Old Wang, that day that beauty you fucked her, right? How was it?" "Get lost." "Ha ha." At the entrance, the soldiers awaiting their turns were laughing and chatting, unafraid of the zombies. In the midst of their conversation, one small alien spawn managed to slither towards one of the soldiers at a corner, before pouncing on his face and burrowing into his brain through his nostril. "Ah!" At the moment the alien spawn landed on his face, the soldier let out a shriek of terror. The hundreds of soldiers turned to face him but did not discover anything. One of them complained, "Big Nose Lou, what the hell did you scream for? Trying to scare us to death?" Big Nose Lou wanted to say something when suddenly, his mind turned blank and he chuckled, "I don't remember." Chapter 1044. turning zombies into ash with a wave of a hand. Chapter 1044. Turning zombies into ash with a wave of a hand. With the natural terrain, as well as the efforts of the experts, the zombies were kept at bay, prevented from entering the mountain gorge. After battling intensely for an entire day, the zombies still could not breach the gorge. The valley was too narrow, and unless the zombies activated their winged counterparts or the intelligent ones to launch an assault, there was no way to breach the pass. The battle continued for some time, while Big Nose Lou went back towards the base silently. Early the next morning, Yu Hai Min had a look of excitement as he told the rest, "The leader of the central government is here, let's go welcome him." Many of them exchanged glances. While some were reluctant, they still followed behind. "AI. What is that? Is that a spaceship? Holy shit! Did the Martians already invade Earth?" These commanders all turned to look at the sky, their eyes filled with shock. The huge metal behemoth soaring above them was precisely the Protector battleship. It was a helicarrier, the likes of which had never been seen on Earth before. It was the first time these military officers had seen something so advanced, hence their astonishment. As they continued to stare, the battleship opened, as a smaller-sized carrier came descending. The moment that carrier touched down, over a dozen soldiers equipped with nano-armors on the outside, as well as battle armors on the inside, carrying Gauss rifles, electromagnetic rifles, came rushing out. They were all armed to the teeth, with Type 4 strength, guarding the helicopter. Elite soldiers. Look at their weapons. So futuristic. Is this the strength of the new government? When the commanders saw the soldiers disembarking, they were truly taken aback. They were not considered newbies, and had seen their fair share of war and battles, and could sense the aura emitted by these soldiers. Under their stunned gazes, Yu Zhong came out, dressed in military wear. Beside him was the small, petite beauty, Floxinia, whose gaze was sharp. Yu Zhong was already pretty much invincible on Earth. If he did not come across any other freaks from other worlds, he did not need to fear anything. However, in coming to pick up the survivors from Sichuan, he had to watch out for the human heart. Yu Hai Min came up to Yu Zhong, saluting him in the military style, with a hint of respect in his gaze. "Leader, Yu Hai Min reporting. It is an honor to finally meet you." He had received the radio broadcast from long ago and had been kept updated on news from the capital. In truth, he had been contemplating to initiate contact for the longest time after Yu Zhong regained the capital. However, it was only after hearing that Yu Zhong, the Kingdom of God, and America had signed the Earth federal government papers that he decided to contact Yu Zhong. Finally seeing him in person, as well as the grand and powerful entourage, Yu Hai Min felt relieved and celebrated his decision. Yu Zhong laughed politely. "I'm Yu Zhong. Very pleased to meet you, Commander Yu." At this time, the ashen-faced Wang Dapao, who had been standing quietly behind, came up and stared at Yu Zhong. "Leader Yu Zhong, there are too many zombies here. Our current forces are weakened. Since you're here, why not help us eliminate some and show us the power of the famous Central Army?" Many of the other commanders also looked at Yu Zhong quietly, intending to witness the strength of Yu Zhong's forces for themselves. Although they had heard from themselves the broadcasts from the capital, they were clear that it did not count for much. Without seeing it for themselves, they would not blindly trust the messages. They wanted to see just how strong the Central Army was. If they were weak, then they would not stand on ceremony. Instead, they were prepared to capture Yu Zhong. Yu Hai Min frowned, but he did not scold Wang Dapao, instead, looking at Yu Zhong expectantly. "No problem." Yu Zhong chuckled, before giving an indifferent order. "Heed my orders, wipe out everything outside the valley." Wang Dapao laughed coldly. "Wipe out everything? What boastful words! There are over 500,000 zombies out there, just you guys, and you intend to wipe them out. What arrogance!" The rest also snorted coldly. their expressions of ridicule. Even Yu Haimin could not help but doubt. Don't tell me this Yu Zhong is just full of air? Impossible, right? He's after all the leader of China right now, how can he spout such bullshit? He knew just how terrifying the numbers were. Inside this base, there were 6,000 survivors. However, the zombies outside were in the hundreds of thousands. He had not expected Yu Zhong to wipe them all out. In his plans, as long as Yu Zhong's troops could showcase a decent strength, he would sincerely hand over the reins to him. Floxinia stood beside Yu Zhong while shooting all of them a cold look. She could read all of their thoughts, and the corners of her mouth raised. A bunch of fools, you guys could never imagine the extent of brother Yu Zhong's strength. Soon after, the protector battleship above revealed numerous cannons, as a number of beams shot down from the sky like a judgment from heaven, each one of them piercing the heads of the zombies accurately. Under that relentless assault, a large number of zombies were turned to ashes immediately. As the protector battleship continued on its flight, within seconds, all 500,000 zombies were reduced to nothing. What the fuck? Shit. This kind of power. Holy shit. It's over. Just like that? 500,000 zombies gone. How is this possible? How? What the hell is that weapon? Isn't that too overpowered? Other than nuclear weapons, there's nothing that can possibly match that. Seeing the hundreds and thousands of zombies turn to ash, all the commanders were wide-eyed with shock. They looked at Yu Zhong, who was smiling faintly and felt a sense of fear. Wang Depao thought, what a powerful weapon. With just this aircraft, our base would be wiped out. The Central Army is truly strong, as they say. The Protector battleship was the strongest weapon of war in the Saint Lands, produced from the countless years of technology. It was even capable of dealing with a Type 7 expert. Such a weapon was naturally capable of devastating power and destruction. In truth, if it was to exhibit its power fully, even the nuclear weapon might not be comparable. If an enemy was to try and use a nuclear missile on the Protector battleship, before it could even reach, it would be destroyed by the Protector battleship. Yu Haimin had a look of appreciation, as he sighed with admiration. Powerful! The Central Army truly lives up to its name. The best army there is. With this weapon, our China will be able to defeat the zombies and reunite the country. When all the commanders heard that, they all looked towards Yu Zhong with a hint of excitement. If they could follow him and defeat the zombies and rebuild the country, they would be considered founding fathers as well, with riches and power. Yu Zhong sighed. Reuniting the country, it sure is easy to talk about it. Even if he was a Type 7 divine warrior, with over 10 million survivors under him, it was truly a tough journey to fully unifying China. The 12 Protector battleship would require huge amounts of energy to destroy their enemies. If it was not for establishing his authority, he would not use it just to wipe out these 500,000 zombies. The might of the 12 battleships were too precious, intended to deal with the aliens, Dino race and beastmen, not ordinary zombies. Even killing the evolved zombies would be better with the human elite's soldiers. Even so, Yu Zhong maintained a confident smile, as though everything was in his hands. Seeing that, everyone was more convinced to throw in together with him. Yu Haimin invited warmly, "Leader, please come and take a rest in our base." Yu Zhong smiled and did not reject. Fine. Under Yu Haimin's lead, the entire group quickly headed to the base. Chapter 1045. Chaos. Chapter 1045. Chaos. The base at Sichuan was different from others. Under the protection of the soldiers, they had maintained some form of stability. Although many of them were somewhat malnourished due to the lack of resources, at least they were orderly and not as problematic as other places, where the evildoers ran rampant, and corpses were everywhere. Yu Zhong had just swept the base a rough glance and did not pay any special attention. He knew that it was likely cleaned up, and one could not tell much. The party walked into a large wooden house that looked clean and tidy. With an order from Yu Hai-min, a lot of food was then served. Due to the scarcity of food, even rats had been eaten clean. The most appetizing of the food served was a plate of some roasted rat meat, with some peanut grains, while the main dish was dry biscuits and wild vegetables. Seeing the table of food, Yu Zhong could not muster any appetite. If it was the most trying of situations, even if he had to eat ants or bugs, he would not have any qualms. However, since he was capable of so much now, with the lowest quality being mutant vegetables and type 4 beast meat, he could not bring himself to partake in such cuisine. Yu Hai-min gestured sincerely, "Please help yourself." "Wait a minute. Hai-min, I think you guys should try our China's food." Yu Zhong chuckled and flipped his hands, revealing a number of canned food as he opened them up. The moment he opened them, the vibrant mutant vegetables as well as type 4 beast meat were revealed. When the various commanders took in the fragrant smell, they could not help but salivate, staring fixedly at the cans, revealing expressions of greed. As high-ranking officials, it was not tough for them to have their fill in the base. However, it was difficult to eat such luxurious cuisine. Many had fallen sick and died because of the lack of nutrient. Otherwise, the base would not have been left with only 6,000-odd survivors. "Dig in." Hearing that, the commanders quickly raised their chopsticks to grab some food into their mouth. As Yu Hai-min bit into the type 4 beast meat, his eyes lit up, revealing an expression of greed. He began to grab more frantically. "Amazing! This is too delicious. This taste seems to be changing even my physique. It's unbelievable." The rest of the commanders were not fools, they could sense the benefits of the food for themselves. They also began to scramble for the food, gobbling them down as though they were hungry ghosts. In just a matter of seconds, the food had been swept clean. After finishing, they then looked at Yu Zhong sheepishly. Before the apocalypse, they were all living good lives with plenty of food. However, none of it could compare to the food that Yu Zhong had brought out now. As the meal was over, Yu Zhong directly asked, "Yu Hai-min, are there any larger bases around you guys?" This time, Yu Zhong did not just come for the Sichuan base, but also all the survivors within the vicinity, before moving off. With the passing of time, as more foreign species descended upon Earth, the number of survivors would decrease from the killings. Yu Zhong was currently training his troops as well as dedicating personnel to go and fetch survivors from all over. Yu Hai-min reported immediately, "Leader, I know that there's a large survivor base about 50 li to the west of here. There are more survivors there compared to here." Yu Zhong replied, "Very good, in that case, gather all your survivors and board my ship. We're leaving immediately." When Yu Hai-min heard that, he frowned, "Leader, why must we leave? We can stay here and reclaim Sichuan slowly." The rest of the commanders also revealed expressions of agreement. They were all Sichuan men through and were not willing to leave. Yu Zhong arched his eyebrows and was about to say something when sounds of gunshots and screams rang out in the distance. One officer came running into the house with a panicked expression. "Monster? Commander, there's a monster killing its way over." Yu Hai-min's eyes narrowed as he asked solemnly, "What monster? Zhang Xing, say it clearly." Zhang Xing was still wide-eyed in shock as he shouted out, "Those monsters are over 2 m and have blade-like arms. Their bodies are covered in some gray exoskeleton and look like aliens. Yes, that's right. They're just like those aliens in the films. The first special forces have been wiped out." "What? The first special forces have been wiped out?" When Yu Hai-min heard that, his face turned pale. The first special forces were the most elite of the entire base, and it had been them stationed at the valley, fiercely defending against the zombies. With them dead, the defense of the base was reduced by over 90%. The rest of the commanders also turned pale, their eyes filled with disbelief. Yu Zhong's face changed as he stood up. What? Aliens? The aliens were biological weapons capable of destroying an entire planet, with their fertility on a much more rapid scale as compared to humans. They could live as parasites within humans and was hard to detect. Yu Zhong had hoped for them not to descend upon Earth. Even the savage beast men and vicious dino race could not compare to the threat of the aliens. Move! Yu Zhong immediately led everyone out. Currently, within the base, it was pandemonium. Countless survivors were crying and sobbing as they ran towards the soldiers. Only those with guns could make them feel safe. Help! Save me! One female survivor fell to the ground, finally seeing the dozens of soldiers in front of her. Hope gleamed in her eyes as she screamed out. Swoosh! With a flash of a blade, the body of the female survivors was sliced in two, and behind her stood a bladed alien with a vicious visage. Beast! Go to hell! When the soldiers saw this, they roared out with rage and fired their weapons at the alien. Dang! 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 The bullets bounced off the body of the alien, not leaving a single scratch, causing everyone to despair. One of the soldiers shouted out, "How is that possible? Change to the grenade launchers." Before he even finished speaking, a blade light flashed past and his head was sent flying in a shower of blood. The rest of the soldiers eyed the bladed alien that had suddenly appeared, their eyes filled with fear, losing all will to combat. Against these monsters that were faster than the speed of sound and were also invulnerable to their weapons, anybody would despair. The eyes of the bladed alien flashed, as it swept them a look and disappeared. The next instant, all of them lost their heads, as their headless corpses crumpled to the ground. Yu Zhong and the rest had just arrived, in time to witness the alien slaughtering the soldiers. Yu Hai-min and the others were filled with shock. What a terrifying creature! The combat ability of the alien was astonishing. Just one was enough to wipe out the entire base. Yu Zhong swept a cold look and ordered, "Do it! Annihilate it!" The dozen soldiers of the Central Army that had followed Yu Zhong quickly readied their Gauss rifles, firing coldly at the alien. Each of these Type 4 experts was already at level 80, their marksmanship at the third order, and with additional training, it was hard for them to miss. The speed of the alien might be insane, but against these trained soldiers, it could not dodge in time, as the multiple beams slammed into its body. Under the Gauss rifle beams, the alien was punched full of holes, falling out of the sky, as the corrosive blood flowed out and it became a corpse. Strong! Is this the might of the Central Army? Incredible! This small team is more than enough to deal with our base. The gap in strength is too wide. Wang Dapao and the rest of the commanders exchanged looks, feeling waves of shock in their hearts. The alien that had been faster than the speed of sound was actually killed so easily by Yu Zhong's soldiers. Their capabilities had long since surpassed what Earth had been capable of in the past. Yu Zhong gave Floxinia an order. "Nia, stay here with Yu Hai-min and the rest. Go organize the survivors up the storm battleship. I will go wipe out these aliens." Chapter 1046, Floxinia. Chapter 1046, Floxinia. Yu Zhong's personal combat strength was strong. It was easier for him to kill the aliens compared to his subordinate. Furthermore, he did not bring too many elite soldiers, as he meant for them to maintain security and sift out the parasites hidden within the survivors. Floxinia saluted him. "Understood, leader." She was more mature than any girl of her age, and Yu Zhong was reassured by her leading the troops. After she promised, Yu Zhong directly soared into the sky. He flew. A human can actually fly. Is that a skill? The rare flight ability? Seeing Yu Zhong ascend to the sky, Yu Hai-min and the rest were filled with shock and felt that Yu Zhong was even more unfathomable than before. The moment he left, Floxinia's gaze turned incredibly cold as she passed a cold order. Lu Xiong, go bring some men to maintain order, and make sure you check every survivor. Those who dare to cause trouble or prevent any inspection, execute them without mercy. Although she looked like a girl of only 12 or 13, she was incredibly farsighted, and she had seen the darkest of the human's heart. Over 1,000 spies have lost their lives under her orders alone. One of the Type 5 Central Army soldiers responded, "Understood." These Central Army soldiers knew how terrifying Floxinia was, and they quickly got into formation and readied their weapons at the survivors. Floxinia then swept Yu Hai Min and the rest a look. "Commander Yu, order your men to do their duty well. Organize those that pass the inspection, the head up into the storm battleship orderly." Yu Hai Min eyed the girl in front of him. His eyes flashed with a strange glint. A commander like him had to listen to some lowly who was not even 15. It truly felt discomforting, and he could not help but hesitate. Wang Depao shot her look and laughed condescendingly. Yu Zhong is truly muddle-headed, actually giving the command to a little girl. "Hey, little girl, go and hide, let us grown men handle the commanding." The rest of the commanders also looked at her strangely, not moving. She shot them a cold look and waved her hands. With a sweep, the 20 elites besides her immediately adjusted their aim at them, their gazes cold, and their killing intent bursting forth. The commanders felt their hearts turn cold upon feeling the killing intent. Floxinia spoke coldly, "Yu Hai Min, since you have already joined our government, you are a part of us. The military orders of my Central Army have to be obeyed with no questions, otherwise, you will be executed without mercy. You have just joined, and on account that you might not know the rules, I will forego this once. If this happens one more time, do not blame me for being merciless, as I will not hesitate to wipe you all off the face of this earth." Sensing her cold gaze and killing intent, even Yu Hai Min could not help but feel a chill. "Let me through! Scram! Let me through! My uncle is Commander Li Nyogang. Scram! Otherwise you will all regret this." Right at this time, there was some commotion among the survivors, as an ordinary young man came scrambling forward. In his rush, the weaker survivors were shoved aside. One soldier barked out coldly, "Maintain order! Go and line up!" The young man shouted back arrogantly, "Do you know who the hell I am? My uncle is Commander Li Nyogang. Scram! Otherwise, this senior will get my uncle to make your life hell." Li Nyogang was a commander with considerable authority, and one of the higher-ranking officials in Sichuan. His family was arrogant and despotic and abused their power constantly. The moment the young man's words fell, there was a clear gunshot, as a bullet hole appeared in his brain, and he slumped to the floor, dead. At the same time, the rest of the soldiers also fired at the hooligans beside this nephew of Li Nyogang, riddling their heads full of bullets. "Ah! Help! They're killing people!" Seeing this terrifying scene, many survivors screamed out in fear. The commanders behind Yu Hai Min were also filled with a chill. They had not expected the Central Army to be so decisive and vicious, directly executing those who had not obeyed the rules. One soldier barked out as he exuded a terrifying aura, directly suppressing those survivors. "Shut up! Get in line! Those who dare cause trouble will be executed." When they were shouted at, the survivors became obedient once more, getting in line. Floxinia then turned her cold gaze to those commanders. "Still not moving? Are you intending to disobey orders?" Yu Hai Min bolted upright. "Understood." Li Nyogang, who stood behind Yu Hai Min, stared hatefully at Floxinia, his gaze venomous. "Damn bitch, you dare kill my nephew! I will not let you off. Once I go back, I will gather my people and kill all your men and steal the battleship." After the world had changed, Li Nyogang was left with only this nephew. Because of this, he spoiled the young man. Now that he was killed by Floxinia, Li Nyogang was infuriated. Floxinia swept him, as well as those men beside him, a look and barked, "Wait! The few of you, step out!" Under the threat of the Gauss rifles, Lin Yo Gang and the rest could only step out. Floxinia's gaze was cold as she waved her hand. "These men have questionable intents, execute them." "No!" The Gauss rifles fired out brightly, as Lin Yo Gang and the rest watched in horror, fear, and regret. Seeing their deaths, the rest of the commanders turned steely, their hearts palpitating. Yu Hai Min's face was steely, as he stared coldly at Floxinia and asked loudly, "Miss Floxinia? What were you doing? Why did you kill my men?" Right now, everyone saw this little girl as a terrifying demon. Without batting an eyelid, she replied, "I have mind-reading abilities. That Lin Yo Gang was the uncle of that young man I just ordered the death of. The rest of them were his trusted aides. He was intending to cause a rebellion at the moment of embarking the ship. Thus, I've decided to wipe them out first." With disbelief, Yu Hai Min thought, "Mind-reading? How is that possible?" She looked at him, her face cold and impassive. "You're thinking right now, mind-reading? How is that possible?" Yu Hai Min was shocked. "Impossible? She really knows it?" "You're thinking right now, impossible? She really knows it? Very well, you're lucky. I can demonstrate my strength to you as well." Floxinia swept him a glance, laughing coldly, before she pointed at one survivor. "Kill him!" One soldier immediately raised his weapon and fired. Blasted by the Gauss rifle, the survivor was riddled with holes, even his brain had been splattered all over the place. Seeing this, Yu Hai Min's face fell, and he was about to shout at her, when suddenly, 4 alien spawn pounced out from the dead corpse, leaping towards the soldiers around. The soldiers were already prepared and fired their weapons, directly killing those spawn, amidst a shower of green, corrosive blood. One Central Army soldier then pulled out a flamethrower and directly incinerated the corpse of the survivor. Inside the body, there were still many spawn hiding, hence, the best method was to incinerate every host. This was a result of Yu Zhong's experience. Yu Hai Min fell silent for a moment before speaking. "I got it, Floxinia. I will gather the survivors to leave here. However, I'm reserving my thoughts with regards to your methods against Lin Yo Gang and the rest." After that, Yu Hai Min quickly organized his men to usher the survivors towards the storm battleship. Floxinia stood there, acting as a human radar, scanning all those potential hosts. The hosts had a strange signal emitting from their brains due to the parasitic aliens, which ordinary humans could not sense. However, Floxinia could, and the moment she sensed it, she could point out the hosts, before getting the soldiers to deal with them. The number of mature aliens was not considered many inside the base yet, only about 30. These were nothing much to Yu Zhong, the only inconvenience was searching for them. After spending about 4 hours, Yu Zhong managed to kill the last one behind a dark alley. As for the survivors that had been infected, it was a sizable number, over 600 had become host. Each time they were killed, their corpses were quickly dealt with as well. Once all the aliens were dealt with, Yu Zhong was filled with a sense of urgency. "No good, Sichuan is already invaded. I need to quickly bring all the survivors from the bases nearby away. Otherwise, they will all fall prey to these damned aliens." Chapter 1047. The Arrival of the Mech Empire. Chapter 1047. The Arrival of the Mech Empire. After they had ushered all the survivors up the storm battleship, Yu Zhong quickly led his troops towards the other large base in Tsangya. "Master, there's a disturbance in the direction of the Tsangya base." Halfway through the journey, Bai Yi appeared on the display screen to report. All the satellites of Earth had already come under Bai Yi's control, and whatever the satellites saw, she could see. Yu Zhong ordered, "Pull out the images right now." "Yes." Bai Yi then pulled out the images. Currently, within the Tsangya base, over hundreds and thousands of aliens were slaughtering the humans within, while taking on a mechanized battalion. One portion of the mechanized battalion was a close-combat armored beast that was covered with sharp alloy blades, wielding a pair of blades. There was also another portion of armored vehicles that had 2 main cannons and 36 subcannons, specializing in long-range battles. The combat strength of the close-combat armored beasts was astonishing. While they were not a match for the aliens in a one-on-one setting, with 12 in a squad, it was easy to surround and kill off the aliens. Within the base, one bladed alien flickered and appeared in front of one close-combat armored beast. With a slash, it managed to slice the mech in two, as countless parts fell out, and the machine exploded in a loud blast. The resulting explosion forced the bladed alien over a dozen meters. At that instant, 6 other close-combat armored beasts appeared behind the bladed alien, directly slashing at it. The bladed alien waved its blades and slashed out in a counterattack, slicing one of them in two. It then swung its tail, which slammed into another, causing it to break apart at the waist. In just a breath, it managed to wipe out another 2 close-combat armored beasts. If it were a one-on-one, it would have already won. However, at the same time, the remaining 4 armored beasts already slashed out, slicing the alien in multiple parts, as the corrosive blood splattered everywhere. After killing that alien, the remaining mech beasts then formed another smaller group, regrouping with the surviving units of the other battles and forming new teams. One Type 5 multi-clawed alien was engaging 12 armored beasts in combat, and both sides were locked in a cruel battle. The aliens and the mech beasts were existences that did not fear death. Hence, their fighting style was cruel and vicious. In just a few moments, over 3 close-combat armored beasts have been destroyed by the Type 5 alien, while the alien itself had suffered numerous injuries. Right at this moment, on a tall building afar, many spider-like mech beasts crawled up and were adjusting their cannons. With a bright flash of light, a number of electromagnetic cannons fired upon the Type 5 multi-claw alien, causing the other close-combat armored beasts around it to be destroyed too. Although the aliens possessed terrifying combat power, the mech army was over 200,000. Each of them had incredible aim, and their teamwork was seamless. At every second there was an alien being taken out. The mech army continued to slaughter the aliens, while at the same time, not distinguishing the innocent humans as well. As long as any life form appeared before them, they would kill without mercy. Yu Zhong saw these powerful mech machines and frowned, wondering to himself, "Damn it, where did this mech army come from?" He was sure that these were definitely invaders using the gates of hell to arrive here, but he wanted to know through which one. Bai Yi quickly replied, "There's no data on them inside the database." The satellites were also not omnipotent. Although they could scan most of the land on Earth, there was a limit to their abilities, and they could not be scanning all the time. Bai Yi continued to run some numbers before reporting, "Master, these are just the cannon fodder. Based on my estimations, the commander should be the sentient robot. However, the enemy is constantly jamming my signals, preventing me from taking control. If you could deal with them, I could control them. Alternatively, you can capture a few to the battleship, and I can connect to them through hard wires, swallowing their intelligence and controlling them." The display then changed and revealed 20 human-like figures behind the mech army. Yu Zhong took a look and could not help but be shocked. What? Sentient robots? That is to say, intelligent programs? Bai Yi replied, "You could say that." He asked, "How strong are they?" Bai Yi said, "I'm unable to determine for sure, there's not enough information." "Fine then, I'll go check them out." Yu Zhong swept them a gaze as he channeled his energy, and shot out from the protector battleship. Behind the mech army, one of them, who had perfect looks and golden locks, wore a human-like smile. On this planet Earth, who knew that there would be such powerful and savage beasts? Interesting. The original masters were the humans, but they're so pathetically weak. After wiping out this base, there should be another 3 survivor bases in Sichuan. Once we wipe out these cockroach-like humans, our mech kingdom can begin to dominate Earth and evolve once again. Long live the mech kingdom! Another sentient robot, who had yellow skin and black hair, stepped up to speak. Bardonia, the humans are not so easy targets. Our mech kingdom has successfully conquered 3 planets and gained the chance to evolve thrice. But those humans were not weak, and each of them had possessed some powerful oracle. We cannot be too careless and must take them all out carefully, in order to conquer this country, so we can evolve once more and escape from that dreaded god's hands. Long live the mech kingdom! Bardonia nodded. Fong Xing, I understand. We will definitely conquer this country. Long live the mech kingdom! He then eyed the sky and laughed lightly. Haha, I discovered something interesting. There are actually some satellites on this Earth. Let me go and bring them under my control. To these Super A.I.'s controlling satellites was a simple matter. The moment Yu Zhong had brought Bai Yi back, all the satellites had come under her control. Without moving, Bardonia started to shoot out beams, as his eyes ran with numbers, intending to infiltrate the satellites. In a few breaths, he opened his eyes, revealing a shocked look. Not good, I'm unable to get through. There was some impedance. The opponent is also a Super A.I., a powerful one at that. I can sense that only the Emperor could match her in computing and analytical ability. Fong Xing frowned and made an accurate guess. What? Is the opponent that strong? Seems like the expert on Earth had managed to get a treasure of hope. Then it should be the Super A.I. Otherwise, based on the abilities of this planet, it could not possibly produce such a powerful A.I. Fong Xing then turned to another robot. The opponent has satellites, while we don't. They have the advantage. Bali Wang, go break through the atmosphere and destroy their satellites while becoming our own eyes and ears. Understood. Bali Wang replied expressionlessly, revealing a pair of robotic wings. They shone brightly before propelling him into the sky. The core of the mech kingdom were these sentient robots. Each of them had their own unique abilities. Be it transforming into tanks, fighter jets, battleships, or even satellites, they were incredibly adaptive. Bali Wang's ability was to break through the stratosphere, turning his entire body into an instrument of offense, as well as surveillance. He could destroy other satellites while transforming into one himself. Yu Zhong, who was hiding afar, swept Bali Wang a look and frowned. Not good, I can't hide forever. If he breaches into space, then we're in trouble. If Bali Wang made it into space, although Yu Zhong could still control the Scarlet Reaper to fly into space, it would be extremely tough to find him and kill him. Furthermore, if Bali Wang was able to destroy the satellites, the humans on Earth would suffer a 30% drop in combat potential. Chapter 1048, Combat Mech. Chapter 1048, Combat Mech. With a flip of Yu Zhong's hand, the Scarlet Reaper appeared in front of him. He stepped into it, and it began to radiate with light. A pair of wings burst out, and he soared towards the sky. In a few breaths, he had caught up to Bali Wang by shooting like a meteor, pulling out a huge laser blade to slice out at the enemy mech. The speed of the Scarlet Reaper had reached another level under Yu Zhong's control, and the blade was extremely fast, where even some Type 7 experts might not be able to block it. Without any means to prepare, Bali Wang just allowed the blade to slice through itself, as countless parts scattered through the skies. As the two halves separated, there was no explosion. Instead, the parts began to merge together once more into the mech known as Bali Wang. Yu Zhong saw how quickly the mech had reformed, and his eyes narrowed. Not dead yet. Most robot life forms would explode the moment they were sliced in two. As for this Bali Wang, it was able to regenerate, something Yu Zhong had never seen before. Bali Wang swept Yu Zhong a look, and his robot eyes lit up, as it spoke in a human-like voice. Human? This is China. Based on the intel we have, the strongest human is Yu Zhong, and he possesses a red mech body. You should either be him or one of his trusted subordinates, right? Yu Zhong stepped out, eyeing Bali Wang as he frowned. You have been slashed by me, how come you're still alive? Bali Wang laughed out in a human-like manner. Yu Zhong, do you think we will be so stupid as to reveal such classified information to you? Just submit. Your human race has no hope. Our mech kingdom is full of experts. We could easily squash all resistance on this planet. Our vanguard force alone numbers over 250,000. The weakest is the close combat armored beast, and it is on par with a Type 4 divine warrior. They are also not afraid of death, thus their combat potential far surpasses you, humans. These 250,000 mechs will be enough to deal with Earth's humans. Furthermore, within our mech kingdom, there are over 160 billion of those close combat armored beasts. Even if you manage to defeat this vanguard force, just the reinforcements will be enough to drown you out. If you don't submit, only death awaits. Submit to us, and we can allow you to remain king of the humans. 160 billion. What strength! Yu Zhong was shocked when he heard this. That number alone was a challenge, not to mention that they were mechs. If the humans on Earth were to face this number, it was like ants against dragons. There was too much of a gap. Yu Zhong was already a Type 7 divine warrior, with the second-order god-devil body, his combat potential heaven-defying. However, against 160 billion armored beasts, there was only escape. The rest of China would serve to become prey. With a thought, Yu Zhong laughed out coldly. There's no use trying to scare me. There's definitely a limitation to how many of you can come. Otherwise, you wouldn't waste your words with me, and directly bring your troops to wipe out China. Your words prove that I'm right. It's not so easy to get your mech army across. Bali Wang laughed coldly, threatening harshly. Yu Zhong, you're truly smart. That's right, there are problems in the mech kingdom coming over. However, those are small troubles. The distance between us is still far, that cannot change. If you don't submit, by the time our preparations are done, it will be the day that China falls. You want to wipe out China? I will wipe you out first. There was a cold light in Yu Zhong's eyes as he stepped forward and appeared in front of Bali Wang, bringing his fist towards the mech. Bali Wang laughed out savagely without dodging as he sent his own fist towards Yu Zhong. Fool, I'll let you know the difference between flesh and metal. There's no way you can match metal and alloy. At the point of impact, Bali Wang smiled insidiously as a sharp alloy shot out from his fist. Even so, Yu Zhong's fist continued towards the alloy blade. Bali Wang might be a robot, but his sentience was high, not losing out to humans, and his battle experience was abundant. Trash break for me! Yu Zhong roared out in rage, his right fist covered in the powerful god-devil flames, as well as his Do Chi, radiating a bright gold glow, as the fist slammed into Bali Wang's. Hong! Following a powerful impact, Bali Wang's right fist, as well as the alloy blade, was crushed and destroyed, shattering in multiple pieces. There was a look of shock in Bali Wang's eyes, as he groaned loudly while retreating backward. How is this possible? My body is made out of the most powerful of alloys, even stronger than the toughest of diamonds. Unless it is a laser, my body would not be harmed so easily. You're just a human. How? Yu Zhong stared at Bali Wang, noticing that the broken pieces did not merge back with Bali Wang, instead, scattering. He immediately let out a cold laugh. I thought that you were truly invincible. Seems like it's not perfect. You are of no use to me, die. With a wave of his hand, a bright blood radiance shot out from his sleeve, coiling around Bali Wang, instantly trapping him. Bali Wang was made out of mechanical parts and possessed powerful strength. In terms of combat ability, however, He was still at the initial Type 7 realm. After being bound by the 16 blood radiances, he could not move. However, since he was not made of flesh and blood, the blood radiance could not absorb anything. Baliwang quickly screamed downwards, "I'm being attacked! Save me!" Bardonia lifted his head, barking out, "Baliwang is being assaulted! Quick, go support him!" Before his words were fully out, the rest of the 19 sentient robots immediately soared into the sky. They're flying over 19 mechs with Type 7 realm abilities. Hee, you're all going to be my prey. Yuzhong swept them a look and laughed coldly. He entered the Scarlet Reaper, grabbing Baliwang, who was still immobile, as he turned into a beam of light and charged towards the Protector battleship. "You want to catch me? Not so easy!" Baliwang roared out in anger as his body began to separate, turning into numerous black balls, attempting to spread in all directions. "Fool! In front of me, there's no way to run." Yuzhong laughed coldly, stretching out his palm as he executed the martial technique dragon-catching claws, and the atmospheric energy churned around him, forming a huge dragon claw that grabbed the entire region. The numerous round balls were then squashed into one huge, metal ball. The blood radiance then quickly coiled around Baliwang, turning into a blood cocoon. Under the forceful pressure, Baliwang was being squashed smaller, finally transforming back into his human shape, but was fully immobilized this time. "Yuzhong! Let go of our kin!" Right behind him, the voice of Bardonia sounded, together with the rest of the mechs. Yuzhong did not seem to care, as he continued to soar forward while laughing coldly. The Scarlet Reaper's speed was incredibly sick now that Yuzhong was stronger, and Bardonia and the rest could not keep up. "Bastard!" Bardonia roared out in rage, his body transforming. In a breath, he became a powerful-looking fighter jet of about 10 m long, covered in strange runes. After transforming, Bardonia's wings glowed brightly, and his entire being transformed into a flash of light that shot forwards. His speed was increased by 10 times, and with a blazing hot trail, he shot towards Yuzhong like a shooting star, pulling the distance close. As he caught up to about 3 kilometers away from Yuzhong, the 4 super-particle cannons on him fanned out and fired at Yuzhong wildly. Hong! Yuzhong controlled the Scarlet Reaper and executed dodging movements. However, in a moment of carelessness, the Scarlet Reaper's right leg was still struck by one of the beams, and exploded in a shower of parts. Chapter 1049. The Might of the Yin-Yang Palm. Chapter 1049. The Might of the Yin-Yang Palm. At the moment when the Scarlet Reaper's leg was struck, Yuzhong was filled with a sense of shock. What a powerful fighter jet! This mech is strong. If this goes on, I will be destroyed by it. This expert from the mech kingdom is truly terrifying. The Scarlet Reaper is still lacking compared to them. If I can gain one of their peak mechs and insert the Heart of Hope, it would be another powerful trump card. With a thought, Yuzhong quickly activated the energy shield of the Scarlet Reaper, while continuing towards the Protector battleship. From afar, the Protector battleship was also flying towards him. In just a few breaths, Yuzhong had arrived in front of it and entered. The moment the Protector battleship retrieved Yuzhong, it activated its own energy shields to block in front of it. "Reinforcements, break for me!" Bardonia's super-particle cannons continued to fire wildly at the Protector battleship. Those beams that could pierce through a Type 7 expert slammed into the energy shield of the Protector battleship, causing ripples, wearing down on its energy. Yuzhong grabbed the blood cocoon and brought it in front of the central computer, pulling out a cable and directly plugging it into Baliwang. Baliwang saw the cable coming near him, his eyes finally revealing some fear, and he screamed out, "No! Yuzhong, you can't do this to me! No!" With his intelligence, he could tell that once he was plugged in, he would truly die and be reduced to a slave. Yu Zhong's gaze was cold, as he directly connected the cable to Bali Wang. Go to hell. With the connection, a large amount of data surged into Bali Wang's consciousness, directly consuming it. In just 2 seconds, the radiance in his eyes dimmed. As a white silver-grade treasure, Bai Yi's might was truly terrifying. As long as it was in her territory, she was invincible. Truthfully, every treasure of hope had amazing potential. Of course, in order to exhibit their maximum, the conditions were different. Even so, out of all the treasures, the Super AI was considered one of the strongest and versatile. The light in Bali Wang's eyes came back as he spoke. Bali Wang greets Master. From now on, Bali Wang is willing to serve Master till the end of my life. Yu Zhong had a pleased look. Good. Good. I've managed to save a Type 7 puppet rune. Haha. A Type 7 mutant beast nucleus was hard to find, and Yu Zhong did not have many of them. He was not willing to use those he had to fuel his Type 7 puppet runes. Now that Bai Yi could easily infiltrate and overwrite Bali Wang's program, it was cause for joy. After all, a Type 7 expert was already considered an undefeatable existence on Earth. It was also tougher for a Type 7 expert to descend upon Earth. This time, the Mech Kingdom had sent 20 Type 7 experts to Earth at a huge price. After all, there were restrictions, and the gates actually restrict most Type 7 experts from other planets. Of course, it was a different case for those who entered and raised to become Type 7 existences, or people of Earth like Yu Zhong, who was free from the restrictions. That's great. These mechs will be mine. There was a look of greed in Yu Zhong's eyes, as he hurried to put on the stealth armor, hiding all signs of life, and he soared back out of the battleship. Right outside of the Protector battleship, Bardonia and the rest of the mechs were currently firing wildly at the Protector battleship. The battleship was large in size, with numerous cannons, and they fired back at the fleet of mechs. Bardonia's fighter jet form also activated his shield, forcefully defending against the rain of cannon fire. From time to time, his particle cannons would fire back at the battleship. Although the Protector battleship was larger than Bardonia's form, in truth, it was a disadvantage. The weapons of the battleship was effective against those large numbers of foreign species. As for Bardonia, whose strength was at the Type 7 realm, be it its speed or firepower, they were above the Protector battleship. With the passing of time, he would definitely be able to break through the Protector battleship's shields. Yu Zhong re-entered the battle zone in stealth, and with a thought, he sent an order to Bai Yi. Bai Yi, adjust the aim, force him towards my direction. Yes. Bai Yi swiftly made the appropriate response, causing a fire net to form an envelope towards Bardonia, forcing him towards Yu Zhong's position. However, the movement that Bardonia executed was out of Yu Zhong's expectation, instead, going further away from Yu Zhong, making it hard to catch him. Bai Yi then reminded, the energy shield is at 43%. Based on enemy's current firepower, the shield will break down in another 5 minutes. No, this won't do, I need to take him down now. I can't sneak attack him in stealth. Yu Zhong quickly made a decision and waved his hands, causing the Scarlet Reaper to appear. He took a step into it and the body radiated. He shot towards Bardonia's position. So you want to fight it out with me? Yu Zhong. Hand over Bali Wang, otherwise this time next year will be your death anniversary. Bardonia roared out in fury, and did not charge straight for Yu Zhong. Instead, he continued to evade and adjust his cannons, firing at Yu Zhong. He wanted to use kiting tactics to wear Yu Zhong down. As Yu Zhong piloted the Scarlet Reaper, his speed reached Mach 7, which was a 6 speed for many Type 7 experts. However, in comparison with Bardonia's speed at Mach 10, it was still lacking. Yu Zhong, who always prided himself on his speed, could only eat Bardonia's dust and suffer his attacks. Right at this time, the other 18 mechs also shot over. Bardonia threatened once more. Yu Zhong, hand Bali Wang over and surrender. Otherwise, you'll regret it. We will head over to China and wipe out all your people, including your good friends, family, women, all of them. Not a single one will be left alive. You want me to surrender? That's impossible. Furthermore, all of you will die today. An icy look flashed past Yu Zhong's eyes, while the wings of the Scarlet Reaper flashed brightly, spewing out jets of air. At that instant, he shot towards one burly-looking mech. In a breath, Yu Zhong arrived in front of him, exiting out of the Scarlet Reaper, and grabbed out with his dragon-catching claws, and the surrounding atmospheric energy compressed around the mech. The bloody radiance shot out and enveloped the mech, immobilizing him. After subduing that mech, Yu Zhong flung out with all his strength, sending the blood cocoon towards the protector battleship. It entered the ship in a flash. When the mech shot into the protector battleship, he was grabbed by Bali Wang, who was waiting, and dragged to the central computer, before Bai Yi began her work on him. Bardonia screeched out, and charged into the remaining group of mechs, transforming back into his human shape as he roared, "Bastard! Kill him!" The remaining 18 mechs quickly got into a formation, and each of them revealed a powerful cannon from their bodies, as they fired out in a strange and profound manner, aiming for Yu Zhong. Among them, 6 of them focused on sealing the spatial area, locking Yu Zhong's region. Even a Type 8 Divine Warrior would not be able to get out of this sealing array without some special means. With the lock of space, coupled with the convergence of the shots, it was enough to annihilate some Type 8 experts. This attack could be said to be invincible on Earth. Yin Yang Palm. Against that powerful imminent attack, Yu Zhong was forced to a corner, and with a ferocious glint in his eyes, his left hand was wrapped with dark and cold Yin energy, while his right was covered with bright, radiant Yang energy. As both converged, they formed a powerful palm that shot out towards the incoming firepower. When that palm came crashing down, it caused the firepower to scatter, even tearing apart the spatial lock. Without any diminished strength, the yin-yang palm continued towards the 18 mechs, directly destroying 3 of them, with no way to regenerate. The rest of the 15 were sent flying backward, amidst various parts of their bodies scattering away. Chapter 1050. The Terrifying Might of the Mech Kingdom. Chapter 1050. The Terrifying Might of the Mech Kingdom. Bardonia trembled, and quickly produced some limbs, eyeing Yu Zhong with fear and shock. How is that possible? You're just a human, how could you possibly deal with 18 of us? The 18 of them, when joining hands, could even deal with a Type 8 expert. Yet, Yu Zhong had single-handedly beat them back. It was truly beyond expectations. Yu Zhong frowned. There was no life force. Seems like the life force of these mechs cannot be absorbed by the imprint. That is to say, only flesh and blood work for me. The God and Devil imprint was a heaven-defying item, allowing their users to evolve continually. While other humans might need to cultivate diligently for over 100 years just to reach the Type 7 plateau, Yu Zhong had done so in 2 years, even forming his God-Devil body. However, it had a weak point, and that was it could not absorb any experience or life forms from non-biological life forms. Forget it. Even if I cannot absorb, as long as I can capture all of them, it will be a boon too. The yin-yang palm was magnificent, but it expended too much. With my current strength, I can only execute the 5th level of it another 10 times. No wonder only one person managed to reach the 5th level in all of the Saint Land's history. Yu Zhong looked up at the remaining 15 mechs, and right in front of Bardonia's astonished gaze, Yu Zhong grabbed out with his dragon-catching claws, capturing 2 of them and pulling them closer to himself. You want to capture me? Not so easy. Break! One of the mechs roared out in rage, his body expanding as he transformed into a dragon-like robot with a height of over 10 m. his back glowing with 3 pairs of sharp, metal wings, as well as multiple blades around his frame. After his transformation, he flapped with his wings and transformed into a bright light, directly slashing through the dragon-catching claws, and escape. Each and every mech had their own core transformation, and when executed, their strength would be boosted in certain areas. There were pros and cons to utilizing their core transformation. If one of them was a tank, after transformation, it would not be able to fly. However, in exchange, it could gain astonishing defense and destructive power. The other mech that was grabbed by Yu Zhong was not as fortunate. He tried to struggle, but was immobilized by the dragon-catching claw, and brought in front of Yu Zhong. With a wave of his hands, the bloody radiance swept out and covered the mech in a blood cocoon, and shot towards the battleship. Bardonia's face fell as he shouted out in shock, "Retreat! We're not his match!" Hearing that shout, the rest of the mechs began to retreat explosively. These mechs were elites of their kind and smart. When they came across an enemy they could not handle, they would choose to flee and not fight to the death. Retreat? Too late. Yu Zhong swept them a cold look as he laughed. With a single step, he shot towards Bardonia's location. Bardonia was the fastest in terms of speed. Yu Zhong could allow the rest to escape, but definitely not Bardonia. Otherwise, it will be a future problem. Bardonia celebrated wildly, transforming into his fighter jet form. "Fool, if you went to catch others, you might be able to grab 1 or 2. You want to catch me, there's no hope at all." When the mechs joined hands to attack, in order to gain an advantage where 1 + 1 was more than 2, they had to be in their human forms. Otherwise, if one was in the sky and another was on the ground, it was hard to suppress the enemy. That was why Bardonia had to keep switching depending on the situation. "Do it!" Right as Bardonia was transforming, Yu Zhong shouted out furiously. The Protect battleship had already readied its radar and released a disrupting pulse towards the mechs. Bai Yi had adjusted the pulse to be more effective towards the mech after obtaining Bali Wang, who has been converted. Faced with that pulse, Bardonia's body trembled as he suffered a moment of displacement, as though his body did not belong to him. Shit! He was, after all, a powerful super AI, and not a second after Bai Yi's disruptive pulse, he had regained clarity. In that second, Yu Zhong had already arrived on top of Bardonia's frame, waving his hands and causing the bloody radiances to surround Bardonia in a huge blood cocoon, shrinking continuously. In his fighter jet form, Bardonia's advantage was in speed, and not strength, thus he was unable to break out of the cocoon. Even so, he continued to struggle frantically, the cannons on his body firing out constantly. When the shots that could cause even a Type 7 expert to be heavily injured or killed slammed into the walls of the blood cocoon, they just shot past and flew out into the skies. As the blood cocoon continued to tighten, the cannons were being crushed and twisted into a pile of metal that was no longer usable. Initially, even if Bardonia had any parts that suffered damage, he could quickly reuse some spare parts to make up for it. However, inside the cocoon there was no chance to transform. Yu Zhong then waved his hands, and the blood cocoon shot towards the protector battleship. After suppressing Bardonia, Yu Zhong charged towards the remaining mechs, and the 7th-order gravity manipulation crashed down and enveloped the mechs. Covered by the wave, the mechs felt as though there were mountains on their backs, their speed decreasing. Yu Zhong flickered around like a specter, appearing in front of those mechs and waving his hands as the blood radiances appeared to wrap around them in blood cocoons. After capturing them all successfully, Yu Zhong brought all of them with him back into the protector battleship. He then brought them out one by one, undergoing Bai Yi's reset, and became Yu Zhong's personal property. Once he gained control over them, the 200,000 close combat armored beasts below were also controlled by Bai Yi easily. Under Yu Zhong's orders, the robots then focused on slaughtering the aliens, and not humans. Right now, the strongest alien within the Tsangya base was only at the Type 6 realm, and they were not a match for the Type 7 mech. Coupled with the fact that their numbers were at a disadvantage, they were soon slaughtered and the surviving ones forced to retreat into a forest outside of the base. Yu Zhong sent out a small battalion to give chase while arranging for the people in Tsangya base to be escorted into the storm battleship. After he was done with all this, Yu Zhong began to question the mechs. Bardonia, tell me, what's the situation like on the Mech Kingdom? Bardonia was the leader of the vanguard forces, and his position was high, thus he held the most information. Yes, Master, there are 160 billion mechs in the kingdom. The lowest level are cannon fodders with no intelligence. Combat strength range from Type 4 to Type 7. The population of the kingdom is about 2 billion, and everyone there is a sentient mech. The weakest is at least a Type 5, while Type 6 citizens are equivalent to commanders. The Type 7 ones are all considered royalty, while Type 8 mechs are lords, and the single Type 9 mech is the emperor. Bardonia continued respectfully, our mech kingdom has an emperor, 8 lords, 1,000 royalty, and over 1 million commanders. The rest are all fighters. Yu Zhong's expression turned ugly when he heard that. What? Type 9 divine warrior? The mech emperor? Damned mech kingdom, to think that it was so strong. A Type 9 divine warrior could control space, and even transcend space to attack another world. Each of them possessed the qualification to challenge God and was a heaven-defying existence. In front of a Type 9 divine warrior, Yu Zhong was still a small ant. One move was enough to wipe him out without even the chance to flee. Chapter 1051. Gala Star. Chapter 1051. Gala Star. Yu Zhong's heart was heavy. Over 160 billion mechs of Type 4 and above, 1,000 Type 7 divine warriors, 8 Type 8 and a Type 9. This sort of strength is too fearsome. There's nothing Earth can do. The Mech Kingdom had already conquered a few planets, and those not fit for human habitation were not a problem for those mech. They just needed resources to be able to produce more of their kind. Of course, it was not easy to produce a sentient being, and it took over eons just to have 20 billion of their kind. However, even so, it was still terrifying. Not to mention the upper echelons of the kingdom, just 100 million of the mech beasts themselves at the Type 4 realm would be enough to devastate Earth if they all came down. After all, in the second world of the Saint Clan, there were barely 1,000 Type 4 experts. Of course, that was when they were still stuck in the world. Upon descending to Earth, they had started to evolve once more, with many reaching the Type 4 and Type 5 realms. Right now, Earth was a source of evolution, allowing any race to evolve as long as they were on it. Many species had thus arrived whether by willing or unwilling circumstances. Yu Zhong asked, with such strength, how come your kingdom did not send the entire army to Earth? Bardonia replied, there are limitations on the gates of hell. The strongest experts that could pass through each gate can only be at the Type 6 realm. There's also a limit on the number. Every month, a maximum of 200,000 Type 4 and above expert. As for how those of us Type 7 arrive here, it's because the Mech Emperor had forced the gate with his prowess, allowing 20 of us through. Yu Zhong felt a chill. The Mech Emperor already possessed the ability to manipulate the gate of hell? His strength is something else. It must be clear that the gates of hell were even impervious to the nuclear warheads, or any attack on it. Yet, such an entity was able to be manipulated slightly by the strength of the Mech Emperor. Should Yu Zhong be slightly weaker, the whole of China would be definitely destroyed by the Mech army. He thought to himself, I've been through so much, and although I've grown greatly, I'm still weak. I need to evolve further. Otherwise, just that Mech Emperor will be enough to wipe the floor with me. Yu Zhong then asked, Bardonia, are there any mutant beasts on the planet your mech kingdom is from? In response, Bardonia spoke, yes, there are many powerful mutant beasts located throughout treacherous terrain in our mech kingdom. Our mech kingdom would send out forces from time to deal with those mutant beasts and obtain their nuclei. On our planet, the mutant beasts are often large and dangerous, with Type 6 mutant beasts considered common. In each and every territory, there is at least one Type 9 mutant beast, which even our mech kingdom is not willing to antagonize. Yu Zhong began pondering the moment he heard it. No wonder. Suddenly, he asked, within the mech kingdom, are there any resistance forces? Bardonia replied, within the mech kingdom, there is a small human faction that actively resists the rule of our mech kingdom. They are all hidden within various corners and would appear from time to damage our facilities. Their strength is weak, the strongest among them only a Type 6 expert. Their biggest achievement to date was occupying one of our smaller towns and destroying 5,000 mech beasts, before scurrying back underground. They had not been too much of an issue to us. Yu Zhong frowned and nodded, I see. Initially, he had planned to make use of the resistance to start his counterattack, but from the look of things, it seemed as though there was no point as the resistance was too weak. However, it was to be expected, as the mech kingdom was advanced and their facilities and equipment state-of-the-art. The mechs did not need to sleep either, and could constantly conduct surveillance against the human resistance. If the mech emperor willed it, it was likely that the human resistance would have fallen long ago. Who knew what he was thinking of, though, to keep them and not wipe them out entirely? Yu Zhong continued to ponder quietly. It seems that I need to head to the mech kingdom for a trip. Unless there are other precious relics that appear or the appearance of a Type 7 mutant beast, it is hard for me to improve and achieve a breakthrough. Staying on Earth is waiting for death. Having made that decision, he did not hesitate any longer and ordered 3 of the mechs towards the main base. Of the remaining ones, Yu Zhong left 8 at the gate, preventing the next batch of experts from the mech kingdom. The rest, as well as the 200,000 mech beasts, were handed over to Han Qiong to lead, moving through Sichuan to attack the zombies, and rescue the survivors of Sichuan, while scavenging for resources. After he had made his preparations, Yu Zhong donned on the stealth armor, completely hiding his aura, and went through the gate of hell to the mech kingdom. With a flash of light, Yu Zhong went through and arrived at the mother planet of the mech kingdom, Galistar. After passing through, Yu Zhong immediately felt his body sinking. Holy, this gravity is at least 100 times that of Earth. The location of the gate of hell was at a wide, vast plain, which had been converted into a huge fort made of metals and alloys. Other than the gate of hell's location, which was sandy, the rest had already been built up into a metallic landscape. There were countless sensors and cannons aimed, with radars and sound detectors sweeping the area of the gate of hell. As long as somebody intruded, he or she would be blasted to pieces in an instant. Even a Type 8 expert would be killed with the amount of firepower here. Furthermore, the entire area was covered by superalloy, with no way out whatsoever, not even an area to dig out of. Yu Zhong scanned the area and thought quietly, this mech kingdom is truly crafty, actually setting so many traps. If it was not for the stealth armor as well as Bai Yi, I might have been blasted to pieces the moment I exited. Even if I escaped all those somehow, the area is locked down, without anybody opening the gate, there's no way to exit. Unfortunately, I have Bai Yi. This electronic cage will not hold me down. Right now, Yu Zhong was celebrating the fact that he had obtained Bai Yi. If it had been something like the Sword of Solemn Promise, no matter how strong he was, he could not break out of here. Bai Yi, do it! Under Yu Zhong's orders, the numerous sensors dimmed slightly, and a huge alloy door of about 20 m in thickness and height of 500 m opened, revealing a wide and vast tunnel. Yu Zhong swiftly proceeded through. The core of this defense had obviously been at the gate of hell, while the rest was considerably slacker security. Yu Zhong passed through them easily. When they were at a tunnel, Bai Yi suddenly spoke, "Master, there are 3 tunnels to choose from. However, outside of them there are mechs standing guard. Once the doors opened, they will know that someone has intruded." Yu Zhong frowned. "Damn it, their security is so tight. Wait? If I wait for them to open it and make my way out, it will be safe and no one none the wiser. But it will take too long. They can only go through once a month, and if the mech emperor were to arrive himself, it will be a problem. That's a freaking Type 9 monster. I can't hand my fate to luck." He calculated, before walking towards the location where the mechs were the least, and asked, "Bai Yi, how confident are you in blocking their communications over the other side?" Bai Yi replied, "I can jam their signal for about 5 minutes. However, Master, you had better deal with them quickly. Once they lose their connection for too long, the enemy will also discover the anomaly. Based on my estimations, it's best to destroy them in 20 seconds. 20 seconds, eh? I got it." Yu Zhong breathed deeply, and a resolute look appeared in his eyes as he commanded, "Open." The moment he gave that order, the superalloy door slid open. He executed his 7th order shadow steps, pouncing towards the 4 mechs outside. The moment the superalloy door slid open, all 4 mechs whipped around to see. All of a sudden, 4 blood-red radiances coiled around them and wrapped tightly. Yu Zhong stretched out his hands and crushed all 4 of their brains, revealing a few microchips containing Type 6 mutant beast nuclei. The manufacturing of these mechs required the mutant beast's nuclei, and their smart chips were their weakest points. As long as the microchip was intact, even if their bodies were destroyed, they could regenerate. Of course, depending on the damage, the greater the loss to the mech strength as well. Chapter 1052 Order of the Mech Lord. Chapter 1052 Order of the Mech Lord. When he saw those smart chips, Yu Zhong waved his hands and a mech of about 10 appeared out of thin air. The storage ring was void of oxygen, thus it was not suitable to keep flesh and blood within. Furthermore, the mechs did not need to breathe, that was why they could be kept in the storage rings. This particular mech, Huyanda, was a human-shaped robot with radars and displays. Its combat strength was at the Type 7 realm but considered weak, however, in terms of electronic battles. He was extremely strong. With the ability to scan his enemies, cyber attacks, and calculations, he was adept and powerful. The moment Huyanda appeared, 4 data lines appeared and connected to the 4 smart chip. After his system had been overridden by Bai Yi, countless streams of data overflowed the 4 smart chips, directly taking over the original consciousness. Huyanda then retrieved the data lines, while the 4 mechs that had their heads damaged by Yu Zhong quickly recovered, revealing their original state. Once the 4 of them were restored, they came up to Yu Zhong and bowed, "Master." He swept them a look, "Stay here and keep things status quo." They replied respectfully, "Yes." After that, he quickly charged for the outside. Along the way, he relied on his sneak attacks to take out another 18 mechs, and under Bai Yi's guide, he arrived outside of the fort. The Gate of Hell had appeared on a desert area of Galistar, but it was already converted into a huge army camp. Countless mech beasts were prowling and patrolling around the base. The ones that Yu Zhong saw on Earth were the riffraff of this huge army. A number of gigantic floating spaceships were in the air, each of them over 100 meters in length, possessing countless particle beams. Yu Zhong had known from Bardonia's intel that these powerful-looking and enormous battleships were called Viper battleships, and each of their particle cannons could injure or even kill a Type 6 expert. Even so, within their ranks they were classified as just A-grade, with a B-grade and even C-grade above them. A B-grade battleship could deal with a Type 7 expert, with its firepower even stronger than those of the Protector battleship. In fact, even the Raytheon cannon could not match the B-grade ones. As for the C-grade ones, they could kill a Type 8 expert, and within the mech kingdom, there were only 8 of such ships, and they were controlled by the mech lords. In the legends, there was even a D-grade one, which could harm a Type 9 expert with a single shot. It was rumored that it was controlled by the mech emperor. No one knew if it was true or false, not even Bardonia. Yu Zhong swept a glance across the camp and thought, I must leave this place first. If I do anything here, the mech kingdom will react quickly. By that time, it will be impossible for me to return to Earth. With a plan in mind, Yu Zhong quickly activated his stealth and left. Along the way, he could see sentries and numerous mech beasts stationed every step of the way. On top of that, within the navigation routes and tunnels, there were radars and sensors constantly sweeping for threat. Furthermore, he could sense with his second-order god-devil body that there was a strange wave that was being emitted throughout the camp. Once there were any strange movements, it would be picked up immediately. Since he was wearing the stealth armor, which was considered a treasure of hope, it could block off most of the sensors and heat radars. However, under the threat of that strange wave, it was likely that he might be exposed if he were to make a random move. However, Yu Zhong also had Bai Yi, and as she controlled the sensors, she could control them to release some distortions, allowing Yu Zhong to traverse through. As he was walking, all of a sudden, there was a huge sound of alarm within the camp. Countless mech beasts walked out from various parts of the camp, forming a neat formation as they followed the routes. As they gathered in numbers, Yu Zhong finally saw for himself how terrifying they were in numbers. There were many types, with different body sizes and limbs, some with wings, others with powerful frames, all equipped with massive weapons of war. The moment he saw those mechs, Yu Zhong felt an overwhelming pressure and his face fell. Was I exposed? There were only enemies everywhere in this camp. The moment he was exposed, then no matter how strong he was, the chances of him surviving were minuscule. No, that's not right. If I was already exposed, there would have been firing. Due to his experience of countless battles, he had reacted quickly and not acted rashly. Instead, he retracted all signs of himself and stood quietly by the roadside. The huge army continued to march forward in formation, while Yu Zhong stood and listened to the thundering footsteps. The numbers and weight of the mechs caused the ground to rumble without stop. He looked at them and sighed, thinking quietly, not afraid of death, suited for both offense and defense, compliant with orders. Such mech beasts are the best and most ideal of soldiers. It would be incredibly tough to overcome them. If such an army was to be controlled by Bai Yi, then even a Type 8 expert would be injured or even killed. Yu Zhong then thought, since it was not me, there must have been something that happened. Otherwise they would not have deployed so many. Let's go take a look. With a flash of his figure, Yu Zhong quickly ducked in beside a spider-like mech beast and ran towards the distance. After marching for about 60 m, the huge mech army came to a huge, vast plain. Currently, there were many mech beasts as well as a horde of mutant beasts engaged in slaughter. Cannons fired everywhere amidst bright blasts, while flesh and blood splattered, as the center of the battlefield had transformed into a huge meat grinder. Many mutant beasts had been reduced to dust under the relentless assault. At the same time, many mutant beasts were tearing mech beasts into bits. On the battlefield, there were all sorts of mutant beasts, some dozens of meters tall, others reaching even hundreds of meters in height. On Earth, they would be invincible, sweeping aside any country. Due to their might, the mech beasts were being destroyed every second. Only those who were sentient were able to keep themselves alive, regenerating even when their bodies were smashed apart. As for the ordinary mech beasts, they lacked such abilities. Once they were destroyed, they would lose their combat strength. The sentient mechs could make use of their parts to regenerate due to their smart chips and could control cells on the individual level, thus achieving an immortal effect. Yuzhong observed the battlefield and locked on to a particular corner, was 200,000 sentient mechs stood quietly. He went towards them silently. Those on the battlefield were the cannon fodder, while these sentient mechs were the true main characters. The moment Yuzhong got close, Bai Yi retrieved a flurry of information and relayed them to Yuzhong. The great mech Lord Murphite had issued a command: killing a Type 3 mutant beast is worth 1 contribution point, exchanging its nucleus is also worth 1 contribution point. Killing a Type 4 mutant beast is worth 10 contribution points, and likewise for the exchange of its nucleus. A Type 5 is worth 1,000 points, a Type 6 100,000 points, and a Type 7 10 million points. A Type 8 is worth 1 billion points, but its nucleus is worth 5 billion points. Please do your best in slaughtering the mutant beasts and obtain more points. In the future, you may use this to get the kingdom to help you evolve in realm. Killing a Type 7 is worth 10 million points, that's great. With it, I can exchange for a B-grade particle cannon, and kill a Type 7 expert if I can hit him. If only I can kill a Type 8, worth a total of 6 billion points, I can directly purchase a C-grade inexhaustible energy source, pushing my strength up another tier. I would be closer to the Type 7 realm then. This time, this battle is the best chance to evolve. I need to kill more and reach the Type 5 realm. Among these mechs, they were all exchanging conversations with excited feelings. Chapter 1053. Galistar Virtual Network. Chapter 1053. Galistar Virtual Network. The sentient mechs of the Mech Kingdom could also evolve, through killing mutant beasts, defeating their enemies, and obtaining all sorts of treasures in exchange for contribution points. They could then exchange all these for parts, enhancing themselves to the limit, before going through the evolving temple of the Mech Kingdom to upgrade to a higher level mech. Therefore, such points were extremely important. Yuzhong then had an idea. I've already enslaved a dozen mechs, with almost 10 million worth of points. If I want to exchange, I need to grab one of these sentient mechs and infiltrate the kingdom. 10 million points were worth about a few million Type 4 nuclei. It was a sizable fortune. The Mech Kingdom was extremely advanced. With enough contribution points, they could produce weapons that could threaten Type 8 experts as well. If Yuzhong could obtain a few of those, then there would be some insurance against the Mech Kingdom. Yuzhong could only think of all possible ways to strengthen China's strength and threshold, otherwise, the fate of his people would be too terrible to imagine. Humanity would either be enslaved or killed. After the orders were given, the sentient mechs quickly gathered in their own teams and flew off towards the battlefield. Many who were hoping to evolve went on their own. After all, while it was safer in groups, the benefits had to be shared. The contribution points they could obtain would be lesser as a whole. Of course, each of these Lone Rangers was an expert and had vast combat strength. Seeing them leave, Yuzhong swept his gaze and chose a Type 6 close combat specialist to follow. Although the battlefield was chaotic, it was under surveillance. If those long-range mechs hidden at a distance were to disappear and reappear on the battlefield, it would be suspicious. On the other hand, it was more likely to subjugate a close combat specialist. The Type 6 mech which Yuzhong had set his sights on quickly transformed into his battle state, transforming into a human-shaped war machine of about 8 m in height, dragging a long alloy blade. His claws were also sharp and long. After transforming, the Type 6 mech shot into the midst of the mutant beasts, slashing out with his claws and blades, directly tearing a 20 m Type 4 python apart. The gravity on Galistar was 100 times stronger than Earth. In order to deal with it, the monsters are smaller in sizes. While it was common to see Type 4 mutant beasts of over 100 meters on Earth, Galistar had numerous at the 4-5M range, while 20M and above were considered gigantic. As he dashed into the crowd of mutant beasts, he weaved in and out at the speed of sound, his claws dancing about, tearing up numerous mutant beasts into chunks, with not a single one able to take a single hit from him. Yu Zhong could not find any opportunity, thus he followed behind just like a ghost. The performance of the Type 6 sentient mech was outstanding, and one Type 5 mutant lizard with a thick layer of scales had a vicious look in its eyes as it dashed through an area while being bombarded by one of the A-grade battleships in the sky, pouncing towards the Type 6 mech. The Type 6 mech swept the Type 5 mutant lizard a look and charged right at him with a vicious look of his own. Good chance! Yu Zhong's eyes turned bright as he activated his Type 7 shadow steps and got within 10M of the Type 6 mech. When the distance between the Type 6 mech and Type 5 mutant lizard was about 3M, the Type 5 mutant lizard slashed out viciously. The Type 6 sentient mech raised his own claw and blocked. At that instant, Yu Zhong increased his speed and got behind the Type 6 mech, immediately grabbing him and slamming his entire frame into the Type 5 mutant lizard. The countless blades of the Type 6 mech slashed into the chest of Type 5 mutant lizard as his body, as well as Yu Zhong, entered it. The claw of the Type 5 mutant lizard slashed out at empty air, as blood burst forth and it screamed out in pain. Inside the chest of the Type 5 mutant lizard, Yu Zhong's claw grabbed the head of the Type 6 sentient mech, pulling out the smart chip and inserted a cable to it. Bai Yi then proceeded to overwrite the information of the Type 6 mech. Bai Yi was able to exhibit different strengths depending on her medium of conduct. Against the Type 7 mechs, she needed the Protector battleship, or a being like the Type 7 Hu Yanda that was a mobile central computer, to be able to attack their cores. Against the Type 6 close combat types, the handheld tablet was enough, but of course it would take more time. Niu Meng greets Master. In a few breaths, the Type 6 mech had been enslaved and became under Yu Zhong, reporting to him with respect. Yu Zhong ordered, "Open up your cockpit and let me in." Niu Meng quickly opened, "Yes, Master." The cockpit was extremely advanced, and the moment Yu Zhong entered, he could access Niu Meng's sight and perception. With a single thought, he could control how Niu Meng fought, and what options were redundant. At the same time, he could transfer his own strength into Niu Meng itself, raising its capabilities. At the same time, knowledge flowed into Yu Zhong's sea of notification from Niu Meng's own, and Yu Zhong could access any part of his memory. Yu Zhong felt the incoming information and felt enlightened. Combining the mech's combat strength and the pilot's combat strength, it would achieve an effect more than 1+1. This is the direction of interplanetary evolution. If these sentient mechs could be piloted by outstanding pilots, a Type 6 mech could easily crush a Type 7 pilotless mech. If Yu Zhong could find a few talented pilots, then even if their personal strength might not be high, by piloting these evolved mechs, they could exhibit a powerful strength. In that scenario, Yu Zhong would not be fighting a war by himself anymore. Yu Zhong then controlled Niu Meng to tear the Type 5 mutant lizard apart. In a breath's time, he charged through the head of Type 5 mutant lizard in a shower of blood and flesh. After killing that Type 5 mutant lizard, Yu Zhong allowed Niu Meng to continue to slaughter the mutant beasts, while he himself kept tabs on the Galistar virtual network and the messages flowing in. Once he was on it, he could feel his consciousness sucked into a mysterious place, and he reappeared on a street in the shape of Niu Meng's human form. On the street, Yu Zhong took a look around, and he could see countless forms of beasts and mech, like tigers, tanks, airplanes, and even a bug. Within the Galistar virtual network, everyone could alter their appearance as they wished. The only thing that could not change was their identity number and names. Some of them were willing to walk around in the network in human shapes, while some others preferred other strange forms. Of course, most of them chose to use the human form. Apparently, it was because the mech emperor himself used a human avatar inside the virtual network, thus, most of the other sentient mechs followed suit. One tortoise asked curiously, "Niomeng? How are you here? Weren't you deployed to the first battlefield?" "First battlefield? How lucky, Niomeng. You still dare to enter here while on the battlefield, you don't want your life anymore?" A number of curious emails were sent over, most of them Niomeng's friends. Yu Zhong replied indifferently, "I'm here to check up on some intel." Hearing that, the rest stopped pestering him. On the battlefield, sometimes the sentient mechs would come across tough enemies, and while battling, they would access the virtual network on information to deal with their enemies. Sentient mechs had powerful computing powers, and multitasking was nothing much to them. Even the most ordinary sentient mech could access information while fighting an enemy. With the virtual network's help, the sentient mechs could emerge victorious even though they were at a disadvantage and suddenly kill their enemies. Chapter 1054. Exchanging a B-grade particle cannon and B-grade laser blade. Chapter 1054. Exchanging a B-grade particle cannon and B-grade laser blade. On the Galistar virtual network, Yu Zhong could call up any information with just a thought. In a flash, countless information flowed into his mind. Amidst them, he could see the parts needed for mech beasts and weapons of war that could cause one to go blind with greed. Yu Zhong looked through and thought to himself, those ordinary Type 4 mech beasts just require a nucleus to exchange. It's so cheap, if I can exchange for 100 million of them, I could sweep through any force on Earth. While they were good, it was impossible for him to bring back 100 million to Earth. He quickly abandoned the idea and looked through the other options. This is the body of a Type 8 mech lord. Yu Zhong caught sight of something as his eyes brightened before he quickly frowned. How much is it? Holy shit, 30 billion points. Too expensive. In this exchange list, the strongest item was this body of a Type 8 mech lord. If Yu Zhong could obtain it, and input the Heart of Hope inside, before entering to pilot it, it was likely that he could fight against a Type 8 expert. However, the price was astonishing, and he had no means of exchanging. Yu Zhong then made his choice. Forget it, let's exchange for a B-grade particle cannon and B-grade laser blade. If this mech installs these two, its fighting prowess should increase by 10 times. In an instant, he had spent 2 million out of his 100 million points. Above the battlefield, about 3 kilometers in the sky, there was a huge, round mechanical fort, of about 500 kilometers in diameter. At the moment that Yu Zhong chose those two items, one door opened up at the side, and out flew 2 items that shot towards the ground. Yu Zhong pulled out from the Galistar virtual network and controlled the mech Niomeng to slaughter the Type 3 and Type 4 mutant beasts. You have exchanged for a B-grade particle cannon and B-grade laser blade. Please accept your items. As Yu Zhong was piloting the mech to tear through the head of a Type 3 mutant beast, a sound rang out in Niomeng's head. At the same time, the 2 items shot downwards from the sky. Yu Zhong then controlled Niomeng to step back. One Type 4 green-scaled ape and a Type 5 black-scaled huge python pounced towards Yu Zhong, when all of a sudden, the 2 items shooting down slammed into the bodies of the 2 mutant beasts. Hong! Following a large blast, both mutant beasts had their bodies broken, as blood and flesh splattered, their bodies deep in a ditch caused by the impact of the 2 shooting stars. Yu Zhong took a step forward, arriving in front of both ditches, and waved his hands. 2 black armored balls flew out from the ditches. The moment the 2 armored balls entered his hands, they opened up to reveal the 2 items within. One was the B-grade laser blade, the other was a 500 mm B-grade particle cannon. Yu Zhong directly pressed the B-grade particle cannon to the mech's shoulder and pressed a button, allowing the fusion of the part into the frame. he could sense clearly that he was able to immediately control the weapon to fire out. Very good, now that I have these weapons, I can start to slaughter the Type 7 mutant beasts. His gaze swept across the center of the battlefield, and he could see all sorts of large, gigantic Type 5 and Type 6 mutant beasts. The main characters at the center were not those Type 5 or Type 6 mutant beasts though, instead, they were the Type 7 mutant beasts, many of them over 1 kilometer in length, covered in thick and powerful scales. The defense of the Type 7 mutant beasts was too sick. The A-grade cannons of the Viper battleships in the skies could kill a Type 6 expert with a single hit, but when dealing with those Type 7 mutant beasts, they could not even penetrate those scales. The Type 7 mutant beasts continued to weave through the horde of mech beasts, slapping out with their massive bodies, turning them into a pile of scrap metal. One particular Type 7 Scarlet Flame Dragon that had a body that was entirely red, and looked about 70% similar to a Tyrannosaur Rex, opened its huge jaws and spat out a huge breath of flames. Under the fierce blazes, many of the mech beasts melted directly, turning into puddles of liquid metal. Not even the sentient mechs with smart chips were spared under those merciless flames, turning into liquid. One mutant giant lizard with a body length of 1 kilometer and 6 tails charged out and dashed through the horde of mech beasts at the speed of sound, its tails slapping out constantly, destroying many of the mech beasts. These Type 7 mutant beasts had terrifying combat strength, each one of them equivalent to a calamity. Whenever they charged, it felt like the ground was shaking and there was no way of stopping them. Even the Type 7 sentient mechs had to work in groups just to deal with one of them. Within the mech kingdom, there were not many Type 7 mechs, and they belonged to the nobility. They had tyrannical combat strength, and on this battlefield alone, there were 80 of them, with 10 in a group, separated into 8 different groups to deal with the 8 Type 7 mutant beasts. However, the total number of Type 7 mutant beasts were 9, with 1 not defended against. That single beast was a Type 7 mutant bronze-bashing black boar. Its body was 1 kilometer in length, covered entirely in black scales, while sharp spikes protruded out of everywhere, and it had 3 long tails shimmering like shooting stars. The Type 7 mutant bronze-bashing black boar was extremely ferocious, charging through the mechs while braving the firepower. Behind it there were 50 other Type 6 of its clan, as well as numerous Type 5, Type 4 and Type 3 variants. This entire species was led by their Type 7 leader, tearing through the ranks of the mechs. 200 Type 6 mechs had revealed their core forms, attacking the Type 7 mutant black boar wildly. However, other than a rare few which possessed the B-grade weapons to injure it, the rest could only deal minor damage to it, which it recovered from very quickly due to its insane regeneration. The Type 7 mutant black boar continued to terrorize the mechs with a frightening speed, far beyond what their reinforcements could offer. Yu Zhong stared at that Type 7 black boar with a heated gaze. That's the one. It will be my first prey. After killing it, I will definitely continue to evolve. In the past, he would have barely been an ant-like existence to such mutant beasts, not being able to tear apart their defenses in the slightest. However, he had grown to reach a realm capable of challenging such Type 7 beasts. With a thought, Yu Zhong controlled Niumeng to charge towards the center of the battlefield. Immediately, the Type 3 and Type 4 mutant beasts surged towards him. Venom, bone spikes, ice shards, flame pillars, all sorts of attacks were thrown at Yu Zhong and the mech Niumeng he controlled. Although he tried his best to dodge, most of them still struck the mech. However, the defense of the Type 6 frame was truly powerful. When faced with that many attacks, there seemed to be no lasting effect. Yu Zhong controlled the mech to unleash a slaughter on the surrounding mutant beasts, carving out a path for himself. After slaughtering numerous mutant beasts, he finally arrived at the center of the battlefield. Currently, the battlefield was like a meat grinder, with countless beams and flesh and blood flying everywhere. The main forces were also the Type 4 and Type 5 mutant beasts. On Earth, Type 4 and 5 mutant beasts would be considered overlords of their own territories, however. Here, they were barely cannon fodder. The true overlords were the Type 7 mutant beasts. The corpses of the mutant beasts were piling up into a small mountain. "Let's have me some fun!" With a flash of his body, he leaped onto the headless corpse of a mutant beast over 150 m tall, and aimed the recently obtained B-grade particle cannon, firing it at a Type 6 mutant black boar. That single beam tore through space, slicing through the head of the Type 6 mutant black boar. When it pierced through, fresh blood splattered out of the wound in the forehead of the Type 6 mutant black boar. Chapter 1055. Battling the Mutant Bronze Bashing Black Boar Horde. Chapter 1055. Battling the Mutant Bronze Bashing Black Boar Horde. After unleashing that single hit, Yu Zhong felt that the mech had expended about 25% of its energy. He frowned. This B-particle cannon is truly powerful, but the consumption is too high. I can only fire 4 of such shots? When the Type 6 mutant black boar took this hit, it did not die immediately. Instead, it let out a shriek of agony and looked towards Yu Zhong with a hate-filled gaze. Hearing that wail, the meat tank-like Type 7 mutant black boar immediately turned around, its gaze sweeping past Yu Zhong, cold and dangerous. Immediately, it led its little kin as they all surged towards Yu Zhong. "That's Niu Meng. Did he exchange the B-grade cannon and laser blade to deal with this Type 7 mutant beast? How could a Type 7 mutant beast be so easy to deal with? Who among us do not have such weapons? Even so, we're still not a Type 7 mutant beast's opponent. He's too rash. This time, it's likely that he's going to go back in pieces." The many Type 6 mechs looked at the horde of mutant black boars charging towards Yu Zhong, and discussion broke out. Even so, on account that they were all mechs, many of them raised their weapons and began firing at the horde. Under the flurry of assault, many of the lower-level mutant black boars were blasted to pieces. They were all at the Type 4 or Type 3 stage. The defense of those above Type 5 was too shocking. Even when they were blasted continuously by those powerful weapons, it was not enough to take them out in one hit. Against the charge of the Type 7 mutant black boar, Yu Zhong's eyes narrowed. He did not retreat, instead, charging forth at it. "It's over. Is he insane?" The other Type 6 mechs saw Yu Zhong charging towards the Type 7 mutant beast and were filled with disbelief. To them, this was practically courting death. Both sides got closer, and within a breath, the distance had been pulled to 300 m. The eyes of the mutant black boar flashed dangerously as its tails began to emit energy, before slashing towards Yu Zhong. The speed of the tails on the Type 7 mutant black boar was incredibly fast, such that some Type 7 mechs could not even dodge its attacks. As a Type 7 expert with a second-order god-devil body, Yu Zhong was definitely above other Type 7 mechs. He had already seen through the attack, and quickly piloted Niu Meng to twist his body, flickering towards the side of the tail. The hammer-like tail brushed past Yu Zhong, slamming into the ground, causing a huge crater as cracks appeared in the ground. After dodging that attack, Yu Zhong leaped up with all his strength, landing on the back of the Type 7 mutant black boar. He had just gotten on when the other 2 hammer-like tails slammed towards him with uncanny accuracy and agility. Both tails came from different directions, sealing all possible escape routes. No matter how Yu Zhong maneuvered, the mech would be slammed by those tails and turned into a pile of scrap metal. With a flash in his eyes, Yu Zhong summoned all his strength and channeled it into the mech. The speed of the mech rose insanely and charged towards the outside of where the tails met. In a split second, he had rushed out of the sealed space, evading the sure hit by a breath. He dodged it. Holy, he actually survived from that attack. That's unbelievable. This Niu Meng is an absolute genius of our mech kingdom. He actually survived an attack from a Type 7 mutant beast. That's insane. When those Type 6 mechs saw what happened, they were all shocked. As for Yu Zhong, he quickly dashed up towards the head of the heavily injured Type 6 black boar. The B-grade laser blade hilt in his hand swung about, extending into a 6 m-long laser blade. With a thought, he caused a huge sword dance before slicing through the wound of the Type 6 mutant black boar, further aggravating it. The armor of the Type 6 black boar was truly tough, even an A-grade cannon could not pierce through it. However, in front of the B-grade laser blade, the hide was torn apart easily. The blood and flesh of the Type 6 mutant black boar were twisted and slashed through, as Yu Zhong continued to drill further until one could see the brain. Yu Zhong thrust the laser blade mercilessly into the brain and began to wave his laser blade about like a madman, grabbing the nucleus. He then jumped and ran off to another direction. As the Type 6 mutant black boar slumped dead, a large amount of life force entered Yu Zhong's body, filling him with a sense of comfort. He thought, as expected, I need to kill mutant beasts to proceed with my evolution. Otherwise, no matter how I cultivate, it would be difficult to reach the Type 8 Divine Warrior. The rest of the mutant black boars shrieked out in misery at the sight of their comrade's death, as they charged towards Yu Zhong. In a breath, those mutant black boars had rushed up to Yu Zhong, swinging their tails, as those hammer-like tails slammed towards him. Facing those attack, it was impossible for Yu Zhong to complete dodge all of them. He immediately executed a profound movement technique, weaving in and out of the attacks, before he was still struck by one Type 5 mutant black boar. Dang! As the tail slammed into the mech Yu Zhong was in, it caused a loud reverberation. Under that attack, the mech was dented in, as a large force traveled through and struck his body. If it were an ordinary Type 6 expert that faced such an attack, his internal injuries would be severe, maybe to the point of death. However, to Yu Zhong, it was nothing. Other than the mech being dented, Yu Zhong had no feeling. Instead, he jumped high into the air, and leaped on top of the head of the Type 5 mutant black boar, his laser blade slashing out and tearing into the head of the Type 5 mutant black boar, slicing up the contents of the skull. After obliterating the brain of the Type 5 mutant black boar, Yu Zhong charged out, through the chest area, and into the body of another Type 5 mutant black boar, exerting all his might into slicing through the skin. The horde of mutant black boars began to get agitated, unsure what to do. Within a few breaths, he had already pierced through multiple black boars, covered in blood, getting further away from the Type 7 mutant black boar. As Yu Zhong continued to traverse through the bodies of the mutant black boars and turning them into corpses, life force continued to surge into him, increasing his strength. The life force of a Type 5 mutant beast exceeded that of a Type 6 divine warrior. While it was not enough to push him into the Type 8 realm with a single step, it was still beneficial in laying his foundations. The Type 7 mutant black boar watched Yu Zhong slaughter its subordinates and was shocked and furious. It had not imagined that a puny human would dare to slaughter its kind so brazenly. It wanted to kill him immediately, but right in front of it were its countless subordinates. There was no way it could just brush past them to kill Yu Zhong. Without the attack of the Type 7 mutant black boar, Yu Zhong continued to tear through the other lower-level mutant beasts like a tiger among sheep. Within a short time, he could make use of the mech to tear through the beasts and obtain their nuclei. If I want to kill a Type 6 mutant beast with my mech strength, it is difficult. I might have a chance against the Type 7 with my true body, but not with this mech. Yu Zhong continued to plan and calculate while killing the smaller beasts. He had slaughtered a number of Type 5 and Type 6 mutant beasts, however, in order to truly achieve another breakthrough, he needed to kill a Type 7 mutant beast. However, he could not do so without risking discovery of his presence, thus he had to limit himself through the mech. After so many battles, and obtaining a Type 6 nucleus, the mech has somewhat recovered, let's give it a try. He swept a glance throughout the mech status and turned around, before charging right at the Type 7 mutant black boar, without a hint of hesitation. Chapter 1056. Killing the Type 7 mutant black boar. Chapter 1056. Killing the Type 7 mutant black boar. When the Type 7 mutant black boar saw Yu Zhong challenging its might once more, it was finally enraged beyond reason and began to channel its innate ability, ground manipulation. At that instant, the ground began to shake for a radius extending dozens of miles, as though the entire earth was raging against Yu Zhong. Beneath his feet, the ground split opened, revealing a deep chasm, intending to swallow him up. Yu Zhong's face fell, and the mech quickly fired out jets behind its back, charging away from the bottomless abyss. The eyes of the Type 7 black boar glowed viciously, swinging out its tails as they slammed towards Yu Zhong with the force of mountains. The speed of the tails was slower than the first time, but Yu Zhong's expression turned worse. He knew that while the speed was slower, the trajectory was within the control of the Type 7 beast, and as long as it shook, it could alter the direction to injure Yu Zhong heavily. Calm down. In the presence of danger, Yu Zhong's head would become clearer. His eyes gleamed brightly as he kept his gaze fixed on the Type 7 mutant black boar. His mech suddenly twisted and revealed the B-grade particle cannon as he fired off at the beast, blasting its eyes. The eyes of any gigantic beast are usually the weakest point. The Type 7 mutant black boar was no different. The B-grade particle cannon tore through the eyes, causing blood to splatter out as it shrieked out in agony. Under its rage and pain, it swung its tails faster by another 30% and started to attack Yu Zhong viciously. Yu Zhong only responded with an action, as the mech split apart into 16 metal spheres as they shot towards the Type 7 mutant black boar. As the tails slammed down, 11 of the spheres were directly crushed, meaning that the Niu-Meng mech was now down to 5/16 of its power. The remaining 5 spheres shot out far from the range, and reformed into a mech a distance away. However, its current size was only 5 m tall, with the B-grade particle cannon and laser blade intact. After dashing through the Type 7 mutant black boar's attack, Yu Zhong controlled the mech to soar towards the injured eye. It was the only weak point of the Type 7 black boar right now, and it was the opportunity he was banking on to defeat this beast. At this time, there was a savage glint in the eyes of the Type 7 black boar, and it opened its huge mouth to suck in deep. A terrifying hurricane appeared and exerted a powerful suction on Yu Zhong. The mech was only left with 5/16 of its original power, and it was not an aerial type either, thus it was powerless to resist the suction. Great opportunity! Yu Zhong's eyes brightened, without the intention of resisting. Instead, he boosted his thrusters and increased his speed, charging towards the mouth of the Type 7 black boar. When the Type 7 mutant black boar saw Yu Zhong flying into its mouth, its eyes flashed with cunning and viciousness and clamped down mercilessly. Not good! I've been tricked. Yu Zhong saw rows of sharp teeth the moment he entered the mouth. At the same time, the moment the teeth clamped down, there would be no space to escape, and everything within 100-meter square would be crushed. At that instant, Yu Zhong did not bother hiding his abilities anymore and channeled everything into the mech. Receiving the bulk of Yu Zhong's strength, the Niu-Meng mech began to groan. Apparently, it was a huge burden for its frame as well. However, his strength was pushed to the max and the mech shot towards the throat in a blink. Gotcha! With a loud gnashing sound, the teeth of the mutant black boar snapped shut, and although Yu Zhong had given it his all, half the mech was still crushed within the teeth. With a thought, the bitten half was separated. At this time, the large tongue of the Type 7 black boar that had been hidden in the throat came slithering out, intending to envelop him. The moment the tongue appeared, it came at full force and speed, not intending to let Yu Zhong go. Break! Yu Zhong wielded the large laser blade and slashed out, meeting the incoming tongue with multiple profound blade beams. In a shower of fresh blood, the tongue was sliced off part by part. Yu Zhong then landed on the tonsils and pulled out a huge alloy blade to thrust into the inner walls of the beast's throat, allowing him to stand. After affixing himself there, he waved the huge laser blade without mercy, carving out a huge hole in the mouth, as blood flowed out without stop. The Type 7 mutant black boar thrashed about and struggled in the agony, running around amuck and crazed. Many mutant beasts and mech beasts alike were crushed under the rampage of the Type 7 mutant black boar. This is blood essence from a Type 7 mutant beast. It is beneficial to my blood manipulation ability. I need to take some, but not too much, otherwise the mech kingdom will suspect something. Yu Zhong looked at the Type 7 beast blood and his eyes brightened. With a wave of his hands, a blood radiance flew out and stuck itself to the wound, as it began to exert its own suction on the blood essence. While the blood radiance was doing its own thing, Yu Zhong began to carve his way up into the brain of the beast by waving his B-grade laser blade. The blade was sharp and powerful, and Yu Zhong continued to carve his way up, finally reaching the skull. After tearing apart flesh and spilling blood, as well as shattering numerous nerves, Yu Zhong finally found the brain and began to dig into it with his laser blade. He then grabbed out at the Type 7 nuclei. With the death of the Type 7 black boar, a huge amount of life force was absorbed into Yu Zhong's body and finally ignited a change. The thick and abundant life force flowed into his god-devil nucleus, turning into a gold fog that began to enhance his body, pushing him further onto the path of evolution, finally reaching the high Type 7 realm. Yu Zhong could feel the surging force within him as he became excited. Very good, I've achieved another minor breakthrough. I can already sense domain laws. Once I've reached the peak of the Type 7 realm, I might understand it better. This god-devil body is truly wonderful. In such a short time of my evolution, I've already grown so much. After killing some more Type 7 mutant beasts, I'll be able to reach the peak Type 7 realm and finally be invincible among those of the same realm. Planet Uros was a cultivation planet, and while the humans there could not reach the Type 8 Divine Warrior realm and understand domains, their ancestors had been like Yu Zhong, going through countless gates of hell to experience other worlds and thus, accumulating training techniques and knowledge. Domains were unique to those geniuses of the Type 8 and above. It was something that most Type 8 experts would strive to achieve, and even most ordinary Type 8 divine warriors might not possess one. Yu Zhong had assumed that all Type 8 experts would have a domain because the sensation from the god-devil body gave him the feeling that in order to progress to the Type 8 realm, he had to understand a domain. In fact, many of those experts who possessed the god-devil body would already surpass mortals, evolving towards the direction of God. Once they broke through the Type 8 barrier, they would immediately grasp the concept of domains and become powerful, undefeatable existences. After killing the Type 7 mutant black boar, Yu Zhong charged out from the body of the Type 7 black boar. At that instant, he felt a strong sense of death looming. Chapter 1057 Type 8 Winged WRM King. Chapter 1057 Type 8 Winged WRM King. At the moment when Yu Zhong exited the corpse, from afar, an entirely silver Type 7 white WRM stared and channeled its innate ability towards Yu Zhong. A bunch of frozen air blades shot through the air, slamming towards the region, turning it into a frozen tundra. Yu Zhong had just piloted Niu Meng out, when he was struck by the freezing breath and was immediately encased in ice, immobilized. Inside the cockpit, Yu Zhong could feel the cold invading him as well, freezing even his god-devil body. He began to think, what a terrifying Type 7 mutant beast. If this goes on, even I will be frozen and cease to think. Unless I burst forth with my true self and break out, otherwise, with the mech's strength, there's no way I can escape. These Type 7 mutant beasts cannot be underestimated. The innate abilities of Type 7 mutant beasts were usually overbearing and terrifying. Even among Type 8 experts, they would be affected. Yuzhong was piloting a Type 6 mech, and there was no way he could resist the biting cold. The moment Yuzhong was frozen, the Type 7 Scarlet Flame Dragon also opened its huge jaws and fired out a blazing trail of flames at him. The moment he was struck by those flames, then the Type 6 mech Niumeng would definitely melt. Even its smart chip would be destroyed, with no chance of revival. Yuzhong took in all these and did not retreat immediately. What do? I can only wait. Damn it, I really look down on these Type 7 mutant beasts. Seems like I need to escape back to Earth. When Yuzhong had evolved his God-Devil body, his strongest skill was the Devil Flame, which had then evolved into the God-Devil Flame. It was even stronger than the flames of the Scarlet Flame Dragon. As long as he shrouded himself in his God-Devil flames, he could withstand the incoming assault. Seeing that the mech that Yuzhong was in about to be destroyed, a searing hot meteor shot down from the skies, slamming into the frozen tundra, shattering the ice. There was a tripod within, containing a round sphere engraved with strange runes and powered by a Type 6 nucleus. It was glowing brightly, as it enlarged into an energy shield, protecting Yuzhong within. The bright flames of the Scarlet Flame Dragon slammed into the shield, almost melting it, but it managed to withstand the damage, as the air distorted from the heat. Chance! As the flames were about to burn through, Yuzhong grabbed the ball projecting the energy shield, and charged up into the sky, flying towards the camp of the Mech Kingdom. He had already expended most of the mech's energy dealing with the Type 7 mutant Black Boar, and his current strength had depleted. Even a Type 5 mutant beast could damage his mech. It was not suitable to remain in the midst of battle. Far away from the sea of mutant beasts, there was an overwhelming pressure as an enraged voice sounded, "Merfight, you dare to act? Are you not afraid of my wrath?" In the skies, there was a huge floating platform far above the battlefield as a cold and stern voice sounded, "Winged WRM King, it was your Poison Dragon Canyon that acted against us first. Our Mech Kingdom is not so easily bullied. You had better leave behind 1,600 Type 6 mutant beast nuclei, apologize and scram, otherwise, today will be the day we wipe out your Poison Dragon Canyon. Dog fart. Go to hell. Get the hell away from the gates of hell. Our Poison Dragon Canyon must get to Earth to evolve. That place holds opportunities for us. If you don't want to scram, I will tear you all apart and destroy your smart chips, truly wiping you out." With a loud roar that could shake the heavens and earth, a being that looked somewhat like a dragon, with a body of over 5 kilometers in length, and a pair of huge dragon wings soared out, releasing a powerful pressure. It stared at the huge fort floating in the skies, its eyes filled with a heated gaze. On Earth, where the potential of evolution was at its peak, many biological life forms were constantly growing. It was an opportunity for this peak Type 8-winged WRM King. Because of this, it had led these many mutant beasts against the Mech Kingdom in order to go through the gates of hell. With evolution, these mutant beasts would become even stronger, and possess an intellect that would not lose out to humans. The Type 8-winged WRM King could already speak in multiple languages. Merfight's voice rang out once more, "Annihilate us? What a joke. This Galistar is our Mech Kingdom's. If you damn beasts stay obediently within your canyon and gorges, things are still negotiable. If you dare come and challenge our might, you can all go to hell." With that, a satellite floating in space adjusted its cannon and fired out many beams at the battlefield. Under the seemingly endless particle beams, many mutant beasts were directly obliterated. all the Type 3 and Type 4 mutant beasts were either killed or incapacitated, while the Type 5 ones were heavily injured. Only those of the Type 6 realm and above managed to withstand the damage. Even so, it was not pleasant. The Type 8-winged WRM King snarled out with rage at the sight of his subordinate's death. "Merphite, you dare to use the satellites to kill my people! I will not forgive you! I will tear out your smart chip one day and smash it!" Faced with the multitude of blasts, in just a few breaths' time, over 1 million mutant beasts had died. Such a figure was also painful to the Type 8-winged WYRM King. It flapped its wings and disappeared from its location, reappearing in front of the mechanical fort, slashing out with its claws. The fort then glowed brightly, as an energy shield was activated, blocking the assault of the Type 8 mutant beast. Hong! When the two Type 8 powerhouses slammed into one another, a terrifying shockwave blasted outwards in all directions. A powerful hurricane appeared, blowing in all directions, as a number of Type 4 mech beasts, as well as Type 3 and Type 4 mutant beasts, were blown away. Yu Zhong eyed the battle from afar, his heart full of regret. What a pity it isn't time to reveal myself. Otherwise, I really want to go and engage them in battle. After that, he turned around and quickly soared towards a far distance. He had already earned enough contributions for killing the Type 7 mutant beast and could rest. After all, it was not reasonable to expect a Type 6 mech to continue battling a Type 7 mutant beast. The mech kingdom had sent its mechs towards the battlefield to grant them experience, helping them evolve, and not to treat them as cannon fodder. The true cannon fodder was the mindless mech beast. The support camp was in the air, a huge floating island of over 10 kilometers in length. On it, there were many tall structures that reached towards the stars. The floating island was full of shade and one could see all types of flowers and plants. It looked extremely beautiful, as though it was a paradise. Many sentient mechs, albeit injured from battle, were laying among the plants, receiving treatment from a number of male and female slaves of various species. One particular mech that had only its lower body left was carried by 4 bullhead creatures. As he spoke, "Niu Meng, you're truly valiant, to think you took out a Type 7 mutant beast. Well done, Niu Meng. This time, you performed so brightly, you will definitely be drafted into the army. Don't forget us old friends then." Once Yu Zhong landed, over a few mechs came over and expressed their congratulations. With a Type 6 strength, killing a Type 7 mutant beast was a terrifying result. In the span of 1,000 years, there had only been 3 others who were capable of that. One of them had fallen during the passing of time, while the other 2 had become part of the mech lords. They were recognized widely and had high prestige. Seeing Niu Meng accomplish such a fact, many of them were elated for him. Upon gaining sentience, these mechs knew emotions as well, including escaping from danger, valuing their lives, as well as bootlicking. Chapter 1058 Exchanging for Treasures. Chapter 1058 Exchanging for Treasures. Yu Zhong chuckled. "All right. When I, Niu Meng, reach the elites of the army, I will not forget everybody." He then handed the niceties to Niu Meng to handle, while he stepped into the Galistar virtual network, sourcing for treasures. Star Luo technique. This can allow the flesh body to be trained to the Type 9 stage. It only requires 10 million points. Cheap. Type 7 human slave, 10 million points for 1. Type 7 white-winged human slave, 30 million points for 1. Type 6 human slave, 100,000 points for 1. So many slaves. They're all from foreign races. There are actually Type 7 and Type 6 humans caught and sold here. This mech kingdom is truly terrifying. Yu Zhong looked through the list and felt incredibly shocked. A Type 7 divine warrior was an invincible force on Earth. Even for the planet Uros, where cultivation was rife, the Saint Lord and most of the other elders would be at that level. And yet, such powerhouses were being sold here like slaves, and it was not just a single one. The true power of the mech kingdom was incredibly terrifying. Through Niu Meng's memories, Yu Zhong knew that there were nanochips set to go off in the brains of these slaves. The moment any of them dared to harbor any ill intents, they would be killed by the nanobombs. Most of the slaves that had been caught were already wiped clean of their memories and brainwashed. They were practically blank pieces of paper, with no inkling of their past, and only knew to swear fealty to their owners. Without such measures, just considering the blood feud between these slaves and the mech kingdom, it would not be possible to truly subdue such powerhouses. What a pity there's no Type 8 ones. Otherwise, if I buy one and kill him, I might be able to reach the Type 8 realm. But then again, even if there was one, I probably can't afford it. The price should be in the billions. Forget it, let's buy a few Type 7 powerhouses and bring them to Earth. They can hold the fort there. Just as he was excited and prepared to buy, his face fell as he remembered a problem. No good, the Type 7 experts of this world cannot go through the gate of hell. Even if I purchase them, they can't go to Earth. That is to say, the strongest I can purchase would be the Type 6 experts. However, in the exchange list, there are also treasures that can raise the flesh body. I can only groom a few Type 6 slaves with those treasures, otherwise, if a mech purchased so many, it would raise suspicions. With a thought, Yu Zhong pulled out the list and chose 3 stunning beauties in the Type 6 realm. After that, he then purchased a B-grade inexhaustible power source, as well as a B-grade energy shield, followed by the Star Luo technique, and a number of treasures to boost the flesh body. After that, he exited from the virtual network. When he came out from the network, he began to watch the battles through the display screens earnestly. The ongoing battle was extremely cruel and violent, with beams and abilities flying everywhere. Each of the Type 7 mutant beasts was enraged, and their innate abilities were being cast over the entire region. Yu Zhong saw a number of Type 7 mechs being frozen before blasted by the flames from the Scarlet Flame Dragon, melting into puddles of alloy liquid. The intense battle continued for 2 days and 2 nights, before the mutant beasts, under the numerous injured and countless deaths, retreated at the sight of the never-ending backup from the mech kingdom. The Type 8-winged WRM King had already comprehended a domain and was suppressing Murphite. However, Murphite was able to hold his own through various means and was able to resist the attacks. The winged WRM King had no choice but to retreat as well. Although the Type 8 winged WRM King held the advantage in the battle between the upper echelons, its subordinates were being slaughtered by the Mech Kingdom's army of mech beasts. The Type 8 mutant beast also knew of the might of the Mech Kingdom. If it chose to fight on, it would perish in the end. The Mech Kingdom's army had their land-based machines as well as aerial ones. There were even powerful mech beasts that could take on the Type 5, Type 6 and even Type 7 mutant beasts. Once the number of Type 5 mech beasts reached a certain figure, it would be threatening to the Type 8 winged WRM King as well. After the intense battle, there were only corpses and countless mech parts laying everywhere on the battlefield. Numerous mechs poured onto the battlefield, retrieving the metal parts as well as the corpses of the mutant beasts, cleaning up the area. The parts could be reused under proper treatment, while the mutant beasts' corpses could be used in the production of other weapons and armors. Not too long after, on top of the huge fort, there was a burst of radiant light, as a handsome mech stepped out, exuding pressure. "I'm Murphite now, everyone, heed my orders. Niu Meng, for killing a Type 7 mutant beasts, killing a number of Type 6 mutant beasts. You will be promoted to Mech Baron. You have been drafted into the 1st Army 5th Battalion. Zhang Yimou, for killing." Hearing his words, all the mechs around Yu Zhong looked at him enviously. The mech nobility had prestige in the kingdom and was usually comprised of Type 7 or some rare talented Type 6 mech. All these nobility could reside within the mech capital, where the mech emperor lived, and had direct command over their own fleet of 50,000 mech beasts. Furthermore, they had special privileges. If they saw any other mech warriors to their liking, they could organize exchanges, and there would be no qualms or objections from the lower classes. Because of this, many mech warriors fought hard to become nobility. In this battle, other than Yu Zhong, or rather, Niu Meng, no one else was promoted to nobility. Even the second place, who had killed 4 Type 6 mutant beasts, had not received a promotion. Merphite swept Yu Zhong a gaze as he spoke sternly. Niu Meng, from today on, you have to work hard for the Mech Emperor, as well as the Mech Kingdom. Niu Meng got down on one knee. Yes. From today, I will strive to battle for the honor and glory of the Mech Kingdom and our great majesty. Merphite nodded slightly. Disperse. Head back to your camps. Yes. Fort Lord. The rest of the mechs got down on their knees as well. Merphite's original body was the entire fort itself, thus everyone had referred to him as the Fort Lord. Only those of the Mech Lord class could be addressed as Lord. The moment Merphite's figure disappeared, one of the rooms of the Metal City opened up, as a number of black mechanical balls shot out towards those mechs that were injured. Seeing those balls, all the sentient mechs had expressions of glee on their faces. When the balls arrived in front of them, they quickly rushed to absorb the ball. These black balls contained superior cells, and while the sentient mechs could make use of their smart chips to produce new cells, it would eat into their base strength, whereas the new, superior cells provided by the Mech Kingdom were much better alternative. Yu Zhong controlled Niu Meng to soar into the sky, and exerted a suction force on the nearby black balls, absorbing them into his body. Upon assimilating with the cells, Niu Meng regained his peak strength, and in fact, continued to break through to the peak Type 6 realm. So overbearing. Damn it. If he wasn't a nobility, I would not let him off. What the hell, isn't that too much? When the sentient mechs below saw this, they could not believe it. Yu Zhong did not care. In any case, they were his enemies. Regardless of how they viewed him, it was irrelevant. A distance away, on a huge battleship, 20 Type 7 mechs were observing. One of them, a blonde-haired mech, frowned. Stinky brat. He actually snatched the cells of others. One mech that looked similar to a black man laughed out loud, his eyes flashing with a teasing look. Ha ha. So what? We are the noble class, those are just ordinary folk. They should sacrifice for us. Hallider, aren't you just jealous that Type 6 kid managed to kill a Type 7 mutant beast? Hallider's face sunk as he snorted coldly. Just a Type 6 ant, what can he do? He was just lucky. Chapter 1059, Challenge. Chapter 1059, Challenge. The mech that looked like a black man laughed out, with obvious ill intent. Luck is also part of strength. Oh yes, he had just risen to the noble class, and might not know our customs. Hallider, go teach him well. Hallider stared fixedly at Yu Zhong with a cruel look as he sneered. Oh yes, I will teach him well, about our customs. One young-looking mech spoke up. Don't go overboard. Hallider replied half-heartedly. Relax, Riga, I will not. After absorbing the cells to recover, many mech warriors began to embark on their own ships to be transported back to their residences. Over there? If I board that ship, I can head to the core of the Mech Kingdom. Yu Zhong swept a gaze and saw the huge battleship where the Type 7 mechs were gathered, a heated look in his eyes. Once he entered the center, he could think of a method to infiltrate one of the armories. If he could steal the treasures of the Mech Kingdom, his strength would be able to improve, and could even retaliate against their attacks. Yu Zhong had just embarked the ship, when a female mech with an icy, beautiful look came up to him, dragging a container of over 10 m in height and 30 m in length. The female mech shot out 2 beams of light into Niu Meng's forehead, revealing a silver number. She then spoke in a cold, robotic voice, ID JXDG8765487665, name. Niomeng, confirmed. Niomeng, I'm the delivery person, Wendy. These are the items you have exchanged on the virtual network. Please confirm and receive the items. After that, the huge container revealed a number of compartments, each of them containing the items that Yu Zhong purchased. Among them, there were 3 absolute beauties, each of them with a collar around their necks, their eyes unfocused. Yu Zhong was clear that once he took off those collars and keyed in his command, he would become their master. The 3 beauties were all at the Type 6 realm, just slightly less powerful compared to the saint children of planet Uros. If they were placed on any other human planet, they would be idolized and revered, but here they were slaves, traded like commodities, truly miserable. Through Niomeng's memories, Yuzan knew that the overlords of Galistar were the sentient mechs. Within the kingdom, other than the mechs and mech beasts, there was an additional class, the slaves. As the mech kingdom governed Galistar, they would launch conquests on other planets with life, and capture the inhabitants as slaves, given to the sentient mechs as playthings. With intellect, many of these sentient mechs were focused on their evolution as the first priority, but at the same time, many sought pleasure in slaves of other races and species. Some would use them as sparring partners, others as pets, while some pit them against one another. These slaves to the mechs were like dogs and cats to humans. Yu Zhong swept those 3 ladies a look, and he became even more resolute. I definitely cannot fail, otherwise this is the fate of my people. Our lives and deaths would not even be in our control. Wendy pulled out a board and handed it to Yu Zhong. These are the items you purchased. If there are no issues, please sign here. Yu Zhong took it over, and with a flash, there was the sound of an acknowledgement. Right at this time, there was an insidious laughter, as Hallider walked over, reaching out to grab the collars of those 3 absolute beauties. Wow, Niomeng, you bought pretty good items. Let's see, I've set my sights on these 3 women. Gift them to me. The other Type 7 mechs also crowded over, intending to watch a good show. Yu Zhong swept the cold Wendy a look, before frowning and shot forwards, blocking in front of the 3 women, as he bellowed in rage, "Scram! Damn dog with a short oil pipeline, you better scram far away. You dare to touch my private property, I will tear you apart like a dog." Ha ha! Hallider, he just mocked you for having a short oil pipeline. Ha ha! Hallider, did you girlfriend find it too short, that's why she left with Jack? Ha ha! Hallider, a newbie had just scolded you, how useless of you. All around, the callous and snide laughter rang out. Hallider's face turned steely as he gritted his teeth and stared at Yu Zhong. "Stinky brat, you looking to die?" "I wanted to just teach you a lesson, but seems like you're forcing me to kill you, in order to ease this hate. I challenge you, do you dare accept? If not, you can scram out of the mech Imperial Army." The oil pipelines were the mechs' special organs, and mocking them was a huge insult to the mechs. Forget it. Hallider, why blow this out of proportions? Yeah, Niomeng, just apologize and hand those 3 people to Hallider, and we can all forget about this. Hearing those words, those Type 7 mechs who were laughing and joking immediately turned serious and tried to coax him. A life-and-death battle was the cruelest method of settling a grudge. Once it began, only one could survive. Only when things were extremely bad and both parties had a deep-set grudge that could not be resolved would propose this method. Furthermore, it was usually used as an intimidation move, as if one party rejects, he or she would be viewed as weak, cowardly, and lacking a sense of honor. The other mechs would then ostracize the mech and outcast him or her. There was a cold light in Yu Zhong's eyes as he replied, "Life and death battle, sure. Let's go right now. Move. If you still have an oil pipe, let's go right now." Hallider laughed out savagely as he glanced around and declared, "Everyone, you've seen him, It's not that I wasn't merciful, but this kid doesn't know his place, and challenged me. Let's go see who's lacking an oil pipe. After that, a pair of wings appeared behind his back, and jet steam shot out, supporting it towards the arena. Yu Zhong grabbed out, installing the B-grade inexhaustible energy source into Niu Meng, feeling the surge in strength. Yu Zhong did not give the rest a chance to even dissuade him, as he transformed into his close combat form, grabbing his B-grade laser blade, and charged towards the platform. Damn it, shit got serious. That Niu Meng is truly bad-tempered. When the mechs saw what was happening, they exchanged helpless looks. One of them spoke up, "All we can do now is to go and watch." After that, the entire group made their way toward to the arena. The arena was a platform of complicated terrains, stretching for some distance. Once a battle started, unless one of them perished, the battle would not end. Halliday stared at Yu Zhong coldly. "Stupid brat, I'm giving you a last chance. Hand over your points, and kill those 3 women yourself. Get on the ground and lick my feet. I will give you this chance to regret, otherwise it'll be too late when I tear out your smart chip and destroy it later." Yu Zhong laughed coldly, sneering back in challenge. "This short oil pipe fellow, just bring it on. It'll be your death anniversary next year." Fine. I'll let you know the difference between a Type 7 and Type 6, the distance between heaven and earth. I will take my time to kill you, and show you what true terror is. Halliday had a cruel look as he transformed, swiftly turning into a robot that looked like a mix between an eagle and a dragon, with a pair of mechanical eagle wings. His entire body was green, and over 10 m long, with a sharp long blade for a tail. There were multiple cannons located throughout his body, as well as 4 B-grade particle cannons on his back. As he transformed, the separation barrier came down at that moment, and Yu Zhong immediately charged forwards in a zigzag manner, dashing towards Halliday madly. Chapter 1060. Killing Halliday. Chapter 1060. Killing Halliday. Halliday laughed out coldly, as some spheres flew out from his back, surrounding his body. Within the spheres, beams shot out at Yu Zhong. These beams were capable of tearing apart a Type 6 powerhouse. Halliday was only one person, but with the aid of these spheres, his firepower was equivalent to a squadron of ranged mech beasts. Yu Zhong's figure flickered, dodging those beams like a specter. At the same time, he activated the energy shield. Hong! Under the relentless assault of the laser beams, Yu Zhong continued to dodge, but the energy shield was still struck by one of the beams. When the beam slammed into the shield, it rocked the entire defense system, almost crushing it. Although it managed to withstand the hit, the resulting recoil sent Yu Zhong flying back a few meters. Seeing that the assault was successful, the beams adjusted and turned into a fire net that enveloped Yu Zhong. The moment Yu Zhong was caught, he would be shredded apart into countless pieces. "That Niu Meng seems to be full of air, he isn't nothing much. He could defeat a Type 7 mutant beast, it must be due to luck. In terms of ability, he's definitely far from Halliday's standard." The mechs began to discuss. To them, Yu Zhong was seeking death by challenging Halliday. As expected, this Type 7 mech is powerful. In terms of the physical differences, it really is too much of a gap. However, since the pilot is me, this mech has to die. There was a cold glint in Yu Zhong's eyes. With a thought, the B-grade inexhaustible energy source was pushed to the limit, as strength surged through Niu Meng's frame, causing it to turn red, and all the cells were in overdrive. Overdrive! He actually went into overdrive. Is he tired of living? Overdrive! He truly is gutsy. Is he planning to risk it all? Seeing how Niu Meng was now red and every single cell seemed on the verge of exploding, all the mechs took in a cold breath. Overdrive was a limit that all mechs were capable of. Once in it, their strength would be boosted by a huge margin. However, it was unstable, and if done for long, the smart chips would be damaged. Furthermore, it was hard to control one's frame when in overdrive. Once the mech loses control and crosses the limit of the smart chip, then only death awaits. After Yu Zhong went into overdrive with a thought, he sent a bout of energy to protect Niu Meng's smart chip, while he looked towards Halliday and emitted a powerful killing intent. Halliday felt that intent, and his heart turned cold, but he quickly roared out in anger, "So what if you're in overdrive? You're not my match. Die!" In a flash, more spheres came out from Halliday's back, forming a cluster that attacked Yu Zhong rapidly. While in overdrive, Niu Meng's speed was raised by more than twice. His entire frame shot towards Halliday like a shooting star. Even when two particle beams slammed into the shield, the energy shield managed to withstand it. In a few breaths, Yu Zhong had already appeared in front of Halliday, pouncing on him as though he was a leopard that saw its prey. He brought out his blade and slashed downwards viciously. Shield! A number of strange runes glowed behind Halliday's back, as a huge B-grade energy shield formed out of thin air, blocking in front of him. Yu Zhong swung the B-grade laser blade down on the B-grade energy shield, and amidst bright sparks, the blade only managed to slice through about 20 centimeters, without any further movement. B-grade laser blades cannot slice apart B-grade energy shields. Niu Meng, go to hell! Halliday saw how his own shield had withstood Yu Zhong's strike and heaved a sigh of relief, before his eyes flashed savagely, and swung his sharp tail towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong did not manage to kill Halliday in that strike, and slashed out viciously, before swinging himself towards the side. As for the sharp mechanical tail that came swinging, it struck thin air. With his body in midair, Yu Zhong twisted and aimed his B-grade particle cannon, unleashing a powerful blast at the shield. No! Seeing the B-grade beam, Halliday's eyes flashed with fear. The B-grade particle cannon could kill a Type 7 powerhouse in a hit, and was exceptionally devastating, not to mention that the distance was so close. That blast slammed into the energy shield, causing it to dent in, before the force directly sent Halliday shooting towards the ground, blasting out a huge crater. The mechs did not have flesh bodies and had no blood or organs to be displaced. Halliday immediately tumbled and got back up, extending multiple cannons as they fired at Yu Zhong. The rapid missiles covered a huge area, expending a lot of Halliday's energy. However, as long as he could maintain it till Niu Meng collapsed, he would win. Especially the 4 B-grade particle cannons on his back, they were constantly adjusting their aim, searching for signs of Niu Meng to fire. With Yu Zhong's current situation, once he was hit by a B-grade particle beam, he would die instantly. While in midair, he separated the mech into 5 round balls with a thought that quickly descended towards the ground. The moment they touched the ground, they rejoined to form the close combat mech. At that instant, Yu Zhong quickly ascertained the weak spot in Halliday's form and turned into a flash of light that shot towards the shield. He braved past the countless beams, and both hands formed a number of shadows that resulted in over 1,000 blades that slammed into the B-grade energy shield. Facing that attack, under Halliday's astonished gaze, the B-grade energy shield that he was so proud of collapsed. Die! After losing Halliday's protection, Yu Zhong's eyes flashed fiercely, as the B-grade laser blade slashed out in a radiant manner towards Halliday's head. With that bright flash, Halliday's mechanical head was sliced cleanly off. Even so, he was not yet dead, as his headless frame continued to swing the tail towards Yu Zhong. With a loud blast, Halliday's tail slammed into Yu Zhong's body. However, at the moment before the tail slammed into Yu Zhong had already caused the lower portion of the mech to be detached with a thought. Halliday's tail then slammed into the bottom half, destroying it. Yu Zhong continued to pilot the upper half to grab Halliday's head portion, and with a swift motion, dug out the smart chip inside the damaged head. No! Don't kill me! I apologize. I'm willing to hand all my belongings to you. Spare me! Please don't kill me! With his head destroyed and smart chip exposed, Hallidur's mechanical mouth immediately screamed out fearfully. Humph! Begging for your life now is too late. Go to hell. With a cold laugh, the mech's claws crushed down in front of Hallidur's shocked gaze, and its smart chip was obliterated, leaving behind a Type 7 nucleus. Hallidur was killed by him. Hallidur is dead. Impossible? This Nyomeng is just a Type 6 mech. How is it possible to defeat Hallidur? Seeing Hallidur's death, all the mechs were shocked. A Type 7 mech's capabilities far surpassed a Type 6 mech, and Hallidur might not be the most exceptional fighter among the Type 7 mechs, but he was not some weakling. Yet, he had been killed by Yuzhong, and it was truly shocking. After killing Hallidur, the energy shield over the entire arena dissolved, and Nyomeng took out a Type 6 nuclei and consumed it. When the Type 6 nucleus entered the B-grade inexhaustible energy source, it was directly transformed into energy. At the same time, it coursed through Nyomeng's smart chips, swiftly producing more cells as he quickly regained his peak combat strength. Chapter 1061. Comprehending the Flame Domain. Chapter 1061. Comprehending the Flame Domain. After regaining his strength, Yuzhong turned to glare at the rest of the Type 7 mechs coldly. He let out an icy laugh before flickering away. As a human, he was bound to be at loggerheads with the mech kingdom. It was naturally impossible to forge any relationships. So arrogant! What a reckless kid! Truly prideful. I wonder how far he can go like that. The hearts of the Type 7 mechs were filled with dissatisfaction as they began to gossip. However, no one went to challenge him. As he arrived in front of the main battleship of the mech kingdom, Yuzhong grabbed the huge container and dragged it out. Soon after, the rest of the Type 7 mechs returned as well, embarking on the battleship. Once they were all on board, the huge battleship began to fire up, spitting out huge jet streams, turning into a flash of light as it shot towards the distance. Yuzhong entered his own room, and got by to disrupt any potential surveillance, before stepping out of Nyomeng in his human shape. Yuzhong then walked up to those three beauties, their eyes still unfocused, with the collars on the necks, and reached out to grab the collars. With Bai Yi's help, he sent his life force into the collars, and entered their consciousness, branding them with the knowledge of him being their master. Master! At the moment he branded them, they regained their consciousness and came up to Yuzhong to pay their respects. Yuzhong asked, "What are your names?" The leader among them, a tall and ravishing beauty with black hair, spoke up. "Master, we have no names. I'm number 1, and they're number 2 and number 3 respectively. Please assign names to us, Master." Of the other two, one was a blonde, with an explosive figure, while the other was a petite lowly but with huge breasts. Both of them looked at Yuzhong pitifully and expectantly, hoping for them to give them their names. These humans that had been caught by the mech kingdom had been brainwashed entirely and wired to obey every single command of their masters. Unless they could surpass the Type 9 realm, otherwise they would still be a Type 9 slave, with no allowance of any ill intent towards their masters at all, or the nanobombs would go off. Yuzhong tapped them and gave them their names as requested. "All right, you shall be called Yuing, Yu Xing and Yu Lian." When they obtained their names, the three of them were elated and bowed once more. "Thank you, Master, for granting us names." Within their consciousness, Yuzhong, as their master, was their closest kin, and worthy of their admiration and respect. As long as he treated them well, they would do everything for them, even if they had to die. This was the power and might of the mech kingdom. Yuzhong pointed to the container and said, "Go and cultivate. Remember, only till the peak of the Type 6 realm. The resources are for you to use as necessary." The three of them responded, "Yes, Master, before turning towards the container full of treasured resources. Seeing them leave, Yu Zhong then went to the other side of the room. With a thought, the alloy wall contorted and turned transparent, allowing the occupant to see outside. Below the huge battleship, there were only clouds. However, among them, Yu Zhong could see a few floating forts. The mechs were of different sizes, some of them even bigger than the mech Lord Murphy. The smallest was still at least a few hundred kilometers. All these floating forts were littered throughout Galistar, acting as a deterrent that could easily suppress any uprising from anywhere. With the satellites in space, the moment there was some upstart anywhere, the information would be relayed quickly and dealt with in a short time. In the thousands of years, it was unclear how many elites of the various species had perished under the laser beams of these satellites and forts. Not too long ago, when the Mech Kingdom was battling the mutant beast horde, the Type 8-winged WRM King had the upper hand, but his side still lost, because of those lasers from the satellites and forts. Yu Zhong stared out at the wondrous landscape before him and thought quietly, on such a dense planet, if anything were to happen, it will be dealt with quickly. These mechs are different from humans, they do not get tired, and can work 24 hours, observing the entire planet. Without Bai Yi's help, I would have been revealed. The best-case scenario after an intense battle would be that I could escape back to Earth. This Mech Kingdom is truly terrifying. After a moment of thought, he pulled out the Star Luo technique and began to read it. The Star Luo technique was a move that came from a talented Type 9 genius who was gazing at the universe and got a sudden burst of inspiration. It was truly an astounding technique. However, in front of the might of the Mech Kingdom, the planet that Type 9 genius came from was still eradicated, and he himself had been killed by the Mech Emperor, and thus, the Star Luo technique ended up in the Mech Kingdom's hands. Observing the movement of the stars and universe, cultivating a great Tao. This technique is spectacular. However, it is not of use to me. Only comprehending a domain and spatial laws would be useful right now. Yu Zhong looked through the entire Star Luo technique and sunk himself in contemplation of the laws of domains and space, as written by the author. After reaching the second-order God-Devil body, Yu Zhong's talent for cultivation had become heaven-defying, and regardless of whatever he read, he could understand. This Star Luo technique and the principles about domains and spatial laws within were giving him new insights. Domain. What is a domain? It is the realization of the concepts of a technique that a cultivator trains in. Those who cultivate in flames would be able to incinerate things around him, and he could make use of the energy and strength to totally suppress an opponent of the same rank. If a person cultivates a water domain, then within his domain, it would be endless water, preventing the opponent from displaying his or her strength. In order to produce a domain, one has to understand the principles and underlying concepts before materializing it into a domain. Invincible among those of the same realm and stage, even allowing one to leap ranks to fight enemies above. In the universe, the basic laws are gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning. The derivative rules are speed, strength, light, darkness, desecration, and sacrament. The highest law is space and time. Only those who comprehend spatial laws can achieve a breakthrough into the Type 9 realm. With a thought, one can rip a hole in space and travel miles. At the same time, one could transcend space and worlds, attacking enemies and moving the mountains and seas. With time laws, the most mysterious of laws. I've never seen anyone comprehending it. Maybe only the God above could possibly hold this heaven-defying principle. Without comprehending this, one would not have the right to challenge God. My whole life, ever since I've cultivated to my level, I've been to many worlds, and have always been invincible. Yet, I still don't have the confidence of dealing with God. I hope that the future generation can comprehend and wield the power of time, and challenge that entity that toys with all of us. Yu Zhong flipped through the Star Luo technique and saw the tyrannical words of the author, Star-Lord. This was truly a genius. To train till the Type 9 realm and comprehend domain, as well as spatial laws. Such an expert had still fallen. Truly, there's always a mountain beyond a mountain. This Star-Lord was almost invincible, and yet, he had perished in the end. How strong is the Mech Emperor exactly? Thinking to how such a powerhouse had been taken down by the Mech Emperor, Yu Zhong's heart was filled with trepidation towards him. He estimated that even with all his trump cards, he could at most handle a Type 8 Mech Lord at most right now. However, it was a death wish to go against the Mech Emperor. He might not even have the chance to run. Yu Zhong threw the thoughts behind and started to cultivate. Forget it, I'd better train hard and raise my strength. If I can't do so in this short amount of time, when the army descends upon Earth, there's only death for humanity. My strongest ability right now is the God-Devil Flame. In that case, let's try and comprehend the flame domain. Yu Zhong began to follow the pointers in the manual, and with a thought, the golden God-Devil Flames that could incinerate a Type 7 expert condensed in his hands. He stared at it fixedly and began to observe and try to comprehend the flame domain. In the process, he felt like his mind was sifting through countless laws and principles. After a few hours, a blazing hot flame exuded from his body, enveloping the region around him. Success! Yu Zhong's eyes regained their clarity, and he was overjoyed. Once he trained in it successfully, he could gain another trump card. With the flame domain, against a Type 8 expert, he was able to hold his own now, even going so far as to kill the weaker ones. Chapter 1062. Relax. Chapter 1062. Relax. The God-Devil body is truly the most suitable physique for cultivation. If it were in the past, based on my ordinary physique, I would not have comprehended domains. Yu Zhong was filled with joy, and with a thought, the flaming domain was retracted back into his body. The flames in the domain were entirely within Yu Zhong's control, as long as he willed it. He could even incinerate a Type 8 expert. Likewise, a normal person could be unharmed within the region as well. While training his domain, the effect on the area was quite large, and the three women also felt it. They walked out of the cultivation container, coming up to him to offer their congratulations. Congratulations, Master, you have succeeded in a domain. From now on, you're invincible within the Type 7 realm. Domains were something that even only the talented of geniuses in the Type 8 realm could comprehend and train in. Yu Zhong had done so while in the Type 7 realm, thus, he could truly be considered undefeatable, unless he came across another heaven-defying genius with talents in domains as well. Since I'm done with this, I should relax for a while. Since he was still euphoric from his success, he swept the three women a look and said, "Yuing, come with me." Hearing him calling for her alone, Yuing was taken aback, before her face flushed red, as she walked over with light steps. "Yes, Master." Yu Zhong laughed out and whisked her up, stepping into his bedroom. Soon, the sounds of pleasure rang out from the room. Yu Xing and Yu Lian were also red from the embarrassment and their imaginations at the sounds of lovemaking. There was a look of envy in Yu Lian's eyes. Sister Yuing sure is lucky, getting Master's love. How I envy her, but then again, she's so elegant and sexy, it's natural for Master to like her. Yu Xing giggled, as she hugged Yu Lian, reaching out with her naughty hands and grabbed Yu Lian's bountiful breasts as she needed them. "Little sis Yu Lian, you don't have to beat yourself up, your figure is amazing as well, Master will surely adore you." Yu Lian scrunched up her face while flushed as she struggled. "No, Sister Yu Xing, don't grab them. Their shape will change, then it won't look nice." After escaping from Yu Xing's embrace, Yu Lian had a hopeful look. "Why don't we steal a look? All three of them were talents equivalent to heaven's favorites back when they were in their human worlds, and had focused on their cultivation. When they were captured, they had not experienced any matters between men and women. Furthermore, they were treated like cats and dogs by the mech. Thus, they were naturally curious about the birds and the bees. Yuzhong was their master, and everything of theirs belonged to him, thus they did not mind. Yuxing was also a bouncy individual. After barely a moment of hesitation, she nodded, "Let's go and take a look." The two beauties quickly sneaked over towards Yuzhong's room. After they opened the door, what they saw quickly caused them to feel hot. The scene of spring, their eldest sister Yuing lying on the bed with a flushed face, but a look of satisfaction and bliss. Groans and moans were coming out of her mouth, and it felt extremely alluring. As for Yuzhong, whose sense of perception was already strong, the moment the two curious little kittens appeared at the door, he had already sensed them. He revealed a cheeky smile and grabbed out at thin air. Yuxing and Yulian both yelped out in shock, as they were grabbed by a formless hand and dragged towards Yuzhong. Yuzhong patted Yuxing's face, giving her a look. The young blonde beauty revealed an enchanting expression as she stuck out her tongue and began to lick Yuzhong everywhere. Yuzhong lowered his lips and locked them onto the lips of the pitiful-looking big-breasted lowly, Yulian. Soon, the entire room was engulfed in throes of passion. The huge battleship continued to fly for an entire day, over 400,000 kilometers, before finally landing on a sky fortress. There were all sorts of mechanical residences, the entire city filled with a modern and futuristic feel. "We have arrived at the Mech Empire City. May all passengers proceed to disembark within the hour." The moment the battleship docked, an announcement rang throughout. "Have we reached?" On the bed, Yuzhong held Yuing and Yuxing with either of his arms, while the petite Yulian was laying on his chest. He suddenly opened his eyes and reached out to pat Yulian's shoulders gently, causing her smooth skin to wobble. "Time to get up. Let's go prepare, we're leaving this place." Yulian lifted her head, her cheeks blushing as she giggled at Yuzhong and kissed him. She then leaped off lightly. However, she stopped and turned around, shooting Yuzhong a coquettish glance, as she took up her clothes and got dressed in front of him. Yuing and Yuxing also gave him a kiss each, as they got dressed in front of him. The three of them, with their amazing looks and bodies, dressing in front of him, was truly a feast for his eyes. If it was not for the many things he still had to handle, he really wanted to immerse himself in this wonderland. After the three of them got dressed, they quickly got into the container. If they were to walk around unbridled, it would be detrimental to Yuzhong's disguise as Niu Meng. Yuzhong was not arrogant to think that he could rely on his own strength to kill his way out. Dragging the container, Yuzhong disembarked the battleship. "Hi, Niu Meng. It's me, Wendy. Since you're new to the Mech Empire City, and not familiar with the place, I will bring you to your home." As Yuzhong walked out of the ship, the cold-looking Wendy arrived by his side, wearing a rare, faint smile. Yuzhong's mind got into motion as he smiled back, "All right." As they stepped into the massive port, Yuzhong experienced for himself the splendor and grandness of the Mech Empire City. There were countless tunnels and pathways, with vehicles running quickly and orderly, looking like a huge web from the sky. At the same time, there was a sort of a profound track that was inlaid with some strange prism, reflecting the sunlight from the sky towards the ground, causing the ground to look perpetually enveloped by sunlight. On the streets, there were many mechs walking about, each of them of different shapes, sizes and forms. There were some human-shaped, some pigs, dogs, tigers, leopards, and all sorts. The mechs walked along the streets, while many had some ropes, and at the other end of the ropes were either humans or other species. In the hands of these mechs, these humans and other species were like pets. There were some even engaging in intercourse right on the streets like common dogs, attracting the ridicule of the mechs. Many of them were just laughing. All of a sudden, One extremely beautiful and sexy human woman kneeled in front of her mech master, pleading pitifully, "Please! I don't want to. Master, spare me. I don't want to do it with that dog." Besides that particular mech, was another mech who had a mutant dog at the end of his leash, looking extremely powerful and bulky, panting heavily while covered in black scales. The surrounding mechs were all looking and urging things on. The mech sent a kick towards his human slave, sending her flying about 6 to 7 m, and barked out in anger, "You better get started. What do you think I bought you for? It is for my entertainment and pleasure. Raise your ass and start copulating with Deppies. This Deppies has a royal bloodline, and his position is much higher than your stupid human males. It is an honor for you to copulate with him. Still not scramming over? Are you seeking to die?" "No. I don't want to copulate with a dog. You're—" A look of despair overcame her, as she started to mutter a curse. Pung! Before her words were over, her brain exploded in a shower of blood. The mech swept her corpse a look of disgust. "What a killjoy, stupid bitch!" Seeing the body of the human beauty in pieces, 8 of the human females around, treated like pets, were also filled with grief, trembling in fear, shock, and despair. There were 12 others who had blank and numb stares, without a single emotion, as they had already undergone all sorts of torture and torment, no longer seeing themselves as humans. Chapter 1063. The Fate of Losers. Chapter 1063. The Fate of Losers. When Yu Zhong witnessed this gory and horrific scene and felt a surge of fury, it was as though something was lit in his heart, and he clenched his fists tightly, as veins popped out. Those mechs did not see humans as humans at all, just subjecting them to whatever treatment as they liked. This sort of behavior was not tolerable to any normal person. Yu Zhong had stained his hands with countless blood along his path of survival and expansion. However, he was still sickened by such behavior that had no bottom line. "I can't do anything now. It is still the capital of the Mech Kingdom. The experts here are plenty. Just this city alone possesses the capability of wiping me out over 100 times. Furthermore, there's that Type 9 Mech Emperor. If I were to make any rash move, I'll surely die. Now the only thing I need to do is to infiltrate, steal their technology and resources, and finally eradicate this damned Mech Kingdom. Only then can I avert a disaster for my human race." Yu Zhong's reasoning continued to hold him back and reminding him that turning away was the right move. However, upon witnessing the horror below, his rage had consumed him, and there was no inkling of retreating at all. Just as he was struggling to control himself and prepared to walk away, the mech suddenly laughed out cruelly and pointed at the mutant dog. "Deppies, go! Go fuck that woman!" The boisterous mutant dog leaped forward, with its sharp, barbed lower body, lunging viciously towards another beautiful human female. There was a look of despair on that woman's face as tears streamed. However, she raised her but helplessly. The 30 overmechs began to laugh, watching excitedly. Human slaves were just playthings to while the time for these mechs. The more the humans despair, the more interesting it was to the mechs. Their behavior was exactly like those humans who loved to torture and mistreat their pet. To the mechs as well as other sentient races, humans were just fun playthings. As the mutant dog pounced towards the woman, there was a gust of wind, and a huge leg came slamming into the dog viciously, and at the point of impact, due to the strength, the dog exploded into pieces. The bits and pieces of flesh splattered onto the mechs, causing their bodies to be dirted. The owner saw his mutant dog killed by Yu Zhong in Yo Meng's frame, and his eyes gleamed dangerously as he barked out, "Who are you? You dare kill my beloved Deppies? Are you sick of living?" The rest of the mechs also stared at Yu Zhong with unfriendly expressions. Yu Zhong's face remained cold as he waved his hand, throwing a card with 3 contribution points at the mech. The contribution points here should be enough to purchase that lowly bitch of yours. Take this card and scram. Who the fuck do you think you are? Insulting me, Jakra? The mech called Jakra watched the card float down, and in his rage, he shot forwards with his claws outstretched, intending to grab at Yu Zhong's head. Yu Zhong's eyes watch him approach with a cold look as he barked, "I'm the new Baron Yomeng, drafted into the mech army. You damn lowly commoners dare to act against me, you can go to hell." At that moment, he reacted by sending his own claws through Jakra's head, and under Jakra's shocked gaze, he pulled out the smart chip before crushing it. The moment the smart chip was crushed, his sentience ceased to exist, and his frame crumbled. Heavens! Jakra was killed. Jakra is dead. He is a mech baron. He is actually a mech baron. After killing Jakra in a single move, Yu Zhong swept a glance across the rest, and the other mechs lowered their heads subconsciously, afraid to meet his eyes. Yu Zhong waved his hand and sent out an ordinary card with contribution points to the mechs. "I've my eyes on your pets, these are contribution points, scram." It was normal for mechs to use their contributions to conduct trades. After the mechs took up the cards, they quickly gave their pets to him and scooted away. Wendy shot Yu Zhong a strange look as she spoke. "I didn't expect you to be so righteous." Yu Zhong replied indifferently, "I'm a member of the Pets Protection Society, and I detest such fellows that mistreat their pets." Facing Wendy, Yu Zhong could only use that excuse to cover up for his actions. Wendy laughed lightly. "I like those who have a good heart." Right at this time, there was a sound of an alarm, as 8 black uniformed mechs carrying particle guns came soaring out from the numerous mechanical tracks. When they arrived, one of them shot a look at the scene, and 2 beams of light shone from his eyes. Under the light, the proceedings of the scene replayed. The leader of the patrol force shot Yu Zhong a cold look. "I'm Luo Sun from the security squad. Please produce proof of your baron status, otherwise, I will arrest you on charges of murder." With a thought, the identification shone on Yomeng's forehead, revealing his status. This was bestowed by the Empire and the system, with no way of fabricating. Luo Sun looked through the identification for a long while, and after ascertaining Yu Zhong's identification, he spoke coldly, "Baron Yomeng, your identity is confirmed. This time, since Jakra took the initiative to attack you, you have defended yourself. You're innocent and are free to go." Inside the Mech Empire City, the nobility were people of status. Jakra and the rest were just the lowest of social standing, only above the pets and slaves. Yu Zhong nodded towards Luo Sun, before pulling on the leashes of the 30-odd beauties of the human race and other species, heading towards his residence. Yu Zhong's residence was a huge villa of 1 square kilometer, with plenty of amenities. Under Wendy's slightly resentful gaze, Yu Zhong sent her off politely, not inviting her in. Although Wendy might have the appearance of a beauty, she was still a sentient mech, and Yu Zhong had no intentions of bonding with a robot. After Wendy left, Yu Zhong swiftly knocked out the pets and placed them inside the container to freeze them. Those slaves bought from others and exchanged had to be brainwashed and swapped with a new chip, then they could be considered as truly his. Before that happened, there was a chance of them betraying him. He did not dare to reveal his secrets to unreliable slaves. He then pulled out the tablet containing Bai Yi and asked with expectations, "Bai Yi, we're here in the Mech Empire City already. Are you able to infiltrate the central system?" If she could wrestle control over the central system, then Yu Zhong would be in control over more than half the kingdom. Numbers and data flowed past Bai Yi's eyes, before she shook her head. "No good, I can't get in. There's a powerful AI guarding the system. I can sense that its might within this empire is much stronger than me. I have no way of invading. If I'm not wrong, it should be the Mech Emperor." Yu Zhong frowned and asked, "In that case, are you able to find out where the treasury is?" Hearing her words, Yu Zhong had no choice but to give up on controlling the entire mech kingdom. She might be powerful, but she was not omnipotent. According to the data I've gathered, the treasuries are likely in these few places, but I can't determine for sure which is the correct location. With that, on the map of the Mech Empire there were 8 dots that lit up. Yu Zhong took a careful look and noticed they were all key places of importance. Even if he had a noble status, there was no way he could access those locations. He frowned. What can I do? After a moment of contemplation, with no clear idea, I can only try to conduct some reconnaissance myself. As night fell, Yu Zhong put on his stealth armor, flitting like a ghost towards one of the restricted areas. Chapter 1064. Genius Mech Pilot. Chapter 1064. Genius Mech Pilot. Although it was night, the entire Mech Empire city was still brightly lit, as though it was still daytime. Mechs were different from biological life forms. They did not need rest, and compared to the dark, they preferred the day. After all, their senses worked better in the day. Yu Zhong continued to traverse the streets noiselessly, as he noticed the numerous mechs walking about. There were many merchants on the streets as well, and along the shopping districts, numerous mechs walked about, purchasing items that they required or wanted. Although it was possible to purchase items through the Galistar virtual network, there were those who enjoyed the experience of walking through shops and malls to purchase their items. Let me say it once more, our first target is the mech armor storage at Point A. Based on our intel, there are 10 complete Type 7 mech suits. The second target is the mech beast storage at Point B. After we have attacked that, we must use the virus to wipe out their data and cause a ruckus. The strongest entity in this world is the Mech Emperor, and we cannot possibly gain control of the Mech Beast. The best case is to use the virus to cause a commotion. Below the streets, in the tunnels, there were hundreds of humans in mechanical battle armor, pretending to masquerade as mechs, eyeing a young man with a pair of clear and bright eyes, as he pointed to a map and gave a flurry of orders. There were also sensors and surveillance cameras within the tunnels. However, these humans were holding a device the size of a palm, causing a distortion field, jamming the signals in the tunnels. The young man, with an intelligent look, and features even more precious than a beauty, conveyed the orders once more, before asking seriously, "Have you all understood?" The human soldiers within the tunnel responded with a resounding, "Yes." The beautiful man then ordered, "In that case, move out." "Roger." Under his orders, the human soldiers began to move out in the various tunnels. One particular burly, blond man in uniform looked at the pretty-looking man and frowned. "Miss Green, this is the home base of the mechs, and that old freak Mech Emperor is holding the fort here. Is it too dangerous to act here?" The Mech Emperor was countless eons old, and since stepping into the Type 9 realm, he had no equal. With his strength alone, he took over dozens of planets, wiping out countless civilizations and their culture. Even a few other Type 9 powerhouses had fallen at his hand. With the Mech Empire City being the main base of this old legend, with the numerous experts residing within, just the Type 7 experts alone numbered over 500. This entire fort was also a massive weapon in itself. A Type 8 powerhouse might fall easily if he or she tried anything funny. Miss Green had a steely look. Vickers, the Mech Emperor, had already gone to the Ghost Star planet, warring against the Ghost Star clan. At the same time, half of the experts have been deployed. In these thousands of years, this is the moment where the Mech Empire City is at its weakest and our only chance. This time, we need to rescue Her Majesty, the young Star-Lord. She's our Star Luo's only hope, and only she can overthrow the Mech Empire's rule, ridding the world of these hateful metal tumors. This time, regardless of our sacrifice, we have to achieve this goal. These 100 of soldiers were all the elites of the human race. If placed on Earth, each of them could be a ruler in his own right. However, against the terrifying mechs, there was only death. This Miss Green was utilizing them to draw the attention away to achieve her objective. Her voice turned low. Furthermore, this time, it's not just our human race, but those oppressed foreign races have banded together. This is the best chance we've got. For the rest of humanity, we can only sacrifice them. A pained expression flitted past Vickers' face, but he maintained silent. Miss Green continued indifferently, "It's getting late, let's move." After that, she led Vickers as well as 20 other peak experts and quickly left here towards another direction. Hong, Hong, Hong. As for Yu Zhong, he had just passed one particular shopping district, when suddenly, there was an intense explosion. The powerful shockwave shot out in all directions, and those slaves of foreign species who were struck were all blown apart, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Even some of the mechs were destroyed in that explosion. What's going on? Yu Zhong was shocked by the sudden blast and quickly soared into the sky noiselessly, observing below. He noticed a group of human soldiers equipped with mechanical armor, wielding A-grade particle cannons, as they charged out from various corners and launching a sudden attack. Making use of their weapons, they began to fire at the mechs. The Mech Empire City was the base of the Mech Kingdom, and its defenses were tight. Even a Type 8 powerhouse would be suppressed here. In the thousands of years, there had never been someone brave or daring enough to launch an assault right smack in this city. Thus, the mechs had gotten careless. That was how the humans had managed to succeed in their assault, instantly killing over hundreds of slaves of foreign races, as well as dozens of mechs, while injuring 100 others. Stupid! You're just sending yourself to your doom. There's no meaning. Yu Zhong swept the humans below utilizing the Type 7 mechanical armors and sighed. The defense of the Mech Kingdom was too dense. Yu Zhong had seen it for himself. Inside the city, the moment there was any strange activity, the mechs would respond immediately and effectively. The human soldiers quickly charged into the armory, which had the dozen Type 7 mech frames. All of a sudden, a number of mechs leaped down from a particular track in the skies, each of them at the Type 6 level, and wielding B-grade particle cannons that were capable of killing Type 7 powerhouses. The moment those mechs came down, they began to fire their particle cannons into the group of human rebels. One human soldier used his A-grade particle cannon to fire back at the mechs, and the beam punched through the frame of those mechs as parts scattered. All of a sudden, one particle beam burst down from the sky, blasting the human soldier, vaporizing the human soldier, not leaving even a single trace of him. Wang Hu! Another soldier let out a roar of grief and anguish, but before he could even finish, another beam shot down from the skies, vaporizing him as well. One by one, beams fell down upon the rebel army, and within a short span of time, more than half had been obliterated. The leader of the team screamed out in fury, "Evacuate! Quickly!" The soldiers quickly dashed through the shopping district. The faces of the mechs were cold and impassive, firing without mercy, as the particle beams burst through the market, tearing apart the structures and blasting the human soldiers. As the marketplace was also made out of mechanical parts, they were like part of the city, and quickly transmitted the information on the tracks of the humans to the system, enabling the rest of the defense to catch up quickly. The human soldiers could not withstand the onslaught, and within another dozen of breath, they were wiped out. The rebel was over before anyone knew it. It came fast, and was put down quickly as well. The entire episode did not even last more than 5 minutes. In this rebellion, only a dozen mechs had truly perished, but over 300 human elites had died. Yu Zhong looked at the aftermath and sighed. Such fools, there was no meaning to it at all. As he was prepared to leave, there was a sudden burst of light that shot towards the sky in the middle of the marketplace. It punched through the huge mechanical track in the sky as countless parts scattered everywhere. A Type 7 human-shaped mech burst forth with a pair of beautiful wings on its back, while wielding a B-grade particle cannon in its arms. With its appearance, it flapped its wings and turned into a shooting star, disappearing from its location. A number of B-grade particle beams that blasted through the heads of the sentient mechs that came to quell the rebellion, directly obliterating them together with their smart chip. Other than that, 9 other Type 7 human-shaped mech came flying out. However, they were not as exemplary as the first one, only forcefully reaching the initial Type 7 realm with their piloting skills. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.